PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, "I'll recall our teammates," and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time! Emergency Pickup Guide. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile version 2.0 is now available. In the Erangel and Miramar's ranked and unranked modes, we've added a new item, Emergency Pickup. In this video, we'll take a look at the Emergency Pickup to help you get started. The emergency pickup is a consumable that can help players get to the play zone quickly. It can carry up to 4 players at a time and can be found at various resource points on the map. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the emergency pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon will be launched into the air as a beacon to guide the aircraft. That's why it needs an unobstructed space, away from buildings, vehicles, and other environmental obstacles. It will take a while for the rescue plane to reach your location, so you and your teammates can approach the pickup while waiting and tap the attach button to connect the beacon, thus making sure that you're ready to fly. When you're on the rescue plane, you can detach and jump out at any time. It's a great way to get to the next play zone center quickly. Meanwhile, you'll also get an excellent aerial view. Being able to observe an enemy's exact location allows you to find holes in their defense and surprise them from the sky. Alternatively, you can hide in the final play zone and use gunfire to draw the enemy's attention. Then, secretly deploy the emergency pickup and land behind the enemy to complete your ambush. I'm sure that with your ingenuity, you'll definitely master the emergency pickup in no time at all. But of course, high returns always come with high risks. The hot air balloon that comes out of the emergency pickup will be a very obvious sight on the battleground, so remember to clear the current area first or make sure you're safely concealed before using the emergency pickup to move to another location. Otherwise, your location will be easily exposed, and your enemy will have a chance to corner you. Also, as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're high up in the air, you'll continue to take damage and won't be able to heal. So, think carefully before using the emergency pickup. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be that unlucky player who ends up trapped in midair. Aside from the emergency pickup, we've prepared some other new contents in the new version. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hello PUBG Mobile players and fans! We've been hard at work continuously improving and polishing our game, and at long last, the official Livik map is ready to be played. In the official release version of Livik, we've retained the beta version's fast-paced combat while also revamping the major urban areas. At the same time, we've added a new vehicle and new interactables to the map for everyone to enjoy. New urban areas. In the official version of Livik, we've substantially improved the look of many areas and revamped layouts for a total upgrade. This is all to give everyone a fresh combat experience. Mid-Steam. First off, let's introduce Mid-Steam. The gateway with the name of the area and the main street in the city are the new landmarks. With buildings of different heights, this area will give players plenty to think about when strategizing. Take the high ground advantage or battle in close quarters. Anything is possible. Blomster. In the new Blomster, the wide streets divide the city into many areas. This means that whoever gains a better view of the city gains an advantage in battle. Your opponents would not want to attack you from the streets. And don't forget to check out the soccer field. We prepared a surprise reward for our players in this newly added area. Logistics Center. The lumber yard was changed to the Logistics Center. In a large open area, piled up shipping containers create a huge amount of cover. They're great for flexible strategies, but you must stay vigilant, as there may also be enemies around every corner. Get ready for close quarter combat. Iceboard. On a snow-covered hill, a castle stands. There are a lot of buildings with varying heights in Iceboard, with a white church in the center. If you want to take advantage of the terrain here, why not try to attack from behind? But keep an eye out for enemies that are doing the same thing, because once you expose yourself, you'll be at the mercy of enemy fire from above. New vehicle. In the official version of Livik, players will be able to find an all-new, all-terrain UTV. It has a compact frame, holds 4 passengers, and is great for traversal. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, the UTV handles them with ease. It could be your ticket to the final circle. Advanced Supply Zone. Want to stockpile combat supplies as soon as the match starts? No worries. In the official version of Livik, an Advanced Supply Zone will spawn randomly on the map. There are more resources than usual in this zone, but that also means more competition. If you're confident in your shooting skills, then give this place a try. Good luck! New interactive gameplay. In the official version of Livik, we added lots of interactables. They help make the official map more interesting, give more resources to players, and expand their options during a match. Wild berries. When you're out in rural areas of Livik, look around carefully, and you might just find some wild berries. Eat them to help you with survival, so that you can stay fresh for battles just around the corner. Soccer Challenge. There's a new soccer field in Blomster, but that's no ordinary field. Try to score a goal and see what happens. Excellent rewards await you. Storehouse. Breaking news. A batch of weapons has been delivered to Livik, and they're hidden in the aqueduct. Destroy the wall with firearms or explosives to hoard the hidden arsenal for yourself. High-flying vehicles. When you find crates in hard-to-reach places, try looking around. This is a challenge for players that live in the fast lane. Find a nearby motorcycle and ramp to reach those crates and get the rewards prepared for daredevils. Zipline. Ziplines will be added to the official version of Livik, giving players a way to move quickly from 2 fixed points. It will help you escape from enemies or the blue zone when in a pinch. Random supplies and treasure maps. In the official version of Livik, equipment and item crates will spawn randomly, giving you more ways to get items. Also pay attention to the treasure maps on the map because they help you locate supply crates nearby, so that you can get to them quickly. In the official version of Livik in Ranked Classic mode, we will bring back the recall event for a limited time. Getting defeated no longer means the end. Every player can be recalled once. When a recall is still available, players will be able to recall teammates for a period of time after they are defeated. We also added new quick chat voices so teammates can communicate better when recalling. As for players that are being recalled, we've also improved their vision when returning to the battleground so that they can better rejoin the battle immediately after landing. Other content. In addition to the changes above, the volcano that has been dormant for years in Livik has become active. Please be cautious when it erupts and stay away from the spewing lava. That's it for the official version of Livik. We hope you like it. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official bull community. We look forward to seeing you in the official version of Livik. Happy gaming!
An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई मेरो नाम चाहिँ DRS डेल्टा र म चाहिँ एन्ट्री फ्यागर हो टिम DRS को लागि। मेरो फेभरेट ट्रिक चाहिँ स्मोक भित्र लुकेर हान्ने हो। अनि अब जब नि घरमा रिजमा फाइट पर्छ म चाहिँ युजुअली स्मोक हाल्छु अनि त्यो भित्र सुतेर स्क्याम हान्छु कि त स्मोकमै एम गेम खेलेर अब एनिमीलाई डाल्छु। त्यही हो मेरो फेभरेट ट्रिक चाहिँ। स्मोक भित्र फाइट लिँदा चाहिँ अब धेरै जस्तो अब बेला बेला चाहिँ आफै पनि एनिमीसँग झुकेर ठोकिन्छ अनि एनिमीले ढालिदिन्छ कहिले कहिले आफूले ढाल्छ। त्यसमा चाहिँ 50% लकै भन्छु, तर आफ्नो एम राम्रो छ भने चाहिँ अब आफूले ढाल्छ। त्यही हो। मिलिट्री सर्कल या यताको अर्को आइल्यान्डको सर्कल पर्दा चाहिँ हामी धेरै जस्तो ब्रिजमै होल्ड गर्छौँ या ब्रिजको छेउतिर, जहाँबाट चाहिँ वारी जान पनि सजिलो होस् पारी जान पनि सजिलो होस्। त्यही गर्छौँ हामी। ब्रिज होल्ड गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ पारी जानुभन्दा अगाडि फाइट परिरहेछ भने चाहिँ धेरै नै थर्ड पार्टी आउन सक्छ। त्यही भएर थर्ड पार्टीलाई नै एभोइड गर्नुपर्छ अनि हेरेर खेल्नुपर्छ, सबै इन्फर्मेसन ग्यादर गरेर। क्लोज रेन्जमा फाइट गर्न छ भने चाहिँ अहिले फ्ल्याङ्कमा चाहिँ जम्प एन्ड पन्चै भन्छु। जम्प एन्ड पन्चले एनिमीलाई आफूले डुबाउन पनि सक्छ अनि आफू डुब्न पनि सक्छ, त्यसमा चाहिँ भर छैन। अनि लङ टाढाको फ्ल्याङ्क हो भने चाहिँ त्यही गाडीमा बगीमा अनएक्सपेक्टेड ठाउँमा गएर फ्ल्याङ्क गर्ने। फ्ल्याङ्क गर्दा चाहिँ एनिमीले नदेखेर नै अलि टाढैबाट जान ट्राई गरौँ। देख्यो भने त स्पट भयो भने त फेरि एम गेम त हो, ढालिदिन्छ एनिमीले नि, आफूले पनि ढाल्न सक्छ, जे नि हुनसक्छ। नदेखेर नै घुमेर नै अलि फ्ल्याङ्क गरौँ। लास्ट सर्कलतिर चाहिँ म आफ्नो टिममेटलाई चाहिँ ब्याक क्लियर गर अनि कहाँ राम्रो कभर छ त्यहाँ खेल्न भन्छु, किनभने ब्याकबाट ब्याक स्टेप पऱ्यो भने त लास्ट सर्कलमा रिभाइभ गर्न त धेरै नै गाह्रो पर्छ। अनि कभर भयो भने चाहिँ अलि इजी हुन्छ एनिमी स्पट गर्न पनि। लास्ट सर्कलमा चाहिँ त्यही हो, उठेर चाहिँ नहिँड्नु अनि धेरै सर्ट्स पनि नदिनु, किनभने लास्ट सर्कलमा त आफूले थर्ड पार्टी गरेर नि चिकन लिन सकिन्छ नि। त्यही भएर धेरै गन सर्ट्स साइलेन्टली खेलौँ।
Take a back set. Mongolia is stepping in.
The pride of Nepal is coming to get you.
Forged in tough battles, we bring the Pakistan juggernaut.
It's time to conquer Southeast Asia.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championships, day number 3, ladies and gentlemen, the penultimate day about to begin. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and we saw a lot of chaos in the matches yesterday, but once again the journey continues. 6 more matches are going to be played throughout the day on all the 3 different maps in the game, but at the end of the day, one team we will see as the top contender, hopefully the top contender for the trophy that will be announced tomorrow, and the rest of the lobby, well, they're going to try and see if they can snatch away that crown. Necro, what do you think?
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, snatching away the crown currently looks like next to impossible task because the way Stalwart Esports has been playing, it's been absolutely phenomenal. Now, in the day 2, yesterday, the way they played, it wasn't really nowhere near the way they played in day 1, which is quite understandable, but still what matters is the consistency that Stalwart is bringing to the table. And there's just nowhere to be faltered out, no matter what sort of game it is, no matter what kind of map you guys give to these players, they're never just gonna stop performing.
I mean, I completely agree with that. They have been quite consistent in this South Asia Championship so far, and as you mentioned, the rest of the teams, they are looking like they're falling like a little bit further behind, but JyanMaara on the other side are doing a pretty phenomenal job of making sure that Stalwart Esports do feel some pressure. They do feel they do hear the footsteps of JyanMaara just approaching slowly and steadily. But there is definitely a lot of pressure on everyone else as well, because it's not just the trophy that's on the line. There's a massive $150,000 in prize money that's about to be distributed between these 16 teams that have made it this far. And also, let's not forget, $2,000 for the MVP of the tournament.
Exactly, $2,000 for the MVP of the tournament. Of course, the people that are just joining us new here, total prize pool for this entire PMPL South Asia Championship is going to be $150,000. The first place, of course, getting $40,000 in their pockets. The second place getting $28,000. Third place getting $18,000. Fourth place getting $10,000, and then of course it's going to keep on descending downwards. But the most valuable player of this entire PMPL South Asia Championship is going to be getting $2,000 right in his pocket all by himself. So that's quite a huge number. That's quite a massive amount of money as well. So I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot of players still in that run-up. We also did see Sealed Demo slowly and steadily closing on up on that first spot.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Demo was doing a pretty phenomenal job yesterday, securing, I believe, 11 finishes in just one game. That was just incredible. And Seal Esports, in fact, sitting in the top 4 right now, do look quite solid, but they are quite far away from the top 3. And in fact, the top 2 be a little bit more precise. But we do also have the point structure. Again, earning points in every single game consistently is what the teams would like to focus on. You finish first, you get the chicken dinner, you get 15 points. You finish second in the game, you just get 12 points. Finishing third, you're going to get 8. And then there is the most important 1 point for every single elimination that you secure inside of the match. That, I think, again, it becomes a very high priority for the teams that have been struggling a little bit, because the elimination points are the only way you can actually keep up with the top leaders. And if you manage to get those high eliminations again and again consistently with high place finishes, it's going to be very easy for you to catch up, as it has been proven by I8 right there on the 5th position.
Exactly, as you did say, it has been proven by I8 on the 5th spot yesterday on day 2, man. I'm not gonna lie, the day 1 performance is nowhere near close to the ways I8 played on day 2. They just absolutely made a huge comeback on day 2, 112 points currently in their pockets. But what we're looking out for is that top 3. And well, Johnny, look at that. DRS is currently sitting in 3rd spot. Seal is right underneath them. So that means those 2 Mongolian Titans that are currently in the top 5, that's going to be a big threat. And there's still another one of those teams that is yet to come in that top 5. I feel like I'd see they have a huge potential to be in that top 5 as well.
Well, as you mentioned, I mean, they do have the potential to be in the top 5, but we haven't really seen them in their original form. Till now, at least. I mean, as far as the elimination numbers are considered, they are doing quite well, but it's those placement points there where they seem to be lacking. But on the other side, Phantom Esports, again, have been the fan favorites this entire time, but they are also sitting outside the top 10 on the 11th position and a little too far away from I8C in particular, the team right above them. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle for them to make the push inside of the top 10. But as we were talking about it a little bit earlier, we finally have the MVP rankings on our screens, and Pika is definitely doing a wonderful job just making sure those high elimination numbers keep him on the 1st position, but he is being put under pressure by his own teammate. I don't think Stalwart Esports do actually care about getting the MVP though. They care about winning the trophy. The team, they have to play together, and they're doing a pretty phenomenal job of just playing very well as a team. And again, I mean, just not enough words to just showcase how good Stalwart Esports is doing right now.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, man. They were just so close to get the glory as well. If you remember the PMGC days, man, Stalwart Esports was one of those teams that we all were rooting out for. We're like, all right, Stalwart Esports has to be one of those teams that currently in South Asia, they're the most talented one without a doubt. We all were looking out for them, but unfortunately, they couldn't really make it, but it's okay. Now Stalwart Esports, they're back stronger than ever before, so I do want to see what they've got to deliver.
But since you did mention the word talent, we have to talk about the team with a lot of raw talent in them, as they have showcased throughout the years they have been playing. I'm talking about I8. I mean, day number 1 was a very big blunder from their end, but day number 2 and I8, they start completely fresh from scratch, and they do a phenomenal job. Look at the improvement. Day 1, average damage dealt 685, average eliminations 3.3, average points 5.5 points per match, which is not really that great. And day number 2 rolls around, they make the jump from 5.5 points per game to 13.2 points per game, which is actually very impressive and nice. And I think if they keep it going, maybe we're going to see I8 make it into the top 3 by the end of the day today.
That's crazy though. If you take a look at the damage difference from day 1 and day 2, I mean, on day 1 they were barely on like 680 or something. On day 2 they're like 1,000 plus. And that's absolutely impressive. I mean, this in itself just shows that I8 were actually just waiting for day 2. On day 1, it's kind of like the grounds where they would like to test the waters and stuff. And then day 2, that's when they'll actually start just going ham. And that's what I8 exactly did. They were taking fights in all cylinders. Unfortunately, the freestyle over here on the map of Sanhok was on the receiving end, as you guys can see all the highlights of I8 and what sort of gunfights they were engaged in throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking quite solid, and I think the reason for that is, as we talked about day number 1, I8, they were trying to be as aggressive as they were before, being a part of those close quarters combat situation, which wasn't really working out because it was always getting them sandwiched and picked off early, and they weren't really able to get any placement points because of that. But yesterday they were more, in the sense, engaged in those mid to long range engagements where they would have some breathing space in case they were under pressure from another team, in case they were getting third partied and there was a possibility for them to disengage. So just finding those moments changed everything for I8, and we can clearly see that on the performance graph as well.
My God.
Day number 1, it barely crosses 15, and day number 2, the worst performance they had was like like 5-6 points, I guess. And 5-6 points in one match is actually like not too bad if that is the worst you're going to play the entire day.
Oh, that's absolutely not. And then you can literally see, right, the conversion from 6th match to 7th match. Of course, in day 1, we had 6 matches, and then, of course, it kept on continuing from 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then you can instantly see on the 7th game, if I'm not wrong, the first ever game of day 2, they actually got a chicken dinner for themselves, so they were able to kick things off pretty well. And Stalwart Esports, oh, my bad. I mean, that's their previous organization. What am I saying? Oh, damn, that's a little rivalry that I just brought up. But yeah, I8, which was back in the day, Stalwart Esports. But yeah, I8 currently, they have been looking pretty phenomenal on day 2. Now, I do want to see how the conversion is going to be looking like on day 3 because, again, as I said, another Mongolian giant, they're still sleeping, and someone needs to poke them and wake them up because I'm pretty sure on day 3, as they've realized the days are passing by, they would also want to wake up. But talking about Stalwart, man, you know, I brought up Stalwart over there. We also have a little graphic between the Stalwart versus JyanMaara comparison, and let's check it out because these two currently, our team, for example, JyanMaara is sitting in 2nd place and Stalwart is on 1st place.
Well, as you said about IHC, the sleeping giants from Mongolia, well, while they were sleeping, the sleeping giants of Nepal have actually woken up because, again, JyanMaara is a legacy team. The lineup has been there since for a very long time. They've been competing on stages like these, and they were looking for that perfect opportunity to showcase themselves, to showcase what they're built of. And I think this time around, this is their time to shine. JyanMaara are doing a pretty phenomenal job, as we do have the stats in front of us. Damage dealt, they are being more aggressive than Stalwart Esports. At least they were yesterday, and they did a pretty phenomenal job being very consistent and have in fact closed up the difference slightly, but it wasn't enough. Stalwart Esports is still sitting at a pretty heavy advantage, but JyanMaara, I think just a few more things, not a few more things, but just a few more extra points to their name today, and maybe we're gonna see them inch a little bit closer to Stalwart Esports, and I would love to see that actually.
Exactly, and look at that, nice, just snapped his neck in half. I mean, Stalwart Esports, these little highlights are just a glimmer of how they exactly play in the battlegrounds, because again, they also have a great IGL, a huge mind, I think, behind all those rotations that they make and stuff like that. And then you have another counterpart, which is currently sitting on 2nd place, JyanMaara, coming in as well. And JyanMaara too, so far they have been the mega minds of the game, because without a doubt, they're not just focusing on the elimination points, but also perfectly mentioned that they're also playing for those placement points as well. JyanMaara is always taking calculated risk.
Yeah, it's quite important that you bring that up, because those calculated risks are the reason that we have seen JyanMaara be extremely consistent in the matches that they played so far, and they have to make sure that they keep this going. this momentum of theirs, it does not stop till the very end. Otherwise, DRS is on their toes as well. There's Seal Esports climbing up quite steadily. Let's not forget about the lads from I8 and T2K, because those are also very deadly teams. And JyanMaara, these teams behind them, they're just looking for an opportunity where JyanMaara slips up and they just topple them over, take the second position away, and then try and challenge Stalwart Esports themselves. But again, JyanMaara, nothing taken away from them. They are doing a pretty phenomenal job, and I like watching JyanMaara in this particular form. I like watching them perform like this because, again, a very, very well-known lineup as far as the PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal is considered. And again, it was just bound to happen, and I'm glad it's like happening in front of us because we all get to enjoy this legacy being built.
Exactly. I mean, I still remember Gunnar is one of the most OG players that JyanMaara has wielded, and Gunnar used to be known as some of the best assaulters back in the day as well, and still he is. So, yeah, let's take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, because now it's time for us to move on over, and it's time for us to just go inside the games as well. So the schedule is going to be popping up in front of us. But, Johnny, before that, as we were talking about JyanMaara and Gunnar being one of the most OG players, because we've seen JyanMaara go through so many roster changes, right? Gunnar is one of the most OG players out there. He has to be on the front lines as well sometimes, and he's such a flexible player in general.
I mean, definitely, Gunnar has been quite a big, important cornerstone for the lineup of JyanMaara. But again, JyanMaara, I think the sort of the spirit, the values that the organization have, they are more reliant on just the team play aspect, everyone just being together and performing together. Usually, especially, I mean, in these days, if you watch JyanMaara, it is just that whole team playing together and being on the same page that is resulting in them having good results in game, them getting a lot of points in those matches. With those star player performances, with those one player popping off really, really nicely, and the team relying on that one individual to keep on performing every single game, it does not really work out because, I mean, how much pressure can that one lad take upon himself? Everyone needs to be on the same page, and again, it's going to be quite important to see exactly if or when does JyanMaara succumb to the pressure as well, because again, they are doing pretty well, but again, we've always talked about this as being on top is much easier if you compare it to just holding on to that top position. Being on the first position and just staying there is the most difficult thing you can think about or pull it off, unless you're Stalwart Esports right now with a like 30+ point lead against the rest of the competition. Unless a situation like that arises, it's pretty tough to just stay on top consistently.
I mean, talking about staying on top, man. I mean, look, staying on top, I feel like is some of the most pressurizing things without a doubt. Yeah. Because staying on top is already, you have a lot to lose. You already have a lot of fan base that is watching out for you because you've, of course, been playing phenomenally without a doubt. And then you always will have that paranoia that the teams that are currently sitting on second place, they will always catch up. Before I progress on any forward with this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, we have something to give back to you guys. If you guys do help us complete these milestones on 50K Conqueror watching, we're going to be giving away a nice this little suit, as you guys can see, a complete set, and then of course on a little bit more, which is 75K. If you guys do complete that milestone, then we're also going to be giving away some more nice in-game goodies, and then 100K is going to be the maximum milestone, and you guys will be getting some more free permanent item. PMPL 2022 special crate is available as well. It's currently on sale, so ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go and grab it. Why not, right? It's on sale. Why would you want to waste a complete money? So just go ahead and grab it. And yes,
discounted prices.
Exactly, discounted prices. And I'm not gonna lie, Johnny, you and me, we're kind of the same in this one. We always are just waiting for those sales, you know?
Yeah, never buy full price. That has to be a rule in life, I guess. But talking about rules, I mean, we do have the map rotation in front of us where, I mean, this time the rules have been broken. As you guys saw, this time we don't end on Erangel. Again, the last game being played today is going to be on Miramar. But for that, the first Erangel of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the map chances in front of us. And now we finally get to see I8 as being one of the top 5 teams on Erangel, and all because of the 2 consistent runs on the first and the second Erangel that were played yesterday. Anytime there's a central circle and the trajectory towards the north, basically if you force I8 to play somewhere around Pochinki, I think that has been the perfect spot for them. If they go towards Military Island, then there's a clash with Seal Esports that you have to worry about, and that sort of gives a little bit of a trouble to them in the early game stages. But let's see what is going to happen. It's a new day, it's a newer angle, and who knows where the trajectory or the circle will go.
Exactly, Johnny. But hey, you talked so much about this stuff, you blabbered a lot, but now it's time for us to move on to the real stuff. Let's move on to the predictions, Johnny. What do you think? Which team will take it?
I mean, since you said I was blabbering on about I8 all this while, I am just going to go with I8. And hey, we are keeping a tally at this point, so I better be correct. I hope.
You're going to go with
Please,
I8?
Let's win.
Yeah. You know what? I feel kind of bad for IHC because they haven't been able to step things up. So I'm going to go with IHC on day 3, game 1. IHC production, make it IHC right now. That's what I want to look out for. And hopefully, I wish we could also see the productions predictions, you know, because there's a man currently behind the scene. His name is Blank. And he's just directing us with all of this. So I do want to know what his predictions are as well, because we're going to be moving on over to the first game of the day 3, which is going to be, of course, played on map of Erangel. Without any more time, we're probably going to be heading inside. But before that, right, I coming inside, I still remember one of those players used to be Ghost now that is currently playing. And he was a former member of Skylightz. He had quite a lot of success as well over there. And I feel like I have done such a great decision of picking up that player because Ghost has had a great past.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I mean, that stint with Skylightz was when Skylightz was at their peak. And again, they were very well known throughout the region of South Asia as being one of the best teams in Pakistan at that time. Ghost was known as one of the best players in Pakistan. And hey, the production's prediction.
Hey, there we go.
The production is
it's right
predicting Skylightz Gaming.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
What do you have to say about that, Necro?
Skylightz Gaming? Oh, man, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I would say, okay, that's a pretty solid pick, you know, but so far, Skylightz Gaming, it's like that they're not really coming true the expectations that we had moving inside the South Asia Championship, right, Johnny? We expected them to be in the top 5 somewhere there, but so far, they're kind of, I mean, they are doing pretty okay, don't get me wrong, but they still have a huge chance of being in that top 3 as well. They're currently sitting on 9th spot in the overall rankings with 81 points in their pocket, so they do have a huge chance coming up. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have the planned fly path of the first ever game of day 3, which is going to be starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards Godka.
Well, this is going to be quite interesting now. Since this is a trajectory starting from the southern part of the map, it's going to make things a lot more interesting, specifically for my predictions, because now I want to see what is going to be the situation like towards Military Island. And what am I seeing on the radar? Is that correct? Is someone trying to drop on Novorepnoy with Stalwart Esports, or am I just going insane? Alright, that seemed like it was just a weird color right there, but no one dare challenges the kings of Novorepnoy. It's just Stalwart Esports. DRS, they are headed towards Milta Power.
I'm not gonna lie, I would want to see a challenge though for Stalwart Esports. No one dares to step in their territory because Stalwart Esports is just that. They have created such an aura of destruction. If anyone does go and no reply, they will just get slapped up. And let me tell you what, Johnny, let me remind you, PMPL South Asia, right? Back in the day, Season 1, if I'm not wrong, if you remember, Astro Academy, which is currently Stalwart Esports, IHC, which was Zeus, they tried to target him.
Well, yep.
And Astro Academy absolutely slapped him and sent him back.
Yeah, I do remember that correctly. It was the last game, 30 points needed, or somewhere around 30 points needed for the lads of IHC to actually lift the trophy. And, well, that was the first time we actually came across Astro Academy, and they were just brilliant. Since then, these lads have just proven, like, yeah, they are the new big bad boys in town. But on the other end, though, I8 right now playing from Pachinki, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what they are going to do now, since yesterday, as we talked about it, all the 2 central circles that we had on Erangel, I did pretty well for themselves. 1 chicken dinner, 1 top 5 finish with a lot of eliminations. Their points were looking very solid. But now the circle is towards the west. Shouldn't be too difficult for them to actually adapt to this, since their drop spot, it's going to be inside the circle for at least a few short moments. But during those late stages of the match, that is when things will get very interesting.
Exactly. Before now, we have high voltage currently on our screens. And Johnny, man, I'm not going to lie, the downhill curve continues for a team like high voltage. Now, high voltage as well is one of those OG Nepal teams, right? And coming inside this one, unfortunately, high voltage, they aren't really able to perform up to the mark. And I don't exactly know how the South Asians going to feel about that, because high voltage currently they're sitting on 15th spot with only 45 points in their hands, and right underneath them is Regicide. So they're the second last team in the overall rankings, and I'm pretty sure that's not going to feel good.
Yeah, that is definitely not going to feel good. It's going to be quite awkward for them, but let's see. On the other end, though, IHC Esports, I think this is going to be quite a comfortable game for them since they are completely isolated towards Georgia Pole. And I don't think anyone is going to dare challenge them in a position like that, especially since they did get there quite early this time. But fun things are going to happen towards the eastern part of the map. You look at Yasnai, you look towards that farm area, you look towards Milta City. A lot of teams present in those positions, and since everyone is going to be forced to move towards the western part of the map, that is when the chaos and the bloodbath will begin.
Talk about the bloodbath, though. Right just sat in front of our screens, and so far not really able to show themselves up that great in the overall ranking standpoint. Right side, such an old team as well, coming in from the Pakistan region, but currently 52X Rage has been one of those teams that has been surprising us. And the way they've been playing, at least the way they played in day one, was phenomenal. But on day two, the drop-off was clearly being seen. And I don't exactly know what they can do to try and fix things up, because I honestly feel like on day two compared to day one, things were changed quite a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, day two was very, very chaotic as compared to day one. And again, a major reason was because of the fact that the teams that were sitting on the second page of the rankings actually started to do really well for themselves on day number two. We saw a big bounce up from T2K, we saw a big bounce up from I8, 52X Rays. The drop was there, but one thing I'm glad about is the fact that it wasn't too drastic of a drop. They didn't drop from the 5th position all the way to the 11th. They were still 8th. They're still there with the 91 points that they have. And so there is a possibility that if the same consistency that we saw, if the same performance that we saw from 52X Rage on day one, if it returns, there is a possibility that it might give a little bit of a fight to I8 in the next few matches. But for that to happen, I mean, for us to find out if that actually happens, we will have to wait, in fact, for the next Erangel to roll around and see how 52X Rage are going to do in this Erangel and the next Miramar. If these two matches do not really go their way, then it's going to be a little bit of a pickled situation for them. But lads of IHC in front of us, and they have been, I mean, again, we know IHC and the team above them, Skylightz Gaming, that these lads are very good. They're some of the best teams in the world. They have made it to the global championship stages again and again and again. They've always been there. They've been playing against the best of the best from the entire world. But both of them are sitting on the 9th and 10th position right now, and we know it is going to happen. It is going to happen. It's a question of when. Not a question of if it's going to happen. It's when will these two teams start performing. They only have 12 matches remaining.
And this is quite impressive too, Johnny. 52 eliminations from the side of IHC.
Oh, yeah.
And they're still sitting on 12th spot in the overall rankings. They're not able to do that great. That's impressive. That speaks volumes about this team's fragging powers. But again, the problem has been the over-aggression sometimes this team shows, the overconfidence this team shows. They will need to learn to put on a leash onto themselves, and that's when only they will actually start doing something in the battlefield, because we know not just the elimination points matter. More than the elimination points, I feel like placement points should be capitalized, and that's why JyanMaara currently are sitting in 2nd spot.
Yeah. And again, I completely agree with you. I mean, sometimes you just have to back off from those fights, right?
Yeah.
You have to take a step back, have to try and disengage and try and prioritize those positioning points. But for now, at least, let's see what the situation for the lobby is going to be like. Although, I mean, again, so one more surprise in this game is the fact that 52X Raids, as you were talking about them, usually in Erangel, we've seen them play from that Stalwart Kameshki hills and play extremely late early game. So that is something that is quite contrary to the cards that have been dealt to 52X Rays right now. They're smack in the middle of the circle. We did see them try to edge towards the western edge of the map, but how successful are they going to be? Because even IHC are going to look to try and take that position under control, since they will realize that majority of the central position of the circle are already going to be taken over by the other teams inside of the lobby. TUF on our screens have been spotted out by Regicide, but no direct contact between the two squads. So TUF, they just fall back to their squad houses, to the solid cover that they have, and Regicide, they just back off to where they came from.
They wouldn't need to. I mean, take a look at the overall rankings. They're sitting on 16th spot, and I don't feel like challenging any sort of fights like that is going to pan out well for them. Not doing good neither in placements, neither in elimination points, with 44 points in total in their pockets currently. IHC close to the players of 52X Rage. No intention so far of engaging in a fight, or maybe they're just oblivious about the fact that Rage is right there in front of them. Zen has a good spot on top of the roof. He's trying to scout the areas around him. But again, this circle is something that's going to be playing a cruel game.
The circle is always cruel. It's never too friendly to anyone, but let's see. IHC Zeol taking a few shots from Zen from the side of 52X Rage. Again, as I said, this collision was bound to happen. Even IHC are trying to employ the same strategies, just being a little bit passive in the early stages and then very aggressive from the mid to the late game stages. 52X Rage, they just give away those compounds. Wow, now that is going to be something very interesting. I want to see what the play is going to look like from here on out, because now instead of standing in a solid position and taking the fight against the players of IHC, 52X Rage are backing off, giving the control away to the players of IHC, maybe to set up a bait situation in those houses, just try and lure them in and then try and pick them off. But look at this, True Love. He's stuck in an awkward spot. His teammates are falling in line right behind him, but the players of Phantoms rotating around him might just be taken out, but no, they get away quite comfortably.
They're booking it for a more centralized positioning inside the zone. And oh, Deadeyes Guys, one of the players gets caught off guard out in the open, and he's not going to be spared by Uzum. The spray's going to connect precisely as one of the players from Deadeyes Guys does go down on his knees, but that's all he's going to get from that. No conversion. So at least for now, no casualties on the side of Deadeyes Guys. Getting back to the conversation, though, that we're having, yeah, 52X Rage decided to center on up a bit more. And I'm not going to lie, don't really like the decision that 52X Rage decided to make there. Because sometimes playing in the outskirts, playing in the off-center can be the great play. But hold on to my words, because TDK is against the players of Skylightz Gaming, and that's the prediction of one of our production crew.
Yep. But let's see whose prediction is going to be right. Right now, Skylightz Gaming, as you mentioned, have lost one player already. I8, it looks like there's going to be a third-party situation. They were already setting their crosshairs to try and take the duel against the players of Deadeyes Guys, but now High Voltage have closed in on the compounds right between the two teams. Well, diagonal to both the teams, so that's added pressure that the lads will have to deal with. And Crypto just spotting Wadu on that window, the first floor window, taking a few shots, giving away his position in return, but just forcing the lads from the side of High Voltage to stay pinned down. But that's not going to be enough, as Blade gets knocked out from a very, very nasty shot from the bolt action in the hands of Shifu Sir. And Deadeyes Guys, they have found the opening, but can they convert?
Yeah, just snaps his neck in half, cracks his skull open. Deadeyes Guys, I mean, so far, things are looking quite good. Again, every single team currently in the lobby, they're going to try to set themselves up in a comfortable spot and then wait for the next circle shift to come, because we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of engagements. We are seeing a little bit of shots being peppered down here and there, but nothing really, like no casualties coming through so far. High Voltage in the receiving end. As Deadeyes Guys, they're just tapping away, trying to dismantle the vehicle. That's all he can get. I8 over here as well. Nothing really much happening at this point, Johnny.
Yeah. Not a lot of action, but that's the usual results that you get to see. This is a textbook Gatka circle that we are seeing in front of us. And again, this is when I think we wait for the 17-18 minute marker. That is when a lot of the collisions and the team fights are going to happen, because now already it's going to happen a lot more sooner, because now the circle again moves towards the west. It's a complete wide swing from the game that's going to force all these teams that were thinking they were safe, Deadeyes Guys, I8, High Voltage, Stalwart Esports, TUF, they're going to be forced to move even more west. And now all of a sudden I8C, they find themselves in a wonderful position. Like, they are going to be playing edge to edge, but this split is what worries me, Necro. Zeol and Alex in the backlines. We do have IC, but if the lads get caught off guard, then there's going to be absolutely no backup, no recovery from there.
Exactly. They have a chance to gatekeep a lot of teams right there on the northern side. So do you want to see how IC are going to try to play that out? They do have Alex currently just holding the edge lines of the zone, as we do see the players of Freestyle just mowing down the vehicle in the front, and that's going to be it for Phantom Esports as Vexy gets taken down. A big man taken out as well from the game, and now Seal too. They want a bit of taste of that blood, so Seal as well. Now they're going to start a fire against the players of Phantom. Quite a risky rotation this time, not really working out, Johnny.
Well, definitely, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly are they going to do to turn things around. But so far, High Voltage trying to make a getaway quite safely, in fact. But Deadeyes Guys, few shots fired, and a few of them connect. But Assassin still managing to stay alive out in the open. Shifu is not going to give up on this, switching over to the bolt action. But look at that, trouble in paradise as High Voltage have now been caught off guard by the players of T2K, and this is going to be a mid-rotation collision between the two teams. A lot of utility being lobbed towards Legend, but Legend with a nade perfectly lined up and knocking out Prabeen from the action. One more, and this one had Wadu's name written all over it. 2 knocks secured with no, well, without guns being used to get those knocks. All the nade action you would want to see in a matchup. And well, that sort of leaves T2K with a massive advantage in this fight. Legend point blank duel against Assassin, which was a big mistake. And he just ends up giving away his point to the opposition now. This might have been a very big blunder from the lads of Train to Kill. Extreme in the backlines, but Assassin is stuck in the middle of nowhere. He's going to get knocked out by Jane and finished off. But High Voltage, can they make something happen? Prabeen, he's just bleeding slowly and steadily from the distance. Yoga is going to be knocked out, but still it's a 2 versus 1 situation. Extreme, the last player surviving for the team.
Oh, that's not really looking that great for them, but trying to kill as well. They realize making it inside the circle has to be the main priority, so Sunday's just straight up booking it inside the next zone. But the rest of the players, Yoga is being brought back up on his feet, but for how long is that the question? Because Skylightz Gaming over here, on the other hand, I see just unloading their max on the players of Skylightz Gaming. AJ gets taken down, Gelson as well in one of the most uncomfortable spots out in the open, does not have any sort of cover to play with. The only thing that he has is currently that ridge line being his severe.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, that smaller ridge is the only thing that's protecting him for now, and Gelson, he's stuck close to the edge of the blue. The blue zone closing in on, well, it will close in on his position in a few more seconds, in about 40 more seconds, and that is where he will definitely start sweating. And the lads of IHC, they're going to start smiling just thinking about the point that they're about to secure. But that's not the only thing that they have to worry about. Regicide waiting on the high ground can actually cause a lot of trouble for IHC if the circle moves away from them.
Exactly, but the problem here is that circle this time is going to shift a little bit on the right side, Johnny. That means shifting on top of the players of 52X Rage. Currently, 52X Rage has the best spot inside the entire zone. So they're definitely going to be in the controlling position. But I do want to see how IHC now, they're going to try to rotate in because they're currently just holding the edge lines. The compound that IHC is holding is not even making it inside the zone. So this is somewhere IHC might just be pushed out of their comfort zone.
Well, let's see. I mean, talking about comfort zones right now, I think even though Freestyle is surrounded by a lot of bodies, they're still going to be feeling very comfortable since they do have a pretty big advantage. But JyanMaara, oh no, Vasi, his location has been given away, and JyanMaara, they're closing in on these compounds. Vasi has to try his level best to find an opening, and JyanMaara, they're running out in the open. A few more shots connect. The HP bars are going to be quite low, but they do find some cover for themselves, JyanMaara. And Gunnar, the man that you were talking about, he's just waiting for an opportunity for one small mistake from the players of Freestyle that he can punish, that he can use to secure a few extra points for his team. And this might be it. Tyrant in the backlines finds an opening, but it's going to be an instant trade coming in. Snipe White D with a beautiful, beautiful shot connecting. And with this nade being lobbed, can it secure those points? No.
No fear, still knocked. Snipe YT is going for the resurrection on the fallen comrade. Tyrant tried to make an off angle, but unfortunately instead gets caught himself. And now Malik as well is trying to create an off angle right here, all the way in the back lines. They're trying to sandwich the players of JyanMaara, but JyanMaara as well, they're quite a brilliant team. Talk about a calculated risk. They're well known for doing so. And now we have the players of IHC in front of us, and Regicide this time might just be on the receiving end, because Regicide, their firepower hasn't been looking that phenomenal, and compare that to IHC. IHC, of course, will have a bit of an upper edge, as Godless is slowly and steadily inching his way in. Boz is going to be in the clotheslines. Godless catches a lot of bullets, and now he decides to fire back, and this time, Insane will fall down, and this is where Regicide crumbles down.
Well, but let's see Regicide, as you said, they are crumbling, falling down to pieces, but oh my goodness, that nade right there just destroying the hopes and dreams of IHC. One lad finished off, another one knocked out. Godless just standing, blockading the way for Nocto. One more towards him. He's down to a sliver of HP. If this one connects, Godless is going to be knocked out as well, but no, IHC has been revived. Godless and IHC, both of them need to heal up, and Alex, he needs to absorb all this pressure that's falling upon his teammates, and it's being dropped on them like a ton of bricks. But no, IHC, they have regrouped, they have reclaimed their position, and now it's time for the final push. It's time to say bye-bye Regicide. IHC, they do see blood right in front of them. They are hungry for it. Voltrex, the last player surviving, trying to hide, but where are you gonna go? That's it, done and dusted. One more team eliminated.
The automatic MK14 just doing such a great job, and now Top just mowing down the vehicle in the front. Was not really able to find a lot of connections, but still was able to do a lot of damage on that vehicle, and that's something that's going to matter quite a lot, because at this point in time, a lot of teams are going to rely on those vehicles, and if you're able to dismantle those vehicles, that means it's still quite a lot of damage. Stalwart Esports, Top just pushes out of the open, and he gets instantly knocked out. DRS doing a great job, and now it's all down to Scry. Stalwart Esports in one of the most uncomfortable spots.
Well, let's see. It is definitely quite an uncomfortable position for them, since it's just Scry, the last player surviving for his team, and he's trying his level best just to stay hidden behind their vehicle, but I don't think he's going to be staying alive for long. On the other end, oh! I don't think it was going to be this quick, though.
Yeah, that's quite insane. But yeah, there we go. Stalwart Esports getting eliminated. It's just the Circle playing cruel games, and I called it as well. Circle is going to be mean to a lot of teams, but I'd see now. Look at the rotation they're trying to make here, Johnny. I personally love the fact that they're actually trying to rotate all the way from north inside the zone. But DRS, again, they're just unleashing hell. They're just open firing on the teams in the front. TUF now this time are going to be on the receiving end, but TUF too. Finally, they find themselves a little bit of safer spot that they can call home for now, but Rebel is not going to be stopped anytime soon.
Well, but let's see. Sandesh knocked out in the open. TUF, Thor, Virus, and Joker all set to pick apart the lads of Train to Kill. But JyanMaara in the distance is the only thing that is going to make them second guess their decision. And look at that. Just a lot of utility being exchanged between the two teams. But finally, Joker finding the opening, Gunner getting knocked out. But with a nade, even TUF are going to be forced to bleed as Joker gets taken out from the backlines. DRS doing a brilliant job. And Deadeyes Guys taking on the lads of 52X Rage for now.
And did you see that? Just got blown up. Those grenades this time are really dealing some crucial damage. Utility is, of course, one of the most crucial factors inside the game, but 52X Rage exposing himself a bit too much, and Daku will fall down, and Shifu Sir wants to go for the confirmation. He will get it in his hands as well, but 52X Rage, they're already getting dismantled quite early off in this game. JyanMaara still alive with all four players up. Deadeyes Guys as well right there. But unfortunately, a team like IHC that I made the predictions of, they've already been taken care of, Johnny.
Well, let's see. We do have the top 6 teams in front of us, and a wonderful nade towards Shifu there. 52X Rage again finding another important opening. But now, look at this. Crypto, you cheeky man, just taking away the point from the distance. Point stolen. And Crypto, with that, goes on a domination. 3 eliminations secured. I8, they have the players of Deadeyes Guys and the players of 52X Rage in positions from where they can be dealt with quite easily. But JyanMaara, look at them, taking a fight against, well, not a fight, but trying to take a fight against the players of 52X Rage. But that is going to be quite a big gamble for JyanMaara, because in the next 7 seconds, they will have to move towards the zone. And I8 is the team that's blocking their way.
They've got him in the sight, and Jane is going to deliver. Delta now is going to take it out. And that's quite huge too. I mean, yeah, as long as you are the king of the hill, that's a good thing. But as soon as you do want to move down from that hill, that's when you will be taking a lot of damage without a doubt. And that's when they decided to push out of their comfort zone, and DRS took a bit too much damage. Huge hits on their side, and now they're just down to the one last man alive. They are going for the res as well, as Deadeyes Guys just unleashing hell in the front. Just Dragon's Breath rounds unloaded in the front, as we do have Uzum now, realizing he's getting pushed down by the players of JyanMaara. The nade's going to connect. Uzum falls down, but I8, they still have a great cover fire.
Well, but let's see. I mean, the cover fire is quite impressive. Uzum, the revive is going to be so important for him for I8 to bring him back into the game. JyanMaara on the other side, if they beat I8, this is going to be their game to win. I8 is the team right now, sitting there with the man advantage and the momentum in their favor to actually close out this match. Look at their position in the circle. It's completely uncontested, solid cover available to them. It's going to be so easy for them to close it out, but no fear. Without any fear, just picking off the players of 52X Rage. Shot one, that's a knock. Second, that's a knock. Third, that's the squad wipe. And 52X Rage are out of the contention for winning the chicken dinner in this particular match. Train to kill, well, they're going to be taken out as well. The last player surviving getting picked off. And now it is between JyanMaara with 11 eliminations to their name. It's I8 waiting to secure another chicken dinner and move up in the rankings. And then there is Deadeyes Guys with True Love, who was knocked out but has been revived and is going to heal up and then start moving towards the circle. It's a 4 versus 3 situation. I8 with a man advantage and a pretty good position for the blue zone closing in, and this next circle is going to be, well, I hope it's in the middle of all 3 teams.
Where's the next circle gonna be in? Yes, it is!
Yes!
Pretty much in the middle of all these 3 teams, and one of the players from I8 actually makes it in, but unfortunately he gets knocked out. Another man falls down. Gunner is putting in a lot of work, and JyanMaara currently, they're looking like the undefeated Titans, as Gunner is just keeping on mowing the players down to the front, and this nade might just be instrumental. If it does connect on the mark, then things will change drastically, but no, the nade does not find the mark. Second one tossed in as well, hoping that maybe this one will do it, but no, that's not going to be the case. Gunner, the final glimmer of hope alive for JyanMaara. We'll get the confirmation on Crypto, spots out another player, but the automatic MK14 is going to deal a lot of damage.
And now I8, they just have to deal with the players of Deadeyes Guys. True Love in the middle of nowhere. Frogboy is going to be taken out. Blade, you see one more right in front of you. And this gives the advantage to the players of I8. True Love lining up the nade. Blade with one of his own, but who is going to connect first? Well, Blade repositioned. True Love, he does not have a lot of room to work with. It's just the haystack that's protecting him. And finally, he's going to be shut down as well. Now, 1 versus 3 situation for Chari from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Blade, he's going to push forward to finish it off. I8, can they secure their second winner chicken dinner? Yesterday's first Erangel was there as well, and this is just going to be a repetition of that. Chari just completely prone down, all alone. So scared right now, I believe. How is he going to pull this off? I mean, it's going to be unrealistic to think that this man can actually secure this chicken dinner, but hey, we are always going to be dreamers. But kudos to I8, and hey, my prediction is about to come right.
Exactly, I8 are looking like the unstoppable force of nature. Chari exactly knows where every single player is, but I8 are oblivious about the fact that Deadeyes Guys Chari is just hiding behind a little hay bale. How are they going to fight this man? How are they going to find him? They haven't gotten this man in his sights, as Chari exactly knows where I8 are, and here we go. Finally, the US comes out to scout around, and Chari is going to connect a lot of shots on Uzum. Eventually, we'll take him down, but no, that's not the case. It's I8 taking the final man down as well, and talking about starting the day off on a dominating way. Another day, day 3, just kicking things off on a good note.
And that was an impressive win from I8 as well. As I said, I mean, the house they were holding, they had to deal with a lot of pressure, they had to deal with a lot of teams, and they did a pretty phenomenal job of doing that. An impressive run, 11 eliminations secured, 2,200 damage dished out, and well, there's the dream. Top 3 for I8 Esports after this particular match. Now, DRS Esports, they have been pushed below. I8, I want to see, can they make it? Well, can they dethrone JyanMaara now?
Wow, I mean, oh boy, what did I just witness? I just witnessed some of the most insane games that we've seen so far in the South Asia Championship, Johnny. And oh boy, that was a worth watching game as well, Johnny. I mean, this is something that cannot be ignored.
Exactly. I mean, it can't be ignored. Kudos to i8 for pulling this off. JyanMaara did really well as well, making it into the top 3, so that's going to give them an edge, help close the distance between them and Stalwart Esports. But for now, what the actual numbers are going to be, we're going to find out after this very short break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia right here. I'm Laura, joined along with Necro as we look at the MVP coming in from the first game of the day. It is going to be Jane from T2K with 6 eliminations, 5 knocks and 983 damage to start. Quite a lot of chaos being brought on into the lobby from the dude right here with only 21 minutes of survival.
Exactly. 21:51 is the survival time. No fear as well. It's going to be there from the side of JyanMaara this time, though, with 5 elimination points and 977 damage dealt. So close, but it's just that damage number just took over a little bit, and that's why Jane had his name on over there, because you also do see No Fear had more survival time compared to Jane. But then we have Crypto coming in, the winners of the previous game. i8 again started things on a great note on day 2 as well, and now starting things off on a great note even on day 3. i8, it's like just call them the openers at this point.
They definitely are. I mean, that was a rock-solid start coming in from the side of i8 indeed. And that is something that you and Johnny were talking about as well when it comes to the Pakistan region. I mean, i8, they have been a bunch that have stuck together for a very, very long time. And it was clearly indicated from their play yesterday as well that day number 1, they were just trying to test the lobby. And then on 4th, day 2, as well as the start of day 3, it is looking real good for their side as we move through to the match summary. Of course, we do have the highest elimination from the Jane, along with that damage going in his favor, but of course Crypto not that far behind.
Exactly, as you mentioned, and I said this as well. On day 1, usually i8 is a sort of a team that just likes to test the waters. They like to see how the lobby is going to be playing inside the entire state championship. They do their homework, they do their research, they come back even stronger on day 2, and they just put on some incredible stats on the board, and that's what they've done. As you do take a look at the match rankings, of course, i8 with 26 points, and then you move on over to JyanMaara. Again, the consistency is hitting the deck for JyanMaara, and that's something Stalwart Esports will need to find a counter to.
Absolutely will, and another team to actually bring up in that same conversation or breadth is going to be T2K. I mean, T2K had a really good day 2, and day 3 also is looking like a very synergistic play coming in from their side as well as we move through to the Oppo F21 Pro moments. I mean, right off the bat in the first few minutes of the game itself, we did have a lot of teams taking on the shots, and it is, of course, T2K on our screens and Jane being the man of the hour.
Exactly. I mean, Jane was challenging a lot of fights. He was able to get a lot of players locked in his side as well. So it makes a lot of sense, too. Jane was one of the most dominating force in the team of T2K. T2K is currently sitting in 3rd spot in the match rankings that we saw the previous game. Seal, too. Look at this. Seal as well. They try to do something, but somewhere down the line, things did not really work out to them. I went with i8. I thought maybe i8 would want to start things on a great note, but i8 too, they kind of faltered down.
Well, again, I mean, nothing taken away from that prediction, of course, because when it comes down to the elimination points, the IHC were there. I believe they walked away with, what, 5-6 eliminations and only 1 placement point. So, yeah, that clearly showcases that when it comes to the raw aggressive stance that the players of IHC do have, the caliber is set up perfectly right. But it's just the, well, again, they're not getting those placement points, and that is where things are not looking good for the side of that team. But as we move through to the top 3 teams that were part of this lobby, I mean, JyanMaara, they walked away with another sensational play. But hey, I8 were here to steal the day away from JyanMaara, and in doing so, look at that. Crypto, man, I mean, again, like I said, the team has stuck together for such a long time, and they know exactly how to bring in that raw power against the lobby, and that's what they do every single time they're allowed the opportunity. But looking on to the damage graph this time, again, I mean, a lot of teams actually chimed in, as we do have 2 teams, I mean, JyanMaara as well as I8, sitting at that 2200 mark when it comes to the damage.
Exactly. I mean, look at the damage stats in that previous game. A lot of teams had a lot of damage dealt, and it's just because the fact that the Circle played the cruel game. Teams needed to rotate from one point to the other point, from one point to the other point, from the other point to the third point. So it was just the Circle taking a lot of curveball shifts. So teams were actually sitting inside the vehicles and trying to move on over. And doing so, a lot of teams that had a good spot, they were able to get a lot of chip damage through. So that's why the damage numbers are so high from that previous game. As we do move on over to the overall rankings now. Of course, Stalwart Esports are going to be the table toppers, but JyanMaara is inching their way closer and closer to that first spot.
Exactly. I mean, Stalwart is only 13 points in front, and that again is going to be maybe going to be bringing a different play level from the side of Stalwart as we move through to game number 2 of the day. But right now, JyanMaara, as you so perfectly mentioned, are closing in inch by inch, and then comes in I8 at that 3rd spot. 2 massive jumps from their side, but only 3-point difference between them and the 4th position holders. That's going to be DRS Gaming. So still very, very close when it comes to that first page, but moving on through to the 2nd page, this is where things are taking, well, a twisted turn, not necessarily as of now, because IHC, they have moved up 1 spot, yes. Skylightz Gaming, Phantom Esports, they are very close. It's just something that Johnny did mention. I mean, Phantom Esports, they're going to have to really try and bring up their raw power today, because the difference between them and the team above them is still a bit too much, and they're going to have to really capitalize on those situations if they want to jump onto the first page.
Exactly. As we do take a look at the schedule now, we're going to be moving on over to the map of Miramar. The schedule has been the same throughout all the days. So yeah, the people that have been here for a long time, that have been watching since day one, they exactly know how the schedule works. But Blotter, now it's time for us to get into some real stuff. It's time for us to just throw something out there, Blotter. What are your predictions for this game?
Sheesh, dude, it is looking tough luck when it comes down to the way things are going, because look at that number right there. You've got 4 predictions already set in stone for yourself that have come true, basically, right? I mean, so I don't know which side do I want to go, but I do want to believe that IHC, I mean, I do know you said the exact same thing. I do want to believe that IHC are going to have a really good game, but talking about a chicken dinner, it's going to be perhaps Stalwart Esports.
Okay, well, so which team are you going with?
I gave my answer, dude. I'm sticking with Stalwart. Yep.
Okay, all right. You're gonna go with Stalwart. You know what? In this game, I'm gonna go with. Oh boy, it's so tough to make a decision, man. I'm gonna go with
again, dude. You already got 4 of them correct. It's absolutely fine if.
Okay, look, I'm gonna go with TDK. I'm gonna go with TDK. Make it a TDK. Make it TDK. Make it TDK. All right. I'm gonna go with
kill.
Yep, train to kill. That's what I'm going to go with.
Kill is going to be predicted from Necru. And again, when it comes to the curveball that has been thrown from director's side, the production side, it is where indeed I believe they chose what? Skylightz Gaming in the first game, right?
Yeah, they chose
Skylightz Gaming. They had Skylightz Gaming in there, but what about FS? Production, maybe, but you know what? Okay, it is entirely up to the director and the production side, whatever team they choose. But viewers, do not forget that you can chime in as well. Just vote space. Whatever team that you believe is going to be able to get a chicken dinner in this upcoming game is going to be showcased right there. But hey, prediction coming in from the production side is going to be 52x Rage. Okay, I mean, from day one on, 52x Rage has slowly been slumbering down in terms of the overall standings, but maybe this is going to be the changing game and pace that that could bring in 52x Rage back for that top 3 position. Maybe it is tough though. It is tough.
I've honestly, the way things have been going right now, the way games looked like on day 1, and now the games that are looking like from day 2 and day 3, I feel like there's a massive change in the pace. The teams that are currently in the latter half of the board, they're giving it all they have to make it in the first half. And makes a lot of sense too, Blotter, because I've always been saying this since the start. Day 2 is the day of comebacks. Day 2, a lot of comebacks were made, but on day 3 now, again, teams are trying their best to solidify their spots, but usually on day 3, this is where the top 5 will try to nail their spots down, and this is where we see competition getting really closer and even closer.
Well, again, and for that, we did just look at that storyboard, right? We have Stalwart Esports sitting on the top position with 173 points. As the day started off, they were sitting exactly at that, but now, another something that can be brought on in the same breath is, as soon as any other team tries to catch up to the lead that Stalwart Esports is making and maintaining for themselves, they just bring in a swooping game for themselves and pick up the pace and ladder for their point destruction in the lobby. So I do believe this game ought to be a really good Stalwart game. But hey, again, I mean, that's all the stats that have been predicted from their side. Oh, not predicted, sorry, have been showcased from their side. But when it comes to the game itself, it is all down to what the zone's going to be doing. But looking at the flight path, it is a pretty comfortable flight path, dissecting the map into equal halves this time around, coming in from the northern side, going south to Los Higos.
Exactly, starting all the way from Oasis towards Los Higos. Now, this is going to be quite interesting, Blotter, because, again, teams are not going to have any sort of problems to make it to their designated drop spots, so we're not really going to be expecting a lot of action in the early phases. But I do want to see if any of their teams do want to drop on top of each other, because we're seeing a couple of drop locations that are being clashed, right? For example, TDK and Freestyle, they've been clashing against each other in the Minas Generalis area. Is that going to happen again?
Right.
That's something I want to find out.
Okay, I mean, I did say yesterday as well that hopefully that would not be the case, but it seemed like they both had an eye out for each other, and so they stuck to that and they tried to push on, and it seems that is exactly going to be the case today as well, as we do have Freestyle as well as TTK very close in the proximity, as we are looking at their drop contestation being brought on the other front, as we do have to look onto the northern side. Skylightz Gaming, very comfortable position for themselves. 52x Rage also going to be going on towards that South El Pozo, a comfortable spot for them, which is, as of now, not looking likely to be contested. But talking about those contestations, Los Leones. Now, this is place. It's a pretty big city, yes, definitely. So it does allow a little bit of room for wiggling around for the side of I8 as well as Seal, but they have consistently been dropping on that Los Leones city for quite some time, and I would really want to see a contestation from between them as well.
Exactly. I mean, taking a look at the circle too, Blotter. I mean, we might just have an urban ending. We might just see a Los Leones ending, and that is some of those circles that is my favorite. I love an urban warfare. I want to see an urban ending, and we might just see a Los Leones circle. Oh, I've seen this Los Leones circle last time in PMPL North America, but now I want to see this happen in the PMPL South Asia Championship as well, because those are some of the most chaotic and some of the most insane. They just make you lose your mind.
That is so true indeed, but right now it is going to be Seal Esports' demo, alongside is going to be I8's Crypto as of now, but hey, we did talk about it a couple of minutes ago as well. When it comes to the area or the city of Los Leones, it is a massive city, so not going to be an easy contestation between these two, but hey, anything is possible. For now, of course, just a few early minutes of the game itself, and I8 have had a pretty sensational start for the day, of course, getting that chicken moon onto that third spot. And for now, it is looking likely to be another good game from I8 if they're able to maintain and sustain themselves in this first few minutes, because that is where you do see at times teams falling down, and as soon as one or two players fall down, then the entire lineup gets a little wrinkled and rattled because of the fact that they've lost a couple of players. And for now, again, it seems like top is... He's just checking his UMP fire rate, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure what exactly is going on over there. Perhaps a misfire, misclick, but overall, Stalwart Esports also looking pretty comfortable with 173 points. 13-point difference is what we had seen from their side. But is that going to change? Is that going to be moving up furthermore or not? Well, time will definitely be answering that.
You know, Blotter, the way he was firing the UMP, I thought that was a personality clash, you know? So in pro games, usually you wanna hold your guns and you wanna play things as safe as possible. So his other counterpart personality was saying, just go guns blazing, dude. Just start firing right now. Make a lot of sound. And then he tried to calm himself down. He's like, he tried to make the other personality understand. He's like, no, that's not how things work, man. We're currently playing inside a pro lobby. Maybe take things a little slow. But yeah, because we do have DRS. Yeah, mind games, exactly, mind games. But I'm not going to lie, if I was in one of these pro lobbies, I would go all guns blazing and die in 2 seconds.
I mean, if you would have had the skill, I'm not saying that you don't, but you definitely don't.
Neither do you.
I never put myself on the pedestal, mate. But you did. You put yourself in the lobby with the pro teams. But hey, again, I mean, talking about that itself, every player has a different strategy and mindset when it comes to how they want to be approaching these situations, right? I mean, for the side of Stalwart Esports, we've seen time and time again that they are an aggressive bunch. They do try and capitalize and utilize on every single opportunity that they can when it comes to taking on a fight against their opponents, whereas there are other teams like, for example, 52X Rage, I mean, they have been sticking to what has been comfortable for them, which is to, you know, play it safe. And then when it is essentially the dire moment, they are going to be jumping into those fights as well. But otherwise, they're going to be sticking to their sweet spots and just working towards those rotations. And right now, in Stalwart Esports, it's almost as if they're teasing. They're baiting any other team around in the vicinity. They're making the noises. They're throwing away the Molotovs. And, of course, all that could indicate is that they want a team in the vicinity to know that they're there and take on those fights. And, again, I mean, that is going to be crucial for their side as well. As 13-point lead, yeah, we know now 13 points is not a massive lead to feel safe on.
I feel like they're just, like, doing a little bit of practice, you know, throwing the utilities and stuff. I don't know. It's just something like they're shooting bullets. They're trying to still get in the groove because Stalwart Esports, maybe the players think they're not really warmed up properly. So that's something even I do sometimes. Just like start shooting random stuff and check my accuracy and stuff like that. Yeah, that's something a lot of players do. That's something that is pretty common. But now we have the circle. Yeah, this time the circle, as we did see, can be an urban ending. So teams like Seal, neither I8, they wouldn't want to move from the Los Leones part unless if the circle takes a huge shift away, then that's when these teams will be caught in a huge problem.
For now, again, I mean, it is a comfortable zone for all of these teams. It is a very generic circle, to say to the least, and that is going to be allowing all the teams to slowly but surely make a comfortable rotation as well. But as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, if at all the circle throws a curve ball and makes a tangent shift, that is where we can definitely anticipate to see some contestations as the teams are going to be caught out in the open making those rotations. And for now, it's going to be trying to kill a team that has had a really good day number 2 and the start to day 3 as well. Now, when it comes to this match, this map, what exactly can we anticipate? Because for now, the information has not really been given away to any of these teams. All of them are just slowly moving on across the map. But for now, it seems like DRS, they have the upper hand of that position. As Train to Kill did come into the vicinity, but again, I mean, DRS have not taken on any shots, so playing it safe is what we're looking at from these teams, and that, of course, is a mark of a team that wants to be consistent. That consistent approach is only going to be showcased if you know your opponents and if you have the information, but you try and hold that information for as long as you possibly can, and that is something that DRS did so perfectly in that situation. For now, it seems like Seal Esports are not going to be doing that. In fact, they're going to be trying to chase down I8.
And Seal, they exactly know. I mean, this is a drop clash that has been happening since a long time, but
right.
I also want you to take your eyes on the map feed and look at TDK and Freestyle. Now, Freestyle, they decided to back away. They have no interest in challenging a fight against the players of TDK, and they just want to play things as safe as possible. Freestyle realized maybe now going for early engagements in a drop clash, especially when it's all about luck if you are getting good guns in your hands or not. And if you don't really get your hands on some of the best guns currently in the game, then things will be thrown you off guard.
Oh yes, that is going to be the case perhaps for a few of these teams. As I was just looking onto the map itself, the map feed is going to be on our screens as well, viewers, and that is, again, clearly showcasing the fact that all the teams are looking very comfortable in the zone, and the zone, again, not going to throw any curveballs to these teams, just going to be shifting on top of itself for now. Again, comfortable Miramar, thus also implying a slow start to this game. As of now, we still have 64 players, all 64 players surviving, but I guess not for long, because 52 extra age, they are out in the open, caught off guard. Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja taking on shots along with his teammate Galton and AJ are hunkering down the position of 52 extra age, where two of those players are definitely not looking good. But hey, it's the distance, dude. It is going to be helping them. For now, again, AJ tried his level best along with his teammates, of course, Galton, as we did see. But the distance being so far outstretched, it was not going to be too much of an issue or hiccup for 52 Extra to be able to get away from that position. But my word, as soon as we have one team getting away from a precarious situation that they were in, we have another one finding themselves in the exact same spot, where it is Vexy from the side of Firearm Esports getting sprayed on upon from Virus TUF side, and that was really good approach from Vexy as he left his vehicle and got down for the cover.
Gets out as well, just trying to find some connections through the spam of the Mini 14, but was not really able to get a lot done. So for now, not a lot of connections found from his side. TDK as well is doing pretty good on the map. TUF currently in the high ground in this fight, so TUF might just be able to inflict a lot of pain and fear. But still, TUF are taking things as slow and as passive as possible. They do spot the rotation happening in the front. It's Phantom Esports this time receiving an end. And Phantom Esports, look at that. Seal Demo actually blows one of their vehicles up, so that's not a good news for Phantom Esports, because now Seal as well, they're chiming inside the fight.
Phantom Esports, as you were mentioning, are hunkered down for now. We do have Mad Max a little too further out, and that's going to be helping the cause for Phantom Esports, as they have a flank angle cover in the name of Mad Max. For now, it is still pretty safe. In fact, all the teams are playing it really safe. Not a lot going on the map, and that, of course, is kind of good news, because after all, this is day number 3, and the number of games that are to be played are slowly but surely going down. Now, for the side of T2K, they have had a comfortable spot right here, as the compound is theirs for the taking. No other team around in the vicinity. They don't really even have information on any team making a rotation as well. So a slow poke game being showcased right here on Miramar this time around, with 12 minutes in, only one elimination confirmed till now.
Rajasthan as well, now they're on the move, and oh, finally a nice clash against each other. JyanMaara, they try to invade the territory of Freestyle, but this time Freestyle, they just cut off the lifeline of one of the players from JyanMaara. Not really a great of the start that JyanMaara were looking for, because they are currently the runners for the first spot, and they do not want to have a start like this, because JyanMaara is known for their consistency, and if this game fades away from their hand, that means Stalwart Esports will have a nice chance to boost themselves up and nail that first spot down.
For now, as the teams are making the rotation, it is definitely looking like Freestyle have had the upper edge right here, taking on one fight from JyanMaara to the next, which is going to be Regicide right now, and Regicide's insane has been caught out in the open all by himself. But if we look onto the minimap, we can clearly see that Malik has been absolutely dwindled, because he's got all four players, in fact, of Regicide covering the spot, and not before long.
Wow.
We are now looking at one fight to the next, and the spray coming in from IC going to be stopping 52 Extra Rage's rotation right off the bat.
I mean, it's like at this point we're asking the production to make the predictions, but they're actually just cursing these teams. That's what happened to Skylightz Gaming as well. So now from next time, I'm just going to ask production, what team do you guys want to curse?
Probably, but it's again too early, dude. It's still too early. We've got 16 teams still surviving, so there is still a possibility for a decent comeback from the side of 52X Rage, even though they are caught out on the blues, which is again their comfort. On the other side, they've given away the information against the players of IHC. Now that is the troublesome situation for their lot. But FS Malik, I mean, this dude all by himself has been holding down this compound and fort against the players of Red Side for quite some time, and Red Side have not been able to bring down Malik. On the other front, JyanMaara now finally jumping in to take on the spray action against the players of Freestyle, as Aram has been caught, and now that rivalry contestation will be showcased from JyanMaara's final player, Gunner.
Oh boy, that's not a good thing. Freestyle, now they're getting dismantled and just poked and tickled by the player of JyanMaara. The final glimmer of hope alive as well for that team. IT all the way in the outskirts, still trying to make it inside the zone, being caught off guard by the blue zone right there. So now IT, they finally realized that maybe wasting too much time outside the blue zone is not going to be a good idea, as they were caught between a fight. In 52X Rage so far, they're looking pretty okay. Freestyle, as I said, they're just getting peppered down by a lot of teams. From the back, it was JyanMaara this time, and now from the front, it's Regicide. Malik as well is going to get caught off guard out in the open. Did not really expect Boss to be there, and Malik tried to cross on over on the other side, but he gets caught off guard in the cross.
He definitely does, and Red Side have gotten the better half of this fight, that's for sure, because not only was it Malik that they were up against, but the entire clan of FS, but in doing so, they have easily been able to stop Freestyle in their tracks, and Freestyle have definitely dwindled down in terms of their numbers. But for now, looking on to the comfort of the zone itself, or rather the edge, we have the Grounders getting a little bit of an information against the players of IHC, who we just saw making a rotation from the blues against the players of 52X Rage. But for now, as they have tried to jump in, it is going to be the Grounders getting the very half of not only IHC, but also 52X Rage, where 52X Rage, one by one, they do go down. I mean, again, you pointed it out perfectly, dude. The production have cursed with their prediction of 52X Rage getting a better game on this match too.
Yeah, they're just getting so unlucky. The stars are not aligned for them in this game. And 52X Rage, now they're just getting eaten alive by the Grounders. The Grounders know 52X Rage, they cannot really move anywhere. Skylightz Gaming now against the players of High Voltage. And High Voltage, they're able to find the equal trade. Mafia Ninja as well falls down, and that's a big man too. That's the IGL Mafia Ninja. He needs to be saved in Skylightz Gaming. They are pushed in a real state of discomfort. Skylightz Gaming, they're quite unsettled. They do realize High Voltage, the entire squad's in the front. This nade's going to be tossed in. Maybe we'll crawl quite close, but nowhere near close to find a knockout. So Prabeen now will get a nice chance to slip by. But Prabeen still is the closest man alive. AJ tries to find an off angle, but if AJ gets caught off guard himself, then Skylightz Gaming will be almost knocked out, and that might just be it for them. But 52X Rage blowing up the vehicle of IHC.
IHC again not having a good day right now as they get caught out in the rotation that they were trying to make. It was 52X Rage who just a couple of minutes ago were getting pimpered down against the players of the Grounders, but now after having revolted against that lot, they have now definitely pushed against IHC's rotation, but they're still not out of the trouble because the Grounders, they are sticking out like a sore thumb in front of that. And final player, Zen, what a shot.
What was that, Zen? What a retaliation fire coming in from the side of Zen. Just slaps him down. Shepatar gets knocked out. Zen finally on a move, though. Trying to reposition himself. Zen does not really look that comfortable in that spot. So Zen is quite unsettled, but from the back, it's High Voltage moving on in. Prabeen's going to find one. Kuruma goes down, and that's something that the Grounders did not really expect. A third party coming in. Deadeyes Guys as well, they want a piece of this.
They definitely did get a better half of the fight, as they have not only but 3 teams in front of them. Deadeyes Guys slowly taking on shots against 52X Rage, then going down, and now it is High Voltage as well as the Grounders that we did just see a few minutes ago that were being damaged a little bit in terms of their late rotation from the Grounders side as well. And Who has gotten all of that information? Well, it is none other than Deadeyes Guys. But IHC still not done. They were in the kill feed. We had Alex. So IHC also, it seemed like, were taking on a few of shots of their own. 2 players are surviving from the side of IHC as of now. And Stalwart, looking at that zone, this is the perfect placement from their side, as towards the northern side of the zone is where Stalwart is. And there is no team around them that could maybe bring them some trouble. But for now, it seems like High Voltage could maybe have brought in a little bit of a cover against the players of Stalwart, but not going to be allowed because action was there to stop High Voltage in their tracks. And again, I mean, when we do go back to the map, it is looking like a Stalwart game, but again, too early to say.
Exactly. The audience is equally divided between Deadeyes Guys and JyanMaara too. They don't know who to go for, but JyanMaara, unfortunately, they have been dismantled quite early off in that game. T2K2 now, they're currently on the receiving end as Legend falls down. Siog is trying to get the fallen man back up. Phantom Esports peppering down the shots in the front, just raining down death and destruction. Seal as well now chiming inside the fight. Seal, they do not want to be left out. Wally, a great spray with the UMP-45. It's going to shut down the man in the front. He tried to cross on over, but in the open fields, a cross like that is filled with full of risks.
Oh, that shift, the zone shift, this is not good for Stalwart, definitely, as the zone has moved away from them and now going to be helping out the position of the real soldiers. But right now on our screens, of course, is the players of T2K against the lineup of TUF. At TUF, the perfect utilization of those utilities is stopping the side of T2K to be able to retaliate, and they are pincered down in that small little position out in the open. But hey, Regicide is around in the corner as well, as Regicide have 2 players of their own. But behind, far back, we can see I8 are also going to be chiming in along. But will they be allowed? Because again, when it comes to the king of the hill situation, TUF can definitely capitalize on this position.
I like the graphic that the production just brought up. The elimination contribution, pretty much like the average elimination contribution, just like a little top 5 teams currently sitting in the overall rankings. And that was a nice contribution from every single player was being shown in that. But the nade this time is going to call quite close to the players of DRS from Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys is one of those teams that has all their players up, and DRS too. They unfortunately have 1 casualty on their side, so it's a 3-on-4 situation. We did see the players of IT as well traversing quite close by from them. Shifu Surge just challenging fights all over the place. Talk about firing on all cylinders.
Well, that is not going to be the case for the side of IHC, as they have been eliminated. We've got 11 teams remaining. Deadeyes Guys have jumped into the comfort of the zone, but right close in their proximity is going to be the side of Stalwart, as well as you can see in the minimap. Along with that, DRS around the corner, around the bend, waiting for Deadeyes Guys. But who will get the better half? Because the utilities being thrown from the side of Deadeyes Guys is going to maybe be advantageous to their position, or could maybe be the hurt that they did not anticipate. But for now, it is going to be DRS who are just slowly getting all of that damage against them. And right here, Killer YT, he is in the vehicle. He knows exactly where the opponent team is, and the opponent team has no idea. True Loves are so very close, crossing the vehicle. Killer YT, being a snake in all of this, is absolutely going to be utilizing that position. They still have no idea where that is.
Oh my God!
Finally, Killer YT jumps in with the UMP, but dude, that was a bit too late. If only he had just corrected that a few seconds, just a few seconds, if he would have taken on those shots, the entirety of Deadeyes Guys would have been eliminated.
Was just staring through the window. It was like a death stare. And then he finally realized, oh, there's someone actually sitting inside the vehicle, so he started shooting, but it was a bit too late. And then the confirmation was there too. So while he went away, he at least got away with 1 elimination point, so that's going to add 1 point to the tally. Because we do have I8 currently in the front lines. TUF, they're not really looking that bad so far. All 4 players up for elimination points wrapped up as well. Stalwart Esports, they're just raining down bullets now. Team in the front almost tried to cross on over, but Stalwart Esports is a team that's not going to let that happen that easily. If you're going to try to cross Stalwart Esports' eyes, you better be ready for some hurt.
You better be ready, of course, because Stalwart Esports have already accumulated 7 elimination points to their bunch, and they are all 4-man strong. On the other front is going to be the side of Seal Esports with a 3-man army right now, with 5 eliminations of their own. 7 teams remaining, but in all of this, we still have all the fights to take on, because they're going to be out in the open. There's no cover for any of these teams, and right now it's going to be Virus who has the information against the players of Skylightz and Galzin out in the open. What exactly is this going to turn out to be? Because Galzin does not have the health cover that Virus has, and UMP to perfection is going to be the end of Galzin right there. TUF getting another point secured for themselves. 6 teams remaining in this lobby.
The hesitation is clearly being seen. And TUF, unfortunately, Edgar's on fire. He will need a drop and roll, but while doing so, Sandesh finds the right moment to strike, and he will also try to go for the confirmation. Edgar will fall on top of the flames. Joker, too, is quite tagged up. Talk about being chipped down, and TUF, they're being eaten alive by the flames. They're just falling on top, one after the other. TDK, too, they're taking a lot of shots in the back, but it's okay. TDK have the most amount of men alive currently in the lobby, next to Stalwart Esports.
They definitely do, but the numbers are going to be helping out Stalwart as of now, because they have 8 eliminations, make that 9 as they push on to take on another team. With that, I8 get eliminated. 5 teams remaining in this lobby, and look at that camaraderie. I mean, this is just perfect. You know, Stalwart Esports, this is the team and the synergistic play that makes them known in the lobby, wherein Pika will not allow his teammate to fall down that easy. He will be picked up, put on the back, and taken into the safety net of the zone itself. On the other side is going to be Deadeyes Guys. True Love Sir against the lineup of Seal Esports for now. Wherein, of course, King of the Hill situation working for True Love Sir. He has the information, he's utilizing those nades. And from the other side, Seal Esports, they can be in a lot of trouble, because from the other side, there we have T2K as well chiming in now.
And look at the amount of damage Stalwart Esports is currently taking. TDK is able to inflict a lot of damage indeed. Seal as well, they're alive with 3 players, but the problem is the high ground, that's something that needs to be capitalized. Seal, even though they're in quite a decent spot, but the problem is there's quite a lot of teams that are currently on top of them that are being the Overwatch, and Seal are just being Overwatched. They don't really have a lot of comfort space to move around with. Their movement's being limited by a lot of teams here, and Stalwart Esports currently on the top have a real good spot to play around with. But Stalwart Esports, they will need to try and move on in soon as possible.
They definitely are. I mean, look at those nades coming in from action against the players of Deadeyes Guys, as Deadeyes Guys made a lot of noise to take on the fight against the players of Seal Esports, but they were not careful enough to take care of their sexes, and right now it is Steel Esports who have Stalwart...
ran him over.
Yep, he ran him over. Stalwart are just known to be the aggressive bunch, and here they are in a matter of seconds. Stalwart Esports absolutely dominate against the players of Deadeyes Guys, and just like that, they have been eliminated. 3 teams remaining. Seal Esports somehow they have been surviving in all of this, and Trying to Kill also has been keeping really quiet. They have a lot of information. They have the King of the Hill situation working for them, but they're not able to capitalize on any of that. Maybe now is the moment for them to shine, but look at that flank from the Stalwart Esports player with Top making a lot of action right here against the players of Seal Esports.
It's a prime example of you blink it and you miss it. But oh, the nade from Seal! But look at Legend 2 is trying to be really proactive, but unfortunately, he's going to get caught off guard because he did not really expect Baron to be all the way in the back. And Seal, oh, some of the mind games that Seal is trying to play here now. TDK will need to take things a little bit slow and cautious. TDK, they're down to a 3-man squad. The man still hasn't been confirmed, but another nade that's going to crawl right next to Top. Another nade tossed in quite to perfection. Sandesh moving on in quite close to the players of Stalwart Esports. And now TDK, they're in the Overwatch position. Seal, they're getting burned down with the Molotovs. TDK might just come out on top in this one. Is Seal versus TDK. It's TDK's game to lose.
T2K finally, when it made sense to make themselves known, they have jumped in against the players of course Seal Esports, and right here right now we've got Sandesh and Jane pushing on to take on the final player of Seal Esports, and that's going to be none other than Leo. But what exactly is this going to turn out to be? A Scarrel fight between these two, 1v1 situation, but indeed the numbers advantage along with the position is going to be helping out T2K, and they have made it large. They have pushed on against the players from Mongolia to take on this chicken dinner for themselves.
Slaughter, that's my 5th prediction correct. on this entire PMPL South Asia Championship. That's my 5th prediction. T2K, 8 elimination points and 23 points tossed in from their side in their account. And T2K, they have moved on over to top 3. Imagine the top 5. It's looking way too close for comfort. And now T2K as well chiming inside. This is absolute chaos.
This was, I mean, 5 predictions. How are you doing this, Necro? Because this was, they stole that chicken, actually. They stole that chicken. It was looking like Stalwart Esports were jumping around, making the noise, making it every single moment. But then came in T2K and just whooped it across to take that chicken. Boy, oh boy, with that, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around, as a lot more to talk about after this short one. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, with second game done and dusted on day number 3 right here. We are joined in with Super Johnny, and what a game that was, dude. This was unbelievable. The way T2K swooped in to take that chicken was just chaos, but perfectly timed strategy from their side.
I mean, definitely it was an incredible matchup, but hey, more excitement to come. Just first 2 games of the day have been completed, and I mean, Necro was pretty happy about the fact that he's getting his predictions right. Like, what is all happening over there? I'm wondering, like, how is he so good now?
That is true. I mean, the dude has been able to get, what, 5 predictions correct. And this time around, I mean, I chose Stalwart Esports because it seemed like it would be their moment to shine, as they had not gotten any point in the previous game. But this time around, I mean, they were just stopped. They were completely swooped across, and that was all thanks to T2K in their position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Train to Kill did a pretty phenomenal job in this matchup, and they played to their comfort zone. They weren't really trying to experiment. They knew exactly what the cookie cutter way to, well, secure a few extra points was going to be, and they stuck to those, and the result was a very nice chicken dinner with 8 eliminations. And those extra points are definitely going to be beneficial. But MVP of the game, action from Stalwart Esports, 6 eliminations and 5 assists. So that's 11 finishes that he has contributed to out of the 13 that his team has.
Dude, this man was all over the place from the side of Stalwart Esports. And of course, not only that, we have his teammates chiming in to the top players list along with Pika and top. But right now, Sandesh from T2K. I mean, Sandesh has really picked up the pace quite amazingly when it comes down to this PMPL. He is absolutely the rock of the team for now.
Well, definitely, and I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly who will be able to shatter them to pieces. But for now, match summary, action, Sandesh right there in terms of the highest damage, highest assist going to action again. And there's Pharaoh with the most healing done in this particular match. But on Miramar, I mean, you wouldn't really see the high numbers as you would see in the healing meta that has been going on Sanhok. So all is forgiven. But again, I mean, JyanMaara also I'm very impressed with. I mean, they are slowly and steadily just moving inch by inch closer to Stalwart Esports. But I think with the next game, Stalwart Esports are just going to cross that 200-point marker, and they're going to look like they are miles ahead from the rest of the competition.
That is true. That is definitely true, as we will be looking at that overall standings. But before that, match ranking coming in to view, where we do have Stalwart Esports sticking to that top position. Even though they did not get the chicken dinner, but looking at that eliminations, 13 is what they walk away with, along with, of course, T2K chicken dinner winner team of 8 eliminations, and then comes in Series Sports with 9.
Yeah, I mean, T2K also had the same tally as far as the points are considered, but still, I mean, it was a pretty incredible run, and Stalwart Esports are going to be happy about the points they get, because from here on out, Stalwart Esports, they don't even need those chicken dinners to win this. They just need like 10 points. I mean, 10, even I feel like 10 points per game is going to be quite a lot. It's just going to give more advantage to Stalwart Esports. So like 6-7 points per game, and they will still be able to win the trophy.
Well, looking at the fights that took place in this game around the 10-minute marker is when it all started, and it was actually IHC who were looking very, very good as they tried to stop 52X Rage's rotation, but somehow 52X Rage were able to find their ground and still walk away from that position, and as they did, they had, of course, the grounders to deal with. But of course, that was not the only fights that we saw as we pushed on. It was then Stalwart Esports coming in from the northern side, from the graveyard, where they started racking up the numbers for themselves.
Well, but let's see. Oh, I mean, we did see some pretty nasty shots and pretty nasty plays in this matchup, especially this one from Killer YT was something very impressive. I mean, talk about being cheeky, right?
That was too cheeky, dude. Yeah. And of course, the team had no idea. If only Killer YT.
So, Blotter, now I have a question. If the vehicle was moving, would have called out a drive-by. What was that? A standby?
It was the perfectly set up standby, if at all that's a word.
Oh man, we gotta come up with some a name for that play. Like, I think we definitely need the head of nomenclature at this point, Ocean.
Grand Theft in style, dude, that was.
Yeah, it was something else. And then, I mean, towards the very end, it was just like Train to Kill. They had the numbers to their name, so they could have actually just put up a lot of pressure on Seal Esports, which they did, but that little bit of an over-aggression when we did see Sandesh on top of that rocket could have backfired, to be honest. But luckily, he stayed back, denied the line of fire, and was able to pull Seal Esports' player towards his teammate from where the extra damage came in, and then we know how the story ended.
Absolutely, but looking at the numbers right here, from the damage to the eliminations, all of these teams were part of one fight or the other in all of that. Now, when it comes to the curses, right, that we talk about on the desk, I think the viewers have cursed the side of Phantom Esports because they are underperforming quite a lot and consistently, sadly.
Well, yeah, as you said, quite consistently, but sadly as well. But talking about other things, though, now, I mean, look at this. Seal Esports, the climb was there, but slightly Trained to Kill with this chicken dinner do bring themselves up to the third position. But look at the difference that's there. 148 points to Trained to Kill. And then we go all the way towards DRS, who are on the sixth position with 137 points. Just 11 points separating these two teams. And it is going to be quite incredible to see who goes where after the next game. Although there is a bit of a stipulation to that as well. If Trained to Kill manage another chicken dinner win, a back-to-back chicken dinner in the next Erangel, then they will be not third but second in the rankings, given the fact that JyanMaara take an early exit as well.
Exactly, and I mean, the way this team, Trained to Kill, the way this team has just picked up the baton and just pushed on in this race is beautiful to witness. But like you said, will they be able to recreate that charm on this third game? That will be on Erangel, of course. Only time will answer. But before we move in through to all of that, it is time to ask that age-old question once again. What team to predict? Which team do you think is going to be walking away with a chicken this time around?
Hello, Necro? Yeah, he's not answering right now, so I'm just going to go ahead with Trained to Kill, because again, alright, I'll go with DRS in this one, because I want to see a little bit more chaos. And Trained to Kill, I mean, if they don't feel any pressure, then there's not going to be a difference. They are not going to move up. So if DRS wins this, the teams in the from the 3rd, 4th, 5th and the 6th position, then there's going to be a little bit more chaos over there, and that's going to mean more fun for us to enjoy in the next 3 matches.
Well, okay. So the real soldiers, what you're going to be choosing and sticking with. I shall pick up Deadeyes Guys for this win, maybe, or do I want to change that? All right.
Is Necro with you?
No. 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 So we're going to be confirming that. Yep, Deadeyes Guys, that is going to be. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just informing you, like, we have started to ask the prediction from the production as well now.
Oh yes, that is true, and that will be brought in right across towards your side, and we shall see what team are they going to be choosing? What team are they going to be predicting to take that chicken dinner win? But again, in the previous game, Necro did say that whenever the prediction coming in from the production is selected, it is almost like a curse for that team, and this time around it seems like
Seal
the
Esports.
team that's going to be cursed from production is going to be Seal Esports. Okay, that's a tough one. That's a tough team to...
Yeah.
That's a really, really tough team to actually curse, because the way they play, it's just phenomenal. There's nothing stopping them.
Now they just have to deal with being cursed by our producer, Mr. Blank. And it's just extra added pressure. I mean, just like... My hope is gone for this match. I mean, Seal Esports, good luck, lads. You are the chosen one for this game. But on the other side, all fun and jokes aside, the match is live in the trajectory of the play, and in front of us right now, leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map, starting from the Stalwart Hill, and I believe it's going to go towards the home of Stalwart Esports, quite close to Novorapnoy.
Oh yes, it will. That will also allow, of course, I8 to maybe create that rivalry opportunity once again. Or maybe not, again, because when it comes down to the approach that I8 have had in the recent games on the map of Erangel, they've actually been changing a little bit of the play that they've been making, because normally we would have seen them always go to military base, but yesterday we did see them jump into Pochinki and the main island as well. So that is going to maybe be a possibility from that side of the lot, but on the other front, the comfortable position is going to be 52x Rage, as they always do love to go down towards the Stalwart Kamishki, and that is exactly where they will be dropping down to, with no other team around in the vicinity to be of any trouble. As we move down towards the Novorapnoy, as you were perfectly mentioning, we've got Stalwart Esports around in the vicinity. Of course, we also do have Seal Esports, but I8 nowhere.
Yeah, they've ignored that. I mean, they have just completely let go of their hopes and dreams of playing from military base in this particular tournament. And I mean, I would say it's working out quite nicely for them, because ever since they've stopped going to military base, they've started doing well in their matches. They went from being 11th all the way to being in the top 5. So, I mean, if it works, don't fix it, I guess. But now Uzum with a pistol in his hand trying to drop a few of the players from the side of Phantom Esports. You will definitely have to ADS for that. But I think the priority now is going to be looking for another weapon. But Phantom Esports, oh, wow. So 2 players, 2-2 split from Phantom Esports. 2 players caught off guard by I8, and 2 players have been caught off guard by the players of the Grounders. This is not looking good.
Not looking good at all, indeed, because again, when it comes down to the approach, from the viewers' side at least, has been to favor Phantom Esports. But right off the bat in this third game of the day, it is not looking likely to be the case. But hey, I don't want to curse it. It's just a 3v2 situation. There is still going to be an ample opportunity for Phantom Esports to be able to capitalize on this situation, wherein Jigsaw Sensei and Kurma are the dudes that they're going to have to be taking the fight towards, and Shaptar from the back is also jumping in around the corner. So maybe a 4v2 situation could be seen. But hey, TUF is around in the vicinity as well, so Shaptar is not all by himself in the lonesome, as he does have another team to be worried about.
Well, but let's see.
Uh-oh.
Alrighty, so it's not just one team that's having a hard time right now, it's everyone. TUF against Freestyle. Vasi did take a bit of damage, but Tyrant is there to help him out. Just lend a helping hand to his buddy, while Thor, with the DP in his hand, is going to try and see if he can drop at least one of the players from the side of Freestyle, allowing the backup from the side of TUF to fall in line and to come for the rescue. But otherwise, Edgar, in a few moments, I believe he's just going to be finished off, and then Thor is going to be the next man in the line of fire for Freestyle. So things, again, it's not just Phantom Esports. Even TUF are going to have a hard time in this game moving forward.
Absolutely, because again, as soon as we jumped into that fight, it was TUF who did take a knock and get another knock on to the players of FS as well. But FS have been able to get that revival going for themselves. And hey, look at that, going back to the compound, where indeed Phantom Esports were looking in a little bit of a tricky position. Not for long, because now all 4 players from the side of Phantom Esports have jumped in, and the Grounders are the ones who definitely need to be a bit more careful as they try and take on that fight. But now, FS have definitely put a full stop to the onslaught that TUF had in mind.
Well, but let's see. I mean, their plans may have been shattered. It's just one last player from the side of TUF surviving. And, well, Virus with the Scar L equipped right now, switching over to the Uzi while he runs indoors because he definitely knows there's someone waiting for him on the other side of the door. Finally, the push comes in and he finds the opening. Well, TUF, at least they won't be going out with no points. One elimination point has been secured already, and Virus, he's just going to make this as brutal as possible as he punches his opponent to his inevitable demise. And well, all right, I'm surprised now. Hey, I'm excited. Blood of Phantom. I thought I had given up on this team. I'd given up on Mad Max and Vexy. I thought they were done for. But the Grounders, one small little mistake they made of underestimating the opposition, and the Phantom Esports players, they're going to make them pay. It's a 3v4 situation now with the Phantom Esports sitting at an advantage. But on the other side, TUF, the first team to be eliminated in this match within the first 5 minutes.
Absolutely, TUF did take on the fight, an unnecessary fight is what I would say against the players of FS, and as soon as they do, they get punished. But right now, it is going to be the Grounders who are going to be punished from the side of Phantom Esports. Resurgence probably going to be showcased from the side of Phantom, where Vexy with Bison on top of that roof is absolutely going to be hammering down players one by one of the Grounders, and from the far away distance we can see FS making a rotation as well. So if they want, they could bring in a third-party approach to this fight as well.
Well, but let's see. Mad Max finding the knock. Sensei goes out as well. Last man remaining with a shotgun. He gets pushed upon. Takes down one, but it was a 1v4, so you can't really do much about it. There's the second team to be out of the lobby, and it is, unfortunately, the Grounders.
But now, FS Freestyle are going to be making an entry into this compound. Yes, they will, with all 4 players in that vehicle going to be chiming in along, have the Phantom Esports players recuperated from that fight, because they better be equipped and ready. Vexy is going to be trying to create that shaky angle, but will that be enough? We shall have to see. Along with the UMP in his hand, he is definitely waiting and waiting for FS's players to make an advance. But for now, it's going to be all by himself. Vexy's all going by himself, as the teammates are going to be in the back.
Well, also along with that, ladies and gentlemen, this one's for you guys. Make sure that you are making your predictions on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's YouTube channel. Again, the format was there on your screens. It's vote in capital space your favorite team's tag. But you guys do that, and we're going to focus on this fight as Phantom Esports. Again, a massive hit. Mad Max is going to be finished off by Tyrant. So that gives the advantage of this fight to Freestyle. Like, there's a lot of early game chaos between all these teams. Phantom Esports down to the 3 players still surviving, and Vexy, he's quite close to Aram, so it's going to be an easy nade for him to lob. But Vexy step out right in the nick of time. The UMP doing wonders. An easy knock finish secured as well, and the numbers between the 2 squads have been equalized.
A 3v3 situation, of course, being carried on forth right here between Freestyle and Phantom Esports, where Vexy, that cheeky play that he was able to make and create, has been able to bring an equal playing field between these 2 teams. But right now, will that be enough? It seems that will definitely be enough, because in the backlines, Venom is going to be able to chime in along in that fight, and Vexy going to be bringing that onslaught to the face of the players of FS, and in doing this, in style, by doing this, the team of Phantom Esports definitely have won my heart, as they did create a baited situation for the side of Freestyle, and Freestyle so easily were swooped up away like a chocolate donut being picked up. But boy, oh boy, I mean, this is going to be the end of Freestyle. What a game this is turning out to be, dude, because Johnny, right off the bat in the first, 8 minutes? In the first 8 minutes, we're looking at 3 teams getting eliminated.
Yeah. 3 squads out, and it's not even 10 minutes inside of the match. I mean, you hardly ever get to see this on Erangel, so we should not really complain much about this. Plus, I mean, it's a circle leaning heavily towards the southeastern part of the map. You can see a massive cluster falling towards the Nova Repnoy bridge, and the bridge is being guarded by none other than Stalwart Esports. I can only imagine what is going to happen over there in a few short moments, but I wanted to begin a lot more sooner. It's going to be fun.
Oh, it is. And also, looking on to the other side, dude, we've got Seal Esports. Okay, never mind. Seal Esports and I8 is what I was going to mention. And maybe look off fight could be brought on from their side. But now as the zone has moved away, the teams are going to be moving away from that bridge camp position that they were in. But looking onto our screens, of course, it is 52x Rage's player, Daku, who has been dropped down thanks to T2K Suyog approach with a mini in the hand. But now, this zone, this circle, this is a good one. This is the curveball that was required from the zone gods to be thrown at these teams. And this is looking pretty good, but not the case for 52x Rage.
Let's see, 52x Rage. Jane is trying to make a push, well, trying to find an early opening. And I guess T2K have realized that this team that lands just a little bit north of their position likes to play slow. So now they're trying to gatekeep them on the second blue zone, which, I mean, is not really ideal. You would like to do this much later in the game. But hey, if they don't expect it, this is going to give you an edge in the fight. And that is what the players of Train to Kill, I believe, are trying to accomplish. But in doing so, they have delayed their own rotation a little bit. And now Skylightz Gaming stands an opportunity to pick them off while they move in from those open positions towards Prison and then Shelter. And then the next stop is going to be Milton.
Absolutely, that is going to be the rotation that could be brought in from them. As we look onto the center of the zone, quite a lot of teams have actually gotten themselves in the close proximity of each other, but now the team that is going to be getting the better half of all of that information is going to be JyanMaara, as they did try and spray on the rotation against Regicide, but in vain is what that spray turned out to be. But for now, as we move away from that team, we have Deadeyes Guys, IHC, close to each other, as well as we've got Icy, Godless, holding their forts all by their lonesome. But where are the other two?
Where are the other two? That is a very good question. I think they are a little bit further away from the teammates. Yep. And it's not just two, it's just one lad a little bit further away. Oh, Shifu getting shot in the back. Repositions, goes in the corner, trying to hide, trying to survive. Deadeyes Guys, I think this is a pretty comfortable position for them, to be very honest. I mean, they don't really have to move around much. They got here early, so unless the circle keeps on moving south, they won't be in too much trouble. But hey, I spoke too soon, because Phantom Esports have arrived as soon as the word trouble was uttered. Maybe being a little too eager to be Team Rocket, but let's see. Vexy, oh my goodness, beautiful drop shot. Instant knock, instant finish. Phantom Esports, they are not going to stop. It's the first 11 minutes of the game. They have 8 eliminations.
Wow, what a perfect, I mean, I said it in the previous fight as they took on FS as well. This team has definitely won my heart, and I can clearly see why the fans have been choosing Phantom Esports again and again. And this time around, I do want to say Vexy has been the man of the hour from the side of Phantom Esports. Not once, but twice, he's actually showcased his prowess from his team, and in doing so, again, as they push on, you perfectly mentioned, they're sitting at 8 elimination points already, dude.
Well, I mean, the fans have been cheering for Phantom Esports all this time, and I think now the fans are going to be pleased. And Phantom Esports, after the dust settles, just like, well, yeah, just like in the movie Gladiator, they are going to stand in the middle of all the chaos and just ask one question. Are you not entertained?
And that is going to definitely be a question from Vexy, I believe, because the man has been definitely making his presence known in this lobby with, again, I mean, if you look on to the, well, now it's gone, but the live status that was being showcased, it was only and only Phantom Esports who have gotten so many eliminations. Apart from that, the only other 2 teams that did have a few eliminations working for them had only 1 elimination point. So again, I mean, this team, they have a rock solid start, but the change of pace from the zone this time around, this is troublesome. All these teams that we're looking at right now, of course, have the safety net of the compounds that they're in, but for how long? And JyanMaara out in the open are going to be jumping into the center of the zone. Okay, a Milta region zone is what this is looking like, and perhaps, well, again, I mean, it could go either ways.
Yeah, it could go either ways, but let's see. Go now. 52x Rage again. First it was Train to Kill, and now Regicide blocking their way. So it's not going to be easy. And as you were talking about the shift of the circle, I think it's quite unlucky for Seal Esports. So they usually like to rotate from the military bridge, but this time the rotation was a little bit slow because the first zone was on the military island. So they felt like they did not really need to go anywhere. And now because of that, they are forced to head towards Novorepnoye Bridge, which is in the control of Stalwart Esports. But Do Stalwart Esports know that someone will be heading in there, heading towards their direction in a few short moments? I think that can actually, that will be pretty important. That little bit of information is going to be the deciding factor in the fight when that occurs. But for now, I8C, we did see in the elimination feed that they found an opening on one of the players from the side of I8, and Phantom Esports, Yeta is going to be taken out by I8C.
Ouch.
He is in the water now, and well, I don't think he will be able to do much.
It's not looking good for the side of Yetauta right now, because indeed he has been caught out in the open, and it is I8C who are wanting to take on those shots, and Zeol trying his level best to be able to convert that into an elimination point. But for now, as we were looking at all of that, CD Sports have made it to the main island. As they have done so, they've also gotten their information and their presence known and felt to the players of Stalwart Esports. As we can clearly see, Top is just waiting to get some shots again on the players of CD Sports. But CD Sports, the way they've actually entered this area, they're scattered, and that scattered bunch is going to be helping out their position and maybe even convert that into an advantage.
Well, but let's see how big of an advantage are they going to get. Stalwart Esports, as I said, I mean, the information is there, but what all can they convert it to? The blue zone is closing in on their position, and Seal Esports, they are also just sitting in the back lines waiting for an opportunity. And oh, the shift of the circle, completely avoiding all these teams. JyanMaara all of a sudden find themselves in a really wonderful spot to convert this game. They are going to be quite close to the center of the circle. Train to kill as well, completely isolated towards the northeastern edge of the zone. But Seal Esports, all right, this is going to be the great escape for them. Just buggies going at very high speed, driving away from the players of Stalwart Esports, and well, Seal Esports, they have made it safely. Oh,
what
spoke too soon!
Italian job that was, dude, from the side of CD Sports. Yeah, one of them was caught, but that was it. That was all. Okay, I spoke too soon. From one fight to the next, they have been in a whole world of trouble, of course, because CD Sports, even though it seemed like they made that rotation, they were jumping away from one fight to the next, and now they've got Regicide to deal with, they've got DRS to deal with, and all in all, their numbers have been dropped down to two-man army. That is all that CD Sports is going to sing, for now at least, as we've got Leo and Wally, the two-man standing.
Well, that was quite intense. I mean, talk about Caster's Curse without any delay. But CD Esports, they are still... Well, yeah. See, at first it was Stalwart Esports. I thought they got away. One down. Then we would go on to the next fight, and you say, hey, they are safe now, and then one more down. I guess it's unavoidable at this point, but let's see. Over on the other side, the 13 teams still remain in the match, 44 players still alive, and Milta is, well, ground zero for all the action. The Milta City, to be a little bit more precise. Seal Esports, they did lose two of their players just to get close to the edge of the circle, and they are still not inside. They're still unsafe. Time has run out. The blue zone is moving, and now they're forced to make a run for it out in the open.
Well. For now, as we look on through to the players of Stalwart, they have jumped in very close in proximity against the players of 52X Rage, and far away in the distance there's JyanMaara making their presence felt and known. Pretty much in the center of the zone is where they were at, as they took on shots and get those elimination points for themselves. And same is the case for the side of Skylightz Gaming as well, as they have been able to drop down Deadeyes Guys. True love, sir, going down. Thus remaining are going to be 12 teams. But right now, the two-man army of 52X Rage, are they ready? Are they prepped? Night and faster, the two-man standing in this compound against the four-man squad of Stalwart, as they are burning. Action is burning as he tries to get a little bit. What a perfectly baited situation from the side of 52X Rage. But again, the numbers advantage definitely working in favor of Stalwart Esports. So a tricky fight for 52X Rage for now.
Well, but let's see, will they be able to make the push? Stalwart Esports are here faster. Well, he's gonna have to move a little bit faster. But Top, he's healing out in the open. This is gonna be bad. Top! Oh no, how do you not expect a nade like that when you know the man ran to the first floor? They thought he was all alone, but Faster just managed to find one more opening, but it's not going to change anything. He gets pushed upon, takes down Action, that's the second. And does he have room to heal up? Whatever Stalwart Esports need to do, they need to do now. Pika is one of the last players surviving for a team, and they are out! Big blunder, big mistake! 52X Rage, they make them pay!
Wow, the Faster was so swift with those eliminations, dude. That was bonkers approach. Just to one man from the side of 52X Rage. The rage clearly being showcased from the side of that dude because he was able to bring not one, not two, but three players all one-handed, all by himself. Amazing skill being showcased from him. And of course, with that, 52X Rage will be able to get that revival going on for them, as Zen was nowhere to be seen in that fight. But as we move away from that, we've got IHC on our screens. IC taking on the shots against the players of I8, and I8 are hunkered down along with Godless from a flank angle, also pinching down some bullets. This is not the kind of fight that, of course, I8 would have anticipated as they jumped into the zone.
Well, I8, they are about to be destroyed as Godless. First, he's going to run over Ghost and then try and see if he can take the high-octane collision against Crypto on the other side. But 52X Rage, the champions of PMPL Pakistan, have just a few moments ago destroyed the champions of South Asia, Stalwart Esports, and now they have to deal with some high-voltage action against the team High Voltage. All four players surviving in this squad house, and all of them are completely aware of the threat that's lurking behind them. They are prepared for this aggression. Smokes being lobbed, covering up the windows. Clear intentions of 52X Rage trying to get close to them. But even that is going to be a risky move since there are a lot of teams surrounding this compound, this particular edge of the circle.
That is so true indeed, as we do have 9 teams in total that remain out here in the open. It is going to be Regicide taking a lot of hurt for themselves, as they have been caught, like I said, out in the open with only the smokes to be able to dissipate those bullet damage. But for now, DRS also not looking too good, as they have their players going down thanks to the blue zone. Killer White T goes down. Right now, there is High Voltage, wherein they have the information, they have the compound, they have the safety net, but will they be able to capitalize on that situation? IHC Zeol completely stopping Crypto right now, as I8 have been eliminated. 8 teams remaining right here, and IHC are off to a pretty decent looking game right now.
Well, but let's see. I mean, as you said, the game is looking quite decent, but it's not going to be enough. They have to make it a great one. On the other side, though, Skylightz Gaming, it looks like they are going to start to struggle a little bit from here on out, as they haven't spotted out. One of the lads was knocked out, but we are down to the top 8 teams, 28 players still surviving, and the circle is about to shrink in 3. Well, there's a lot more than 3 seconds remaining, so I'll start the countdown a little bit later. But for now, all right, Regicide out in the open, and High Voltage Extreme just trying to see if we can connect a few more, find a few more knocks to be able to get a few more points for his team.
Well, again, I mean, High Voltage, this is looking like a pretty good fight for them, because the compound is working like the safety net that they wanted. But 52X Rage from the rear is going to be definitely utilizing that position, as Knight's Molotov is going to be damaging a lot of the positioning of High Voltage as they have been knocked. But okay, I spoke too soon. Faster's Nade Parade is going to be all that was needed for the side of High Voltage to take on those shots, as the final player, Assassin, the one man, the only dude remaining from the side of High Voltage. But this is looking really good, because his UMP has done the trick, has done the job. 52X Rage have been eliminated, but at what cost? Because he is a one-man army. Oh, actually, correction, Prabeen is still alive up there, so that revival will be brought in.
I mean, there is going to be a possibility to go for a revive, but it's not going to be an easy one, especially considering that they are about to be surrounded from all the directions. But from the distance, James is trying to see if he can, well, at least cause some trouble for the lads of IHC, but in the end, he just ends up giving away his position. Now IHC, they're going to regroup. They're going to try and gain their composure back, gain their footing back, and then see if they can clear up the backlines first and then rotate inside the zone. But Train to Kill, they do not want to wait, a little too over-eager, and that could have backfired quite easily. But hey, everyone is distracted because shots are coming in. There's a lot of noise, a lot of chaos, and it's going to be quite difficult to just pin down and focus on one team and take that one fight at a time. It's going to be close to impossible just isolating those fights.
That is true, and when we look onto the map itself, it is going to be the side of course, Regicide, who were in the open. High Voltage final player Assassin is around in the vicinity to be able to maybe bring in a little bit more damage to the players of Regicide. As he does, he is going to be absolutely using his UMP to perfection once again, but not going to be able to capitalize on that all by his lonesome, because the entire clan of Regicide is going to be jumping on to that opportunity to take him down. Thus remaining only going to be 5 teams. 5 teams remain right here. 16 total players as High Voltage get eliminated. we've got JyanMaara looking very comfortable. We've got, of course, the side of IHC with all 4 players still standing in red side. Somehow, dude, they're out in the open, but somehow, since the past 5 minutes, they have been able to make their presence felt and known in this lobby and still maintain their numbers.
Well, let's see. I mean, they have kept their numbers up until now. JyanMaara looking quite solid as well. They've lost a few of their players. The knocks do not stop. Snipe is going to be taken out as well. So 2 players are knocked out, just 1 left standing. And from the distance, Regicide, they do not want to allow the opportunity for JyanMaara to recover. This is the opportunity which JyanMaara was waiting for, and they have 7 eliminations to their name, but they at least need to make it to the top 3 to at least put a little bit of pressure on the players of Stalwart Esports. On the other end, though, ladies and gentlemen, you do see the clock ticking down, and that means this next shift is going to be in front of us, and it moves right on the heads of DRS. And we do have the players from IHC quite close to them, where Rebel has already been knocked out. IHC with 4 players all just huddled up together, and I see in the distance a little bit further ahead, they are just waiting for an opportunity to push for that shack, and then in the end all they will have to deal with will be the players of Regicide.
Well, we've got 5 teams, yes, but again, in all of that, we do have IHC making a lot of noise in this as Yol pushed on to the small little track that we had DRS in, and from the faraway distance, JyanMaara's final player, No Fear, is also going to be bringing in a little bit of fear all by his lonesome against the players of Regicide. And for now, IHC against DRS, the one-man army from the side of DRS Rebel will not be able to do much when you've got a nade to your face in that small little shack, and they have been eliminated, thus remaining are only 4 teams, where No Fear, being the final player from the side of JyanMaara, is not going to be able to do much apart from, well, maybe try and take on some shots, but not before Vaz has something to say to that cause.
Well, but let's see. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see who will walk away the winner of this game. I thought Regicide, they're going to be able to capitalize on their man advantage in the late stages, but they have their own lads knocked out, and I believe they are about to be finished off as well. Vaz, he's trying to close in the distance, get close to Nocto, and then get his teammate back up on his feet. But Siog, with all of this utility being tossed towards the... Oh, this one's perfect! Vaz is just going to burn alive and die now.
What a perfect play coming in from the side of T2K indeed, and in doing so, not only has he been able to stop that team of Regicide, but also get the revival. Oh, okay, never mind the revival, but of course he will still be standing and taking on another player down. That's going to be JyanMaara getting eliminated. 2 teams remain. It is going to be IHC for the win this time around, trying to kill Suyog. He's trying his level best. He's going to be absolutely pinching down IC as he tries to open up that. But dude, is this all? Because it's a 1v1 in just a matter of seconds between Suyog and Ziyol.
Well, but let's see now. As you said, it's a 1v2. It's basically a 1v1. Alex is down. Ziol. It is going to be a very nice push. Siok steps out. Drop shot. It's going to be a fail. And well, well. I never would have thought this is how the game is going to end. But hey, if you're trained to kill, you're trained to win. And well, T2K, ladies and gentlemen, walking away with a very nice chicken dinner. Siok has to be the MVP of the game, I believe. The Molotovs, the nades, the finish in the clutch, everything was just impressive.
Everything on point from the side of T2K. There is nothing wrong in that fight. There was nothing wrong in terms of his approach and in all of that. T2K, I mean, when this game started, you were kind of predicting, you were kind of saying that wouldn't it be absolutely bonkers if the team were able to walk away with chicken dinner? And here you have it. Here you have it. They walk away with the chicken dinner. And T2K, dude, what ladder are they climbing? What exactly is going on in that green room that they're in? Because they are doing wonders right now.
I mean, I switched from T2K to DRS, but it feels like I should have stuck. And also for production, they picked Skylightz Esports and they lost 2 players early. So we blame production for whatever happened with Skylightz Esports.
But hey, we're going to recuperate from all of that and we allow the director to take a small little breath as we go on a short little break. Please stick around, we're going to be right back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. 3 games of the day are done, with the previous 2 matches going to Train to Kill, pulling off an incredible number out of nowhere. And, well, I believe they're sitting on the 2nd position on the overall leaderboard now, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. That's quite insane. Did you expect Train to Kill to make such a huge climb? It's like every single day is dedicated to one team to make a comeback. Now, yesterday it was for I8, today is for TDK, tomorrow probably for IIT. I don't exactly know how things are going to be looking like tomorrow, but for now, TDK has been dominating the entire battleground. Back-to-back 2 chicken dinners, that's going to boost their confidence up to Cloud 9.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely supposed to go to Cloud9, but let's talk about this man as well. Sanhok was the man who made sure that the chicken dinner came to Train to Kill. First taking out the players of Regicide, then finishing off with IHC, and even before that, I have to say, huge props to the team, to the entire team of Train to Kill, because I really did not think Train to Kill stood a possibility when they were caught off guard on the edge, right behind the players of IHC Esports. They could have easily been taken down by the number of possibilities. There was JyanMaara right there, there was Regicide holding the open field, there was IHC just a little bit towards their west. Multitudes of possibilities for Train to Kill not really win this game, but hey, they stood against the odds, they fought the odds, and they shot them down, just taking away the chicken dinner in an instant.
Exactly, just taking away the chicken dinner. But I'd see too, man, I'm not going to lie. They're trying their best. They're giving it all they have to step things up. But hopefully in the upcoming games, I'd see are able to replicate the performance that they put on in that previous game. As you do take a look at the match summary, Sanhok, of course, going to be there, the man of the hours without a doubt, with 6 elimination points. And then you have Faster from the side of 52X Rage, getting 791 damage wrapped up, and then you have Faster again with highest assist, and there we go. Highest healing done is going to be Godless. But let me tell you what, this highest healing done always reminds me of Sanhok, because we're going to be moving on in Sanhok soon. But before that, let's cover this match ranking, Johnny.
Well, we do have the match rankings in front of us. Train to Kill, 23 points. JyanMaara and IHC there with 19 points to their name. So even JyanMaara were able to be quite consistent. And I think this, as I was talking about it during the match as well, this was one of the opportunities that JyanMaara needed, because Stalwart Esports, they were taken out pretty early. And JyanMaara and Train to Kill, they were able to capitalize on this particular match. And that is going to result in the difference between the 3 teams not being too significant.
Yeah.
Like it was before.
I mean, look, for now, JyanMaara, they've faltered out without a doubt. Day 3 isn't really looking that great for them. I mean, they're doing quite okay in every single game, but that's not going to seal the deal. You will need to be the best of the best in these final moments, because I've always said Day 2 is the day of comebacks. On Day 2, we saw the teams making a comeback, but on Day 3, this is where the top 5 teams will need to solidify their spots, but so far, JyanMaara aren't really able to nail it down, and that's why they're getting pushed down and down in the overall rankings. But I'm pretty sure JyanMaara is a team that has the caliber to pull off some insane plays as well. Before now, talk about plays, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how the plays looked like in the previous game, Johnny.
Well, I mean, it was quite an exciting game. I mean, there was a lot of chaos, first of all, since the very start of the match. This early fight that we had between TUF Freestyle. Then there was Phantom Esports, who was stuck in a little bit of a situation of their own with the Grounders, but they found a way out of it. We saw, I believe, 3 eliminations, 3 squad wipes within the first 8 minutes, which is, like, pretty incredible.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have Phantom Esports over here as well. This push onto the players, the Grounders, was definitely a little bit questionable, but still they actually did come out on top, so that's all that matters as long as you were able to win their duels. But hey, the damage was already dealt. Then you have the players of Regicide just unleashing hell on the players of Seal. Unfortunately, Demo got caught off guard. I'm not gonna lie, Demo is one of the most instrumental and key players for the Seal. If he gets taken out, that means that's the main fragger out the gate.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, he is quite important for his team, and if he is out, then you can't really do much. He has been quite critical for his team in the last few matches, but this time around, I mean, talking about other teams, 52X Rage, incredible. Almost a 1v4, but the man Faster walked away with 3 points from that fight. I had seen this push was pretty important to them, but they did not expect Sanhok to actually finish the game off like this. An incredible performance by this man, and, well, basically a 1v3 in the end.
Yeah, exactly. This drop shot did not work out. Sanhok, oh my god, what a clutch. A 1v3, not even just against any sort of normal squads. That's IHC. That's one of those teams that has some of the most highest fragging powers, and he's just making them look like rookies. And now you have TDK, back-to-back chicken dinners, 8 elimination points in that previous game. Of course, 1,252 damage dealt. Then you have IC with 7 elimination points and 1,413 damage dealt. But nowhere to be seen as Stalwart Esports in the top 5. This time, Stalwart Esports as well did not really have that great of a performance. 555 damage dealt. Freestyle Esports as well, as you do see 4 eliminations and 740. A lot of teams that got eliminated early off for some big names.
Yeah, I mean, and one of those big names is Stalwart Esports, who, well, it felt like had a pretty good opportunity, but as soon as the circle moved away from the Nova Repnoy Bridge, Stalwart Esports were stuck in the middle of nowhere. And all right, so Train to Kill with this matchup do not, in fact, move on the second position. They are still third. There are not literally no changes in the top 8 of the leaderboard. Everyone is where they were, but the differences have started to arise. Train to Kill move up to 171 points. Seal Esports on the 4th with 147. I8, they're just 1 point shy of Seal Esports. DRS are 1 point shy from I8. Deadeyes Guys stuck on 118, but look at the top 2. Just 18 points. 18 points separating Stalwart Esports and JyanMaara.
But the distances are definitely closing game by game. As you mentioned, the point difference now is just so less between the players of JyanMaara and even TDK, and I'm pretty sure TDK will try to seal the deal. TDK is another one of those teams that likes to play things as slow as possible in the early phase of the game, and then in the late phases, that's where they decide to strike in. TDK, one thing I've noticed about this team is that they don't really like to go for elimination points. Instead, they prioritize positioning, and they prioritize going for those placement points more compared to the elimination points. So talk about a mature approach. This is what TDK likes to bring inside the game. They do not really want to go for unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I mean, and it was pretty important to just play in your comfort zone, and T2K have been doing that pretty incredibly. But now, with a hat-trick opportunity in hand, Necro, are we predicting Train to Kill for the next game? It is Sanhok.
No, I'm not going for Train to Kill. Look, I've already got 5 predictions right. All right, Johnny, it's not a joke. And you know what I'm predicting for the next game? You know what I'm predicting for next game?
Yep.
I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports because I think it's their time to strike again.
All right, if you are going to go for Stalwart Esports, then I'll just pick JyanMaara.
All right, what the production's picking then? What are you going with?
Production doesn't pick, production curses.
No, yeah. What are you guys going to curse? Who are you guys going to curse this time, production? Who are you guys going to curse? Blank? Who are you going to curse? Let's find out. There you go. He's going to curse JyanMaara. Oh, no.
So, I don't think we're going to be back on the desk tomorrow. I think we're just going to be taken out, assassinated in the middle of the night. But yeah, so production has also predicted Stalwart Esports. Necro, how do you feel about that?
Oh, that's not a good news. He just cursed my pick.
But you have been a lucky charm for a lot of the teams. So maybe it just balances things out and Stalwart Esports will end up having not a good game, not a bad game, just a decent game.
Maybe my niceness will counter his evilness.
I mean, let's not go there. Let's not just start calling a friend evil out of nowhere.
Niceness wins all the time, all right?
All right, so a few words from the production just challenging him to go win, I guess. But
okay,
yeah, it is going to be quite incredible to see exactly what is going to happen. And again, the storyline behind Stalwart's next performance, it is going to be quite intense because as we pointed out, it is just an 18-point difference between them and JyanMaara. And if JyanMaara or even Train to Kill have an amazing, phenomenal run in the next match in the map of Sanhok, then Stalwart Esports might just not be on the first anymore.
Exactly. They might just not be. But again, as I said, I personally feel like Stalwart Esports' Sanhok game is really solid. Considering the fact that they kick things off on boot camp, they already like to start things there, and then they instantly try to get the boot camp hill control as well, which is all the way in the back lines. So that's kind of a proactive approach inside the game. That's going to help them quite a lot, even in the longer run. So I personally feel like Stalwart Esports, at least in the first initial phase of the game, I'm not really going to be worried. I'm really going to be worried when a lot of teams decide to just crash straight up on that hill.
I don't think anyone is going to challenge that hill, so I think you don't have to be worried for a long time. Yeah. But hey, let's see. I mean, for now, before the match begins, it's all just kept speculations and guesses. But now the match, in fact, is live, and we are going to be seeing the trajectory of the plane in front of us. But before that, our lovely players.
Exactly. Lovely players. Talk about the lovely players. You're pretty lovely too, man. I'm lovely too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. But moving
Wow,
on inside
wow.
the game of Sanhok is the flame
song.
that's going to be starting all the way from Sami, all the way towards Smognai. And well, here you go. The Grounders, of course, are going to be exiting out first. Now, as I said, teams, they have a huge chance in this game to even finish quite consistently because, as I mentioned, Sanhok means med strat. If things do go south for your team in between the game, you can always opt or fall back on those med strat.
Well, I mean, the healing strat has been quite prominent in this map, but to be honest, in this particular tournament, it is not something that the teams are relying upon. Players are not being allowed to, being left alone, even if they are trying to hide, they are being hunted down. And I think that is something that the teams have adapted quite nicely to. Just the fact that if you don't leave the last player from a squad, if you just wipe out the entire team, there's no one going to be left healing in the middle of nowhere. But talk about the middle of nowhere. Well, this is Nakam, and this is where the Grounders seem to have collided against DRS.
Exactly. And this is a collision that none of us expected. Spots out the Toes, instantly just tries to take him out. But the Toes for now are going to be safe. As Kurama is just waiting for the right moment to strike. DRS. Rules is just pushing on in. It's not going to stop. And Rules eventually will shut the man down in the front. The Grounders already starting the game off with a casualty.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite fun to see exactly what the, complete team fight is going to come down to. Well, Kurma is out, and now Chapter, he's trying to see if he can find a knock. Well, Zigsaw helps him out, and Rules is going to be knocked out and finished. Killer trying to chime in. Zigsaw's HP has fallen quite low, and Killer's going to be knocked out as well. Now, Rebel is left in the middle of this chaos. I believe he has some utility on him, but no, just using those weapons, dishing out damage little by little on every single one of these players from the side of the Grounders. Jump shots from the DBS, but the corner angle is not going to be usable. Why would he go in? That's a big blunder. The Grounders just throwing away the advantage, and Rebel has been giving a second chance at life.
It's like they just don't want to win this fight. The mistake that they made is, you can't even call it a rookie mistake at this point. Even a rookie would not try to do that. When you especially know someone's tucked in the corner, you would not want to just vault in front of them, because while vaulting, you're pretty much crippled. You cannot even use your guns, and that's what exactly happened. But still, so far, the Grounders are trying to pull things back in their hands again. Are they going to be successful? Because Killer of IT has been knocked out as well. Sensei is trying his best to clutch the situation out. He will also try to get the fallen man back up, Shapatar. The res is being stuck. Where are the rest of the players of DRS? Because DRS, they've been dismantled quite early off this time.
Well, I mean, they have been caught completely off guard, resulting in the team losing out on 3 of their players. And just one final player remaining for the side of DRS. It wasn't a worthwhile early game collision for them, and I think they're going to be pretty upset about it. But let's see what the rest of the game has to offer, as apart from this collision, we won't really... I do expect a few more fights to happen, actually. The JyanMaara situation has been avoided for now. 52 X-rays have decided to drop towards the quarry area, which was completely isolated. So, again, a drop switch resulting in no early casualties. DRS, again, the Shami drop, I think they should have just stuck together towards Shami, and the Grounders, again, I think have capitalized quite nicely. But the circle towards Camp Alpha Island, I mean, that is something that can change the game plans of a lot of teams. So let's see, just 5-6 minutes more, and everyone is going to start moving towards the Camp Alpha Island.
Exactly. And these do see a little bit in the replay feed how things went down, and Sensei, fortunately for the Grounders, clutched it out. If he wasn't able to clutch it out, then it was pretty much it. The Grounders would have been eliminated out the game early off. But as you do take a look at the overall rankings in front of you too, Stalwart Esports currently having 198 points, so close to that 200 points marker. I'm pretty sure they should be able to get that milestone in this game. Phantom Esports as well is sitting in 11th spot with only 79 points in their pockets. The Grounders right underneath him with 69 points. And this time the Circle is playing quite a lot of cruel games, Johnny. Evil games, talk about it. And I feel like the Circle's probably going to be ending on the top left island. That means a lot of teams should start booking it already. And I talked about the proactive nature of Stalwart Esports. And look at them. They're already going on the other side of the island.
Well, I mean, the split, it's going to be quite interesting to see if that actually is going to work out for them. But It is definitely going to be quite risky since TUF, as you mentioned, is going to be closing in from the back lines. Plus, you have to worry about the players from the side of high voltage who do manage to control the Temple Hill on Camp Alpha Island quite nicely. That has been their preferred spot always in this matchup. But luckily for Stalwart Esports, IHC is there to distract the players of high voltage and grab their attention. And IHC, they have full freedom in this matchup, so it is going to be quite interesting. Assassin, he's just keeping an eye on them for now.
Feel the peace. The calmness currently in the map of Sanhok. And I'm quite oblivious. Why is this calmness still here? Considering it's Sanhok, you expect the aggression to be amped up. But that's not the case so far. We're not really seeing a lot of fights happening. We just saw that first initial fight between the Grounders and DRS. And then after that, things have just been really quiet. Teams like Regicide, they're just eyeing out the players of the Grounder. They definitely heard the chaos that was going on before between the Grounders and DRS. But now Regicide, they're just eyeing him out.
Well, let's see. I mean, information is key, and these lads, they're trying to see if they can get that information for themselves. Regicide specifically, I think, what the setup looks like right now, this is going to be quite interesting if it works, because Deadeyes Guys are going to be closing in towards this edge. Then there's going to be Stalwart Esports moving in this direction, and then Regicide is already there. I'm sorry, the Grounders are going to be moving up a little bit up north as well, just trying to cross the bridge with the next shift. So Regicide, if they don't cross over to the Camp Alpha Island and the circle moves up north, then they're going to be in a world of hurt. Although, look at the waters. Train to kill with the early water rotation. Now, early water rotations on Sanhok will usually work out for you. It's the late game situation where you will have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Train to kill just going all the way from north. They're probably going to try to close up on the Camp Alpha side. And this is quite interesting, right? We haven't really seen such a peaceful nature in the map of Sanhok. It's been a long time. Feels kind of good too, especially when you hear the wind just passing by. As Deadeyes Guys in front of us. And Deadeyes Guys, somewhere down line, they definitely do sense the fear. But they don't exactly know. Where are the players settled for now?
Oh, and also the predictions, ladies and gentlemen. This time, Skylightz Gaming is the prediction that has been made by you guys, our lovely audience. So let's see what the result is going to be. 21.4% people are rooting for T2K. Then Phantom Esports always have been the fan favorites in this tournament so far. And why not? They've made some pretty incredible plays. The previous matchup, the squad fights in the early game were really, really impressive. And IHC...
Wow. This boat.
Yeah, but they were already on the island.
It's a nice, cute family boat, Johnny.
Hey, listen. This boat is in the hands of IHC, so it's anything but cute. It's deadly. It's a war machine right now, and they're on a fishing trip. Necro, this is a fishing expedition. They are trying to hunt down the players of Train to Kill.
Damn, but it's like a cute... It's like a cute boat of death.
Cute boat of death.
It's like...
Sounds like...
It's like dying with cuteness.
So this would be a cute boat of death if Dr. Doofenshmirtz built it.
Wait,
you know who I'm talking about?
I don't know who that is. No.
What?
Yeah.
Alright, so I guess a little bit of a boomer humor.
Yeah, I guess probably. Yeah, I'm one of the Zoomers. But it seems like they have spotted out the players at TDK though. So I'd see now they're trying to pepper some bullets in the water. But TDK, they're suffocating to their death underneath the water. Look at that. One of the players almost about to get knocked out as well. But no IHC instead. I don't think so they have any clue that TDK is still in the back. What exactly is going on IHC? If they wanted, they could have gotten those free elimination points.
Well, 3 elimination points have been secured, but they're going to need a lot more if they want to keep on moving forward in this game. And IHC, with their expedition not being a success, they fall back to the shorelines where Zeol was just waiting, guarding their position, making sure no one was able to access this spot. And it is going to be quite interesting now. The zone is going to start to close in. It is the 10-minute marker. The blue zone is starting to move. And the players from Freestyle, by the way, who landed all the way towards the southeastern edge of the map, have finally started to rotate with the blue zone and have started to move towards the circle. But oh, Phantom Esports quite close to the players of IHC. And Alex, well, he takes a nade, some damage from the nade. IC is going to be extremely low and knocked out. That expedition, it just backfired. It wasn't friendlies who were waiting for them on the shoreline. It was the enemies.
And IHC now, well, they have been welcomed in this island this time by the players of Phantom. And Phantom were just like venomous snakes on this coastline waiting for the players of IHC to close in. And that's what they did. They had to face their ref as TUF just peppering down the players of Skylightz Gaming. Gelson almost got taken out in that. Another nade tossed in the same direction, but that's not going to be close enough because the mark was way away. Did not really make it up to the mark, but this nade from the side of Mafia Ninja might just close it up, but no, that's not going to be the case. Uphill nades are something that's always difficult.
Well, as you said, uphill utility usage is going to be tough, but hey, if you have that M4 in your hands, might as well save the nades, as Mafia Ninja is going to be knocked and finished by Virus. So Skylightz Gaming, not really a fun time for them in this quad fight, and especially since they are being gatekept at this point, it's not going to be easy for them to move forward with the next shift, but they still have almost a minute and a half to think about it. And they have the entire northern area as well, Necro, where they can actually disengage this fight and move to a safer area, try and cross from Hathin towards Camp Alpha, and that, I believe, should it actually can be a pretty good breakaway point for Skylightz Gaming. Get inside the zone safely, and from there on out, you can re-evaluate your situation and try and see which fights you can take, which fights you will have to run away from.
Exactly. IHC for now, though, I mean, they do realize there's no winning in this fight. If you do go for a battle, it has to be something that they're probably going to be losing, or at least they would be taking a lot of damage from. So it does not make any sense to fight this out, as we do have the players of Deadeyes Guys going against the players of I8. And Deadeyes Guys now, one of the players have already been taken out. I8, they're looking at full form. They're looking to pounce on the players of Deadeyes Guys, but Deadeyes Guys now shift into a defensive stance.
Well, DE versus I8. Uzum, look at him crossing the wall to the other side, trying to see if he can get himself in a flanking position. But hey, Necro, read the elimination feed. It's a battle for the top. Stalwart Esports taking on JyanMaara right now.
Oh, this is quite interesting, as I8... Again, this battle still continues as well, Johnny.
Yeah, two important fights at the same time.
Exactly. Before now, this fight has came down to a stalemate. As I said, Deadeyes Guys, they've been pushed into a defensive stance, as we do have the players of Seal going against Freestyle. And Freestyle, so far in this tournament, they're having a hard time. Nate's tossed in from the side of Seal. Wally is just out in the open. Leo as well is a little bit in the back, but he's trying to punch boost his way on in. Tyrant now is going to try to toss another one. But this utility engagement, this utility warfare is something Freestyle are definitely looking for. And Freestyle so far, they're not able to find any connections. Same thing goes with Seal, but Seal, they're able to find a knockout. On the other hand, IAT as well, they're able to do quite a lot of damage against Deadeyes Guys.
Alrighty, so the Molotov was lobbed in, but it completely misses to hit, misses its mark. Uzum, again, has helped his teammate close in the distance. Ghost is here, Crypto lining up the nade from the distance, and they are just waiting for an opportunity. Chari can be the first casualty, but backs away from the corner of that wall. Fragboy is also waiting for an opportunity. Now, let's not forget, Deadeyes Guys are already at a pretty big disadvantage in this fight. It's a 3v4 situation that I8 can easily control and manipulate to give them the extra edge. But no, Blade! He's gonna get stuck in the corner and knocked out. But no, this is not it. This is not it. Fragboy, with a few jump shots, is protecting his teammate True Love while he heals up. And Deadeyes Guys, as I said, the disadvantage has been negated. Ghost, he is looking to see if he can find the opening on the lad indoors, but Deadeyes Guys, this is a perfect defensive setup from their end.
Exactly as I said. I mentioned this too. Deadeyes Guys were shifted into a defensive stance, and now Deadeyes Guys, they're doing a great job luring the players of IAT in. And IAT as well, they're making quite a lot of mistakes, and that's something they have to pay the price for. JyanMaara against the players of Stalwart Esports. This fight was another fight that we were eyeing out for, but this time the circle is going to take a huge toll away from all the teams, shifting a little bit on another side, just tilting a little bit up. So that means even Stalwart Esports, now they'll need to try and reposition.
Well, let's see. It's not going to be easy to move around, though. And both these teams, who will at one point were just trying to see if they can get extra points now, are going to be in a world of hurt in a few short moments, because as the clock towards the first clock that is counting down the blue zone, it is under a minute now, so they will have to settle this one very, very quickly, or the blue zone is going to start to close in, and this one is going to hit a pretty strong punch. This one is going to pack a punch, but from the back lines, we have more teams closing in. Skylightz Gaming is moving here, by the way. So in a few short moments, I think they're going to be forced to take the fight.
They will be. TDK too, they're looking pretty a strong force. They're looking like a pack of assassinators. Just looking for any of their teams in the front to be the victims, and they will just strike in at the same time and assassinate them. But trying to kill here, they realize they don't really need to make a lot of move. They don't need to be in an uncomfortable stance. Instead, they can just stay here and wait for the next zone to close on in. Because again, this zone is something that's creating a lot of mysterious aura, Johnny.
I mean, the zone is always going to be mysterious. You never know what the zone is thinking.
Talk about mysterious. Are you holding any secrets from me?
Yeah.
Tell me now.
I hate you. I'm just kidding.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Deadeyes.
I'm just kidding. I love you, Necro. You're my buddy.
Okay. Wait, did you say... Oh. I hear...
Wow.
2 players. And again, he does hear quite a lot of sound, though, Johnny. Sound cues are definitely given away by quite a lot. But, again, something that needs to be capitalized on is Ghost here. Ghost's position still not compromised, and Ghost hears a lot of audio cues given away as well. Deadeyes guys are definitely getting a little impatient, so they're challenging fights on all the different sides, and this is something that's not going to pan out well for them, because now Skylightz Gaming are aware as well. They've attracted a lot of attention.
Yeah. And as I said, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, they were bound to just come close to this position, and, well, they came, they saw nothing happening, and they just left. They were like, all right, these guys are going to be at it for days and days, and they did not really want to be a part of this interaction, since, again, it is kind of a Mexican standoff between these two teams at this point. And hey, the blue zone is here, and now the lads are completely engulfed in the blue. So it is going to be quite interesting to see what the end result is going to look like. But Skylightz Gaming, hey, they don't waste any time in their fight against 52X Rage. 2 players instantly knocked out. AJ was the man in the thick and thin of the action. Galson was knocked out as well. But from the backlines, the flank arrives. The backup is here. Have no fear. Daku, the last player surviving, is going to be picked off by AJ from the distance. A quick 1-2 by Skylightz Gaming. And, well, 52X Rage, they are out of this match.
Exactly. Just talk about 1-2 blows. But I8, they're doing a great job of standing tall against the players of Deadeyes Guys. As one of the players, Ghost, did get taken out, but the MG3 is going to be quite devastating, and that's why you never decide to challenge a fight against MG3 like that. Still 28 bullets in the magazine, and True Love is looking to unload every single bullet. He's looking to unload those magazines, but now he will need a fresh one too. He's going for all those confirmations, does realize this is a do-or-die situation, so you might as well just wrap up as many points as possible. So True Love setting himself up pretty well in this one.
Well, but let's see, it's down to a 1v1 between these two lads, and it can be anybody's team fight right now, but for I8, this holds a lot more importance. They were just almost on the verge of breaking it into the top 3. They almost had made it all the way over there as well, but now comes the time where you will be required to hold onto your position for as long as possible. All right, smoke being lobbed towards the broken wall, just trying to deny Ozum the vision. True Love, he's trying to be cheeky about this, and since both the players are in the blue, now I wonder how much healing utility do they have?
Oh my god, the next circle shift, Johnny. It's gonna shift right on top of the players of Phantom, and here we go. Finally, this battle commences, and here we have the winner. It's going to be Deadeyes Guys coming out on top, or actually, scratch that. Yeah, it was Deadeyes Guys coming out on top. The MG3 this time is going to be striking a little bit more venomous. The Stinger's going to be stronger. But here we do take a look at another team. Stalwart Esports currently, they have decided to just stay inside Hot 10, move on over a little bit slowly and steadily, inch their way in. But if Stalwart Esports do clash on against the players of JyanMaara, Stalwart Esports will have a heads-up opportunity to take them down because they have a clear advantage. But Regicide against the players of Skylightz Gaming, and Skylightz Gaming, they're just getting dismantled by a lot of teams. They're catching a lot of eyes while making those rotations. And here we go, the final man's going to eventually fall down as well.
Well, let's see those Seal Esports, 7 eliminations already secured by them. They are moving and trying to take T2K's third position away from them. IHC in their crosses, Alex and Godless, although it feels like IHC now are obsessed with Train to Kill. First going all the way into the middle of the ocean to try and pick them off, resulting in them losing a few of their players. And now again trying to take Seog down, but Alex this time he succeeds. Seog is down on his knees. One more player, Jane, has been knocked out from the other direction. So Train to Kill are down to 2 players left standing.
2 players left alive. High Volt is still on top of this high ground. Currently being the gods of the lobby, they just have vision over every single piece of corner inside this zone. INC is still just tapping away. Seog is just trapped, but he's knocked out as well. He's helpless just behind that tree. Trying to kill. Finally, it seems like the stars are not going to be aligned for them, and trying to kill might just have this game slipping away from their hand. Another circle is going to shift out in the open, Johnny, and this is something every single team is being caught off guard with, so that means now it's the snake time.
Well, it is going to be a snake time for a lot of these teams. Look at the lads that are there from Regicide. Just one last player remaining from the side of Regicide. DRS is going to be down to one last player. You don't have a lot of options in situations like these. All you can do is just try to survive, try and keep your head down low. But Stalwart Esports, again, looking for the advantage, looking for the edge against the players of JyanMaara, who are in fact still there in this game and right behind Stalwart Esports.
And here we go, Stalwart Esports. I mean, they're barely making it inside the next zone too, so Stalwart Esports can try and find some openings. And there we go, talk about an opening. They've already found one. Thar gets knocked out. And that's an opening TUF. We're not looking to give away, but Scry's still going to snatch it away.
Well, let's see. I mean, Scry, he's quite focused. He's like a hungry bear right now, just completely focused, zoned in on the opposition right in front. Action and the other lads on the other side, Action Pika on top, just right across in the other compounds, and high voltage in the crosshairs of Stalwart Esports at this point. Let's see, the blue zone is definitely going to give them a lot of trouble at the from here on out, and JyanMaara, they're just sneakily moving in from the rear. All right, Nocto, you got to be patient about this one. Jane knows where you are, and the rock is going to be enough to protect him. Utility once again being lined up, but this has to be perfect to take him out. Nocto with a nade in his hand is going to lob it towards Jane, and it does not connect.
Jane's still alive, but the problem is the Wall of Death is dealing quite a lot of damage. Nocto is going for a first aid on himself, and now is finally going to toss on another utility, hoping that maybe this one will force him out of his comfort zone. And yes, it does, but still not enough, not really on the mark. Missing the mark, Nocta realizes the player's quite out in the open, but what a snap by Jane. He's going to snap him up.
Well, I mean, he is going to be snapped into 2 at this point, but Stalwart Esports, I'm just keeping my eye on that. On the live rankings that are there towards our right-hand side. I mean, it's going to be quite intense to see what exactly the situation is going to be at the end of this game. So far, from the top 4, Seal Esports, T2K, JyanMaara, and Stalwart Esports, all of them are there in this game. And I think, Necro, your niceness might have just helped Stalwart Esports. They're looking like they are in a really good position now. Pika was knocked out, but it's going to be an easy revive for them. And their competition, JyanMaara, have been taken out.
Exactly, but the problem now arises for Stalwart. They're catching a lot of bullets. They will need to leave this compound. They need to leave this comfort zone that they have found themselves in. Top will go for the res out in the open. He only has those smokes providing that cover, but for how long? As the time passes by, the smokes are going to be fading away, and maybe so will Stalwart Esports' lifeline. They have had quite a decent game so far, a decent run inside the game, but Stalwart Esports, they're taking a bit too much damage, and it seems like they will fall down eventually.
Well, but let's see, Stalwart Esports, they have been taken care of, well, kinda. Now, Phantom Esports in the center of the zone, well, close to the edge of the zone, have the priority of winning this game. Action once again knocked out. Vexy moving in with the blue zone again and again is giving a lot of trouble to him. High voltage from the high ground have been finished off completely, and now we are down to the top three teams of this match. Phantom Esports, Mad Max, he has been finished off. 3 players still remaining. Well, not finished off, he is knocked out, but look at this. IHC, did you think they were done yet? Well, now they are done. What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Seal is still alive. Yep. Seal. I told you, man. Sanhok, it's really easy to be consistent in Sanhok. Just go for the med strat while the rest 3 PLF players are in the battlefield trying to wrap up as many as elimination points as possible. Phantom Esports slowly and steadily just approaching that final shack, maybe hoping that there is someone in the playground, but no, that's not the case. The playing field is completely empty. The only team last time was seen was Stalwart Esports. But hey, as you said, Johnny, My Niceness helped out the players of Stalwart Esports. Not a bad, not a good performance, kind of a mediocre performance, mediocre ending.
I wouldn't say it was mediocre. I would say it was quite decent. It wasn't a bad. They made it to the top 5. They had a decent number of eliminations. But hey, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Anticlimactic Sanhok, where heal battles have been a thing for the longest time. And we're doing trivia now. Which team was the first second winner of PMPL South Asia Championship 2022? And it was JyanMaara.
Wait, I just saw him shooting his own pet. That's kind of evil.
Yeah, I mean, there is, well, not direct team damage inside of the game. You can only use nades and stuff.
No, the pet you have, like the
pet. Yeah, that doesn't do anything, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of evil.
It's bad, but
I mean, he's there to literally just give you that motivation, right? Yep. He's there to give you that motivation all the time. He's there to back you up, and he still has 14 first states, Johnny. That means we're going to be here for a long time. Johnny, you've got a nice store to share to our viewers?
Sorry?
Have you got like a nice store to share to our viewers? Because now these are podcast hours.
Oh yeah, so story time. So this one time, I mean, we were just casting this game of Sanhok, and then there was this one lad who, well, was a phenomenal player. 14 first aids. Imagine, Necro, someone having 14 first aids, and the other lads, I can't even think what's going on through the heads of Phantom Esports. What are they waiting for? Imagine, and just being one of the lads from the side of Phantom Esports and just being forced to stand in the open, doing nothing. They're just wasting all their ammo. Oh, Necro.
What's up?
This is gonna be out there. Just a complete hypothetical. What if the players from Phantom Esports just completely run out of ammo? Demo just makes it into the zone and just finishes them off.
Imagine, imagine that would be a crazy ending, Johnny. Imagine if that actually happens. But wait, do the Phantom Esports players know? What are they doing? Oh, damn! Look at that dance. Can you throw those moves, Johnny? Can you throw those moves?
I wish I was such a good dancer and such a good player like these lads, but well, the fan favorites. 3 days the fans have been cheering for Phantom Esports non-stop, and I said it. They were going to deliver one time or the other, and now finally it is time. Phantom Esports, it is their winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, Phantom Esports, finally, we were seeing them a lot of times by the YouTube audience just picking them up, but Phantom Esports were not able to deliver. And finally, Phantom Esports showing themselves up for the audience, for the fan base. And now the fans are going to have a huge sigh of relief, Johnny. Finally, they will be able to sit back and relax.
I have a question for you, Necro. Now, how do you feel about not winning, not getting a prediction right, though?
I'll tell you right after this short break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. As we are continuing on along right here, it is looking like a sensational play being created every single game. Necro, I mean, was this to your liking? Was this to your expectation? Or was it a complete blunder from what you anticipated?
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Stalwart Esports will be able to get it, but I'm still not, like, disappointed in them, right? They still had a decent ending in the end of the day, and I personally feel like Stalwart Esports, that's all they need, a decent ending. And as long as they're able to nail that first spot down, and as long as they're able to keep that little distance going in their favor, as long as they have that little safety cushion, that's all that's going to matter for Stalwart Esports. All they're fighting for is a decent amount of points every single game. They don't even need to win any games.
Well, again, I mean, spoken like a true champ. Because, again, your predictions are on point, and what you've been delivering, again, has really been on to the mark. But right now, looking at, of course, our MVP, we've got Deadeyes Guys, True Love Sir, with 4 eliminations. Along with that is the top players list, where Phantom Esports' players also chime in. So it seems like Phantom Esports, I mean, from the previous game to this one, they've definitely made a big change in terms of the way they're approaching these games now.
Exactly. There's going to be a big difference indeed the way they're approaching these games, as True Love's going to be here with 4 elimination points and 741 damage, dealt with the survival time of 1847. Not really a great survival time, but still the damage and the elimination points are something that put him up on this board. And then you have 2RGRJD with 4 elimination points coming in from this man. Phantom Esports definitely had quite a nice performance, and they needed that a little bit of push start for themselves to at least get their mindset back in the game, because so far Phantom Esports seemed deactivated.
That is true. That is so true indeed. I mean, even though we had the viewers every single time when we asked them to vote, it was Phantom Esports that would get the highest amount of votes. And now, on day number 3, they have started delivering on that promise that they've made to their fans. And in doing so, of course, the placement of this team is, well, again, slowly but surely on the rise. As we look on through to the match rankings on from this game of Sanhok, we do have, of course, the chicken dinner winner team, but series 4.
I mean, they did win the chicken, so without a doubt, yeah. Without winning the chicken, how are you going to make the dinner?
True that,
Exactly.
indeed, and that is something that they did so perfectly, of course. But right now, dude, I mean, I have no idea where to even go when it comes down to those prediction sort of things, because the teams have slowly but surely understood the lobby, right? I mean, from the side of High Voltage to Phantom Esports to the others as well. This, of course, understood what they've been doing wrong, and they've corrected those mistakes as well. But as we progress on, it is not going to be an easy climb, that's for sure, because talking about that overall storyboard, the points that have been racked up on the first page is a massive chunk. But right now, let's move through to the Oppo F21 Pro moments, wherein right off the bat we were part of some incredible fights, and it was Deadeyes Guys with a QBZ right here.
Exactly, and DRS was just mowing them down. Look at this push right here from the side of the grounders. Yeah, it did seem quite shaky at the start, but Sensei was able to clutch things out, and he came in clutch for that team. DRS unfortunately got taken out quite early from that game. They were handicapped to that one last man alive. And the water chase that we also saw, that was quite an interesting one. IT, unfortunately, wasn't really able to get those eliminations on the players of TDK. I don't exactly know what was going through their mind, but those are 2 free eliminations.
Exactly, and somewhere along the line, I mean, this time around, the team of IHC, they're a little in terms of their approach, they're a little off-center, I guess, is what I would describe them as. But right now, JyanMaara, I mean, this team has definitely made a mark because of the play style that they've brought every single time, every single game, pretty much. But right now, of course, as we look through the chicken dinner winner team, it is Phantom Esports making a big jump in terms of the way the storyboard is going to be looking for their side. But before we move on to the overall standings, look into the damage graph. I mean, again, every single team was part of some fight or the other. Even if they did not walk away with elimination points, there were fights taking place.
Exactly, there were indeed. those fights. Quite a lot of fights indeed, but at the start, I'm not going to lie, that was one of the most peaceful Sanhoks that I've witnessed in a long time now. And we were set up for an insane action without a doubt. Considering the fact that the circle shifted on the top left island, I thought there's going to be hell breaking loose quite early in the game, but that was not the case. Teams were taking their slow and steady approach. They took their time to think it out, and we did see quite a lot of teams actually going in the end for that mid stride. As I said, it's not it's really easy to be consistent in the map of Sanhok. Just get a lot of first aids and you'll be able to heal the blue zone. But now, as we do have the overall rankings in front of us, and yep, as I said, Stalwart Esports crossing over 214 points. They're maintaining that lead.
They are. They definitely have been able to maintain that lead, even though we had a little bit of a hiccup when the day started off, where there was just a 13-point difference. They've definitely corrected that and have pushed on furthermore. And all the other teams, they're trying their level best to try and capitalize on whatever opportunity that they can get. But IHC is the team that has definitely rose up to the occasion right here, wherein they are sitting on that 8th spot with only 1 point shy from the 7th position.
Exactly, as we do have the second page of the overall rankings as well, and 52X Rage this time are going to be on 9th spot. Again, the problem with 52X Rage is they are not able to perform the way they did on day one, and that's something that's hurting their performance quite a lot. But Phantom Esports, a huge leap from their side, also taking over the players of Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz Gaming, what is happening to this team? I mean, I've had a little talk with our counterpart, which is the Nepal desk. I had a little talk with Unshin. Man, even he's not really answering my questions at this point. He doesn't know what's going on.
Well, it is going to be answered right now indeed, mate, because as we progress on, we are going to be looking at the map of Erangel right now, and maybe this could be the game where Skylightz Gaming could make a mark, because again, only 2 games remain for the day, and then we've got final day tomorrow. So yeah, a lot of hurt of trouble for these teams that could be predicted. But right now, talking about predictions, let's have that prediction set in stone, mate. What team do you believe will be taking a chicken dinner this time?
Dude, I hate production. I hate blank. This man predicts whatever team I predict, and he curses my prediction because he thinks that I've gotten too many right at this point. I hate you, man. I'm going to go with Deadeyes Guys. What about you, Lauder?
T2K. I'm going to stick with T2K and see if at all this upcoming game they could maybe have a chicken dinner for themselves. But right now, when it comes to our prediction, they are done. What exactly is the producer going to be thinking? As you pointed it out, it is Blank's decision. What team are they going to be cursing? What team do they believe could maybe get a chicken dinner, or they would like to see get a chicken dinner as they push through to 52X Rage? Okay. All right. Well, viewers, now you chime in. You tune in and you let us know what team do you want to see take a chicken dinner right here on the 5th game that'll be played on Erangel. Just vote, space, and the team that you would want to have a chicken dinner on this 5th game. But alongside that, there's also going to be a small little request. There is a survey link available in the chat and the description. Please go ahead and fill that quickly, because there's some very important questions that need to be discussed and answered, and it's all going to be falling on to you, and you have the power to choose and let us know what exactly would you want to see the game move towards. So for that, of course, the survey is available, and it is going to be linked in the chat as well. So just go right ahead and get that filled up as we get prepped and ready to take on this flight path on the second last game on Erangel right now. And let's see which team is this flight path going to be favoring, or which team is it not going to be favoring.
Exactly, starting all the way from the military island, this time Blotter, the plane fly path is, and then it's all the way going to be ending towards shooting range. An interesting one without a doubt, but I do want to see now how the teams are going to be looking like, considering the fact that this time the plane fly path is not really favoring the teams that like to go towards Yasna Poliana, neither Lipovka, neither Shelter or Milta. So teams that do like to go towards those drop locations, they will have to struggle, or at least buy quite a lot of time through the initial phases of the zone.
Well, I want to see, of course, we've got Seed Esports going down to the military base, but I want to see what exactly is IEH up to this time around. Are they contesting that position? Nope, it does not seem like they're interested in that at all. As Johnny was talking about it in the previous game as well, or previous game in fact, that this tournament I have definitely decided to change their drop a little, and that has been working for them. So nothing taken away from that. But right now, if you look onto the overall rankings that is also being showcased, we've got 3 teams sitting at that 69 points for themselves. So again, I mean, in fact, we can include high voltage in there because there are only 1 point difference between them. So a lot of difference, a lot of changes that can be anticipated from the 12th to the 15th team position team.
Exactly. A lot of changes can be implemented indeed. And this is what I've always been saying, right? It doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt. I mean, you guys are already getting hurt as much as possible to the maximum level. If things are not working out the way you guys like to play, try to implement some new things. Try to experiment on a little bit. Try to just have a little bit new strats coming up on the fly, because the thing that you guys like to do, the way you guys like to take the game, it's not working out. So maybe you might as well just try some new things. But what just happened? A blunderous start for TUF. Talk about one of the teams that is currently in the bottom 4, and TUF is one of those.
Yep, not looking good. Not looking good right here for Joker, sir, as he will be eliminated. And the first blood goes in favor of Redesider's Waz as he takes down, or rather mows down, the player of TUF right there. As we do have the first blood situation, there were a lot of other teams that were also around in the vicinity. So we do have a lot more fights that will definitely be starting off in just a matter of seconds, as we've got Voltrix setting his crosshairs and lining it up against the players of TUF once again in a world of trouble in this game, as they are all scattered across in terms of their approach. And now on the other tangent, it is DRS who have been caught thanks to JyanMaara Snipe YT, and that will be the second elimination of the game. I mean, on day 3, dude, we are actually looking at quite a lot of teams taking on some early fights and contestations.
We indeed are. And this is what we like, right? As the days keep on progressing around. Damn, I could not really find the word days, because these games have been so insane that they've just got me flabbergasted. But as these days keep on progressing on and the games keep on passing by, teams will realize the time's running by as well. And at this point in time, you might as well would just have the pedal to the metal and give it all you've got. Try to use some new strats, maybe go a little aggressive, because you have less time to convert those points. So you might as well try to go aggressive and wrap up more elimination points. Because these players, every single player in this lobby, they're here for a reason. They are here because they have the raw talent, but they're just not able to play well with the team. The synergy is not really matching up. So these players definitely do have the raw fragging powers. And now Edgar hears every single player approaching. Edgar's going to be pushed into a bit of state of uncomfort. So now Edgar's going to decide to disengage from this fight.
This is a really good strat coming in from the side of this team of TUF, as 2 other players of the team have also pushed on. Thor has been dropped down, so it's all going to be down to Virus and Edgar as he utilizes that shotgun to perfection to bring down Voltrix. Voltrix not looking too good, but what a perfect strat being showcased from the side of TUF, as they definitely did bait the players of Redesider, and in doing so, Edgar is back where he started off from.
But Edgar's quite low, though. He's not going to have enough HP to fight it back in a nice pre-fire. Edgar peeks out straight into the bullets, and he will fall down too. Virus now is going to be left, and what is happening? Why are TUF so oblivious about the fact that Regicide is right next to him? They're giving these points away.
They definitely are. Right now, it's all in the hands of Thor to hold that fort for as long as he possibly can, because Regicide, they've already lost 1 man to the cause. They're not looking on losing another, and all 3 of them synergistically trying to get the better half of this fight right there. A little bit of stumble in terms of the utility usage, and that will allow the side of the UF to be able to get that revival completed. So 2v3 situation.
I'm not gonna lie, I love to see some of like the underused utilities being utilized in these battles, and that's really a great side to witness. For example, these flashbangs, sometimes they can come in so handy, especially in these kind of moments where someone's just camping inside a building with a DBS and you can just toss a flash in. The player will be completely blinded and he cannot even try to bop you with the shotgun.
That is true. That is so true, of course, and that is something that is always available for the side of these teams to be able to capitalize upon. As of now, we've got Redeside with the eliminations completed, the points accumulated, pushing on to that 12th spot right now. But again, that is something that we did discuss. There is going to be changes happening from the 12th to that 16th position, but Freestyle sitting on that 16th is not looking good with 57 points. They really need to change their pace. Oh, this is not good for Uzum from I8 as Snipe YT gets another man down. First it was DRS and now it is I8.
A lot of eliminations indeed happening early off. Teams are getting just shaken off from the grounds, and that's something these bottom teams are not going to like. For example, TUF getting taken out this early. TUF did not really want this in their court, and yep, they're currently sitting at 13th spot as well, Blotter, with only 70 points in their pockets, and Regicide was able to take care of them easily, so Regicide are going to move on up. They've got 3 points wrapped up, and Regicide is down to a 3-man squad, but it's okay. They've got 4 elimination points sealed. On the other hand, Skylightz Gaming all the way in Yasna Poliana, they're going to take their sweet little time to rotate inside, trying to be as comfortable as possible. Stalwart Esports all the way in the bottom right. I went with Deadeyes Guys, and so far they're doing okay in the positioning standpoint.
Yep, they are. They are looking okay for now because every single game they're at least walking away with the few points and not completely getting eliminated from those point distributions. And that is, of course, going to also be a key factor when it comes down to having a consistent play in these games, and that is working for the side of Deadeyes, at least for now. For now, it is. But again, on the other front, as we were talking about, or rather, as I was talking about Freestyle, they started off on day one really good, right? I mean, day one, Freestyle was part of so many fights. They were part of first blood situations. But as the days have progressed on, their strategies definitely have not worked for them.
They indeed haven't. But again, ladies and gentlemen, just to get your guys' eyes again onto this prize that we have, if you guys do help us complete these milestones, we're going to be giving away some free permanent rewards. You guys can see on the left side of your screens. From May 19 to May 22, these rewards are going to be available. So help us to get these milestones, and we'll help you guys getting those nice free permanent items in game so you can flex on your friends saying that you have a nice item. Before now, Deadeyes Guys catching a lot of bullets onto themselves. Chari needs to be a bit careful because the position that he's in looks quite dicey.
Absolutely, and in the kill feed, we also did see from the side of Firearm Esports, they were taking on shots against the players of High Voltage, and they were able to not only take on shots, but also knock down one of the player as well. So Firearm Esports, yep, whatever change they've brought to their play is working phenomenally well for them. They just need to be on that high horse as they progress on from one game to the next, because again, the number of games that are remaining aren't really that many. And so if they want to be a part of the first page, which is going to be a tough fight, but it is still definitely doable and possible for their side. On the other front, I mean, the Grounders, they are really scattered. A 2-man split coming in from the side of the Grounders, where we do see 2 players onto the fair pier, whereas the other 2 are kind of far apart. And the zone is now going to be shifting. That implies the teams are going to have to be making a rotation. And look at the number of teams, those colors, making a rotation from the right-hand side on our maps, as we can see, from the eastern front, northeastern front of us, and that will be a lot of chaos ensuing in just a matter of 120 seconds, I believe.
Seal in the front. Seal, they're on a quite an aggressive pace this time. The Grounders are getting charged on, and how are they going to try to find a cure to this? This is something that they'll need to try and figure it out on the fly, because there's quite a lot of pressure being put on by these players. Seal inside the house, currently in control of the most main building inside this entire compound. Shapatar as well on the off angles, able to slip one of those players away. Seal, they've been gifted another lifeline. Bavali's still knocked out. Shapatar is going to toss on another Molotov, maybe hoping that this is going to be forcing the players of Seal out in the open.
Again, Shapatar, the approach from his side is definitely on point, but the finish is definitely not, as Seal have been able to open up the placement of the Grounders, and look at that, 52x range is fast, goes down, and just a matter of seconds is all it took for the side of Freestyle to be able to confirm that elimination point for their side. But right now, Grounders, I mean, they have Seal exactly where they want them. They have themselves pretty much bunched up, and the utilities usage coming in from the side of the grounders is helping their cause quite efficiently, but will it be enough? Because maybe, just maybe, out of nowhere, Series Sports could also bring in a little bit of damage to the players of the grounders. But I guess that will not be the case as we have in the kill feed, or maybe that will, because Zigsaw has been eliminated.
That was so close. Freestyle, you guys don't realize how close you guys were to the death. Or at least one of the players from Freestyle. He opened the door to Shaq. If he opened it even a second later, he would have been dead. And the grounders, oh, what? This is not something that I'm used to seeing. They're taking care of Seal, and now they're also shooting their dead bodies, making sure they're being digged down 6 feet under Blotter. A little bit of BM coming through, a little bit of salt rubbed on the wounds by the players off the grounders on Seal, and I'm pretty sure Seal are going to take it personally.
Well, again, I mean, they were just not at the right place or the right time, of course, and that resulted in the grounders actually efficiently utilizing that to their advantage. But in all of that process, they did lose out on one player, which I don't really think was a good thing, because the grounders they should have had a better half of that fight. But right now, it is Freestyle as they bring in a lot of trouble to the players of 52X Rage, as 52X Rage, just one-man army right here. Daku is being pushed on from both the sides, and in doing so, that will be the end of 52X Rage, as the Rage has been paraded out of this lobby.
Yeah.
We've got Freestyle also making a decent
curse.
mark right here. Production curse.
52X Rage fan base, if you guys are mad that 52X Rage got eliminated pretty early, you guys can blame our production. His name is Blank.
Okay, alright. Well, you heard it right here, of course. So do go ahead and let Blank know. But right now, we shall move on with the fights, as the zone has moved away as well. And it is IHC that I saw was looking pretty good in terms of the way that they were rotating. And also the best part being the fact that the side, the western front that IHC were rotating towards, there is absolutely no other team to contest from them. So a good start coming in from their side. But of course, we shall have to see if that will help them or not, as we have a look at the replay. The first few seconds of the game itself, we saw this rundown coming in from the side of Waz, as we pushed on to another moment, another rundown coming in from High Voltage.
Another rundown indeed, but High Voltage, they're not looking that hot in the overall rankings, Blotter. And that's something they'll need to try and capitalize on, because the time is running away. As I said, the games are flying by, and you won't really have a lot of time left on the final day, which is tomorrow.
True.
I mean, it's like you blink it and you miss it. I just felt like the SA Championship started right now, and it's already coming to an end tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time's slipping away. Final 6 games aren't going to be played tomorrow. You still have one more game after this today, though. So, a decent amount of opportunity if you do want to keep pedal to the metal and go for those elimination points if you're all the way in the bottom lines. But hey, this is where we have Freestyle just peppering down or just showering those bullets, just spraying them down. Did find quite a lot of connections, but not enough, not a lot of critical damage.
Well, you did call it, Necro, because again, when it comes down to the teams that are sitting at that bottom half of the leaderboard, right, they've got this opportunity to utilize, and they can do whatever they want in terms of the way they approach. And Freestyle, well, they're changing the way that they want to be playing. And this game, this is working out for Freestyle, as they are sitting on that 16th position with 57 points. Now, they're making a change. They are going to be maybe from this game on bring in a different strat, because it's working. It is definitely working, the YOLO approach.
It definitely is working. And Deadeyes Guys too, my pick. Currently looking pretty okay on the right side of this circle. They are inside. They're controlling the high grounds. I like the mentality that Deadeyes Guys have, but if the circle takes a huge curveball shift away from them, that's when Deadeyes Guys will be pushed out of their comfort zone, and Deadeyes Guys will be panicking without a doubt, because trying to make a rotation inside the zone that is completely on the opposite side, things are going to be quite tough, maybe next to impossible as well, because the pathway is filled with all these villains.
Indeed, it definitely is. And the demonic play being showcased from quite a lot of these teams in terms of the aggressive stance that they have been able to make. Yeah, it is looking really good for those teams, of course, like the likes of JyanMaara, like the likes of course, Stalwart. But right now, it is Skylightz Gaming, a team that we were talking about, who are in a bit of a tricky situation, but they have the advantage if they were to capitalize on that position. But no, Regicide, insane.
Wow.
What a quick spot and delivery that was.
Exactly, and I just love the way Regicide are playing now. It seems like there's no holding bars. Regicide just have the pedal to the metal. They're going for those elimination points. They're not scared of any sort of teams they're running in. They're just running them down like it's nothing. Regicide, the confidence level that has been risen up on this team in these final moments, that's looking absolutely insane. Freestyle, though, unfortunately, catching one of the players of Deadeyes Guys slipping by, and will also be able to get the confirmation through. So that's one free elimination point. So Deadeyes Guys now they're down to a 3-man squad, but they're still not in a great spot to be with. It's a 2-on-2 situation, or 2-on-3 situation. Skylightz Gaming, they have a huge advantage in this one, as they're also controlling this prime spot.
Skylightz Gaming deciding to walk away from that, even though they had the entire thing working for them, but it was just a zone that was not. And so they've decided to act quickly and swiftly to walk away from that fight, as we move on to another fight altogether towards the southern side, where we did see Stalwart Esports make a rotation towards. They are now going to be in a tricky position because they have been caught, and that too against high voltage.
Another one. That's all I'm going to say. But Stalwart Esports, look at the mentality of these champions. Pika all the way separated out from the pack, going for an off angle, trying to catch someone off the road or off the beat. And so far he's at least able to hold the players to Sky High Voltage off at bay. But he's not able to find any knockouts, and that's something Stalwart Esports will need to worry about, because in that fight, Stalwart Esports do not have an advantage. They are playing, or they're fighting an uphill battle. And that's something that's going to hurt them in the longer run. As JyanMaara and Skylightz Gaming against each other. Snipe YT's being knocked out. Skylightz Gaming, they've found the opening.
They definitely have. They made the rotation from that individual fight that they were a part of, and now against the players of JyanMaara, they have definitely utilized that position to their advantage. But hey, talking about utilizing the position to their advantage, it seems like Stalwart Esports, they are still not yet deterred or done. They are a 4-man squad, and they are still wanting to push against the players of high voltage. But again, as you so perfectly mentioned, the position that they're in is not looking good. But Pika, he got so close. He got so very close. If only he had a gun rather than a nade in his hand, that could have been it, and that's exactly what he's going to be delivering now with high voltage. Feeling the pressure, feeling the burn, as Stalwart Esports have pushed on against him.
They have, and now high voltage. Pika is quite low, and he's also slipped under hill, so that's not a good news. Stalwart Esports, these 3 players, as I said, they're trying to climb on up. They're on a mission to track this. As Stalwart Esports, they do not really want to push out of their comfort spots too, because they don't exactly know how things are looking like on this high ground. Because high voltage are letting them have this control. High voltage are pushing themselves in a defensive stance.
And in doing so, they could actually be bounced on upon, and that's exactly what Stalwart's 4 players are doing right now, as we do have the zone shifting. The grounders find themselves pretty much in the center, and around in the vicinity is going to be T2K.
That's not a good news for Deadeyes Guys. As I said, if the circle does take a huge shift away from them, they won't have any other choice than to just go for these fights, and that's what Deadeyes Guys are doing now, and they're probably going to be taking a lot of casualties doing so, because the pathway they took is not a pathway that's going to be filled with peace. Instead, they will have to fight their way inside the zone. Stalwart Esports, they're able to find these openings against high voltage without a doubt. Another nade tossed in, and Top is going to that's a money nade right there on the mark. Takes down another player. High voltage, it's all down to Prabeen, and Prabeen will crumble down under the pressure.
Wow, that's how you take a fight. I mean, that is a class 101 from Stalwart Esports to the entirety of our viewers right now, because that's exactly how you turn a disadvantageous position into an advantageous one. And indeed, we do have to also point out that high voltage actually invited that to take on against them, because a few moments earlier, they were the ones who had the highest stake in that fight, but letting go of that aggressive stance, high voltage definitely allowed the opening that Stalwart needed. But now we did see the players of DRS have also jumped on across to that compound of Stalwart, so is there going to be a contestation between them? Maybe. We shall have to see. But looking at a team that's pretty much in the center, looking very comfortable, is going to be the Grounders.
And Deadeyes Guys got eliminated too, unfortunately. Oh no, it's not looking great. DRS here, Action. Oh, spotted in the open, but Action's going to be too quick on his feet. And now Stalwart Esports trying to be proactive at that zone control. Delta finds a man slipping by, a clear line of sight, and that's all he's going to need. A couple of seconds to work with. And Delta makes the money situation out of it as Cry gets knocked out. Rest 3 players of Stalwart Esports in quite a panic situation. They might just crack under the pressure. Delta slowly and steadily pushing on in. It thinks that the players are inside the smoke, but Stalwart Esports, as I mentioned, they're quite quick on their feet.
Well, they definitely are. They've moved away from that smoke, and they've found themselves across this entire area, behind the sandbags, of course, but for how long? Because the DRS players, they are pushing, they are rushing. The 3-man army from the side of DRS, all thanks to the way Delta was able to approach this. And along with that, we also have Freestyle Chaving and Wasi taking on a third-party approach against the players of Stalwart. Is the opening that DRS made waiting for, and now a lot of trouble for Stalwart Esports. But hey, moving away from that fight towards another Mongolian team, it is going to be IHC, who are being hammered against the placement of Skylightz Gaming. But AJ, he has to be the one to try and take on this fight all by his lonesome, because Nima is in the backlines to try and give some cover, but AJ is in the front. And if he just reacts quick enough, this is the moment, because IHC are busy getting that revival.
They indeed are busy. IHC and Skylightz Gaming. Oh, that 8 from AJ. It's gonna show them. It's gonna show them nighttime and daytime.
Well, with that, 8 teams remaining right here. DRS being very, very quiet, and snail pace approach is what they are taking in that fight. But right now, it is the grounders who are definitely not taking a snail pace approach, because they are in the center. They had the compound, and right now, Pika, through the smoke, going to be stopping DRS from 3-man. It has been brought down to a 2-man army. Rebel and Killer YT, the only 2 players. It is a 2v2 situation. Pika Action, the 2 players from side of Stalwart, but behind them is the third-party situation that could factor in from the side of Freestyle.
It is, and Stalwart Esports, look at that. Pika is taken down. The damage is being chipped away even by the plane zone, and now Stalwart Esports, they're getting backstabbed by another team, and this time the backstab is going to be from the side of Freestyle. The problem is, they're already getting chipped up quite a lot by Freestyle, and Freestyle kind of helping out the players of DRS.
Well, they will be able to walk away, even though it's just been brought down to a 2-man army. DRS will be able to walk away with those elimination points for their side, and it is going to be none other than Stalwart getting eliminated right there. Alongside that, Skylightz Gaming also getting eliminated thanks to the Nade Parade. But look at the amount of eliminations that this team has been able to accumulate. 10 defeat points to the side of that team. But hey, T2K Jane, the nades doing the action for him right now, as he's bringing from one side to the other, so many teams down, and his teammates and Desh also helping out.
TDK is looking in full force. All 4 players up. 3 elimination points wrapped up. TDK, it seems like they again have the mindset of winning this game. But Freestyle and other teams that have the majority of the men available, the grounders as well, it might just be the biggest thorn in their way. At this point, they will just have to cross their fingers and hope that maybe these players will get dismantled as they're trying to close on in.
Well, the Vector working for the side of Malik right now, as he does have the information. He's going to be able to definitely stop the side of DRS's advancement, and 5 teams remaining right now. Grounders still looking very comfortable with the compound that is going to be in the zone, but across them now, they have to face the momentum. That is what this team of Freestyle is rolling along with 7 defeat points already confirmed for their side. But the grounders, they are just not stopping for anybody. They've got that compound, and they're going to utilize it to the best of that position, and advantage is what they want to convert. But hey, T2K is around in the vicinity too.
This has to be a TDK win. This has to be. There's no way. I'm calling it. This is a TDK win. Look at Ghost, though. He's like a ghost in the water lines, or next to the water lines in the grass. He's trying to be the silent man, the invisible man with the invisibility cloak currently. And there we go. Jane's going to take out Ghost. Next snapped in half, and Ghost is going to be saying sayonara to the game, as we do have the team of TDK advancing on in, approaching inside the game. How are these teams going to try to fight TDK?
Well, look at the way T2K have themselves positioned. But you know what? It's the zone. It's the zone that could actually be bringing in some trouble for the side of T2K. As Reside in the back in the shack is going to be a two-man army who are being pinched down with the nades coming in from the side of T2K. But will that be enough? Well, again, it seems like it's probably going to be enough because it's not only T2K, it's also Freestyle who have their crosshairs set up exactly on to the shack of Waz. And what a play that was coming in from Wasi from Freestyle, as that team of Reside is now in a world of trouble because they've got nowhere to go. And same is the case for the Grounders as they take on T2K face to face.
Yeah, they've been knocked out and taken care of. And now trying to kill, as I said, they're looking at full force. They're looking at form. Blink your eyes, because T2K might just take this time, as we do have the Grounders. Look at the spread that the T2K have. Sandesh is all the way on the right lines, but I personally don't like the spread because Sandesh is being pushed out of his comfort zone. Sandesh is outside the zone too. He will need to crawl inside, and he's trying to do so. Sensei's got a sense of where the player is, and he's trying to toss some nades in.
Well, again, we're looking at 3 teams remaining of this. The 4 players are from the side of T2K. We've got 3-man army coming in from the side of Freestyle and the 2-man squad of the Grounders who have been divided. Sensei in one compound, Kurmai on another, all by their lonesome. They're going to have to stand true and tall against the 2 teams. From one side, it's going to be Kurma taking on the players of FS. On the other side, it's going to be Sensei, who's going to have to be very careful with the way the advancement is being made from Sandesh. But hey, looking at the zone, it is going to be a-okay for all these teams. But for how long? Because in just a few more seconds, this is going to be bringing a lot of trouble to the side of these teams.
Freestyle, 3 players up. T2K, all players up. The Grounders cut down in half. Only 2 players available for them to work with. Sensei controlling one of the major buildings of this compound. And now T2K, they're closing on in. The call's being made. There's only 1 man isolated in this one. Sandesh hears them. The fear is being sensed. And now T2K, they're looking to pounce on the fear as the Freestyle as well will now try to work around, because Freestyle realizes these 2 giant teams have just commenced against each other, have decided to engage against each other. So Freestyle, they're trying to take the advantage of this.
They're definitely trying their level best to take on this advancement and utilize that convert that rather into an advantage for their side. But T2K is not going to be that easy to convert against, because T2K's numbers advantage is what is going to be helping them. And Kurma, dude, he is just out of options right now. He is stuck between a very difficult position and place. And look at the way T2K is approaching this. They're going to be jumping from all corners and sides and as well as on top, as we do have the player trying to climb up on the roof.
They're trying to create some off angles. There you go. Kuruma spots out one of the players. But oh, that's a huge whiff. And now Kuruma will need to pay the price for that, because Freestyle knows exactly where he is too. And Vector in his hands as well. Vector's going to be a huge shredder in the close ranges. And that's what exactly is going to happen. Tyron is going to put the final nail in the coffin. T2K, all 4 players up. The players of Freestyle, they're being pinned down in the basement. How are they going to try to make a way out? They're being pinned inside the house. And T2K, currently they have the best spot they can ask for. Freestyle, they're being trapped. They're suffocating down to their death. The wall of death is also engulfing them slowly and steadily. What can Freestyle do? They're cracking under a lot of pressure. 2 players inside the house. Not a lot of space to work with. They're being suffocating to their death. Last man alive, and he will fall down too. T2K, what a great way to close things out. 3rd chicken dinner of the day, and not even phased.
Wow, what has gotten into T2K today, dude? Because this team is on a roller coaster ride in terms of the way they've taken on the advancement and pushing all the way up. This is phenomenal. I mean, now, looking at this kind of play, I do believe Stalwart Esports, they should be keeping a keen eye out towards the players of T2K, because this team is a behemoth that you do not want to face in that battleground.
That team is something that has done today. What have they had for dinner? What did they do? What did they do today? I want to know, man.
Chicken after chicken after chicken, that's what they've got going for them, and that is exactly the thing that was needed from the side of T2K as well. But right now we're going to go on a short little break. I'm going to go find my cap and we'll be right back. welcome back, of course, right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League. Dude, what a day this is turning out to be for T2K.
Yeah.
It is a roller coaster ride they're bringing for their fans and for us as well, because the way that team has just been steamrolling across in the lobby is sensational to witness right now.
Yeah, it is definitely quite incredible the way Train to Kill have been performing. I mean, definitely something that we did not expect after the way they played on day number 1, but they have managed to turn things around, and it is just looking absolutely incredible the way they are dominating today. 3 chicken dinners now secured by this team in just one day.
Exactly, just one day. But hey, with that, we move on through to the most valuable player, and that's going to be AJ, coming in from Skylightz Gaming with 5 eliminations, 5 knocks, absolute pristine conversion rate right there coming in from the dude, as he was also part of 1 assist, 815 total damage dished out from the man. But hey, along with that, we also do have to look at the top players list. So let's see who all are going to be part of that.
Well, let's see. I mean, we do have AJ, then there's Waz from Regicide. Now, even Regicide had a pretty decent run in this matchup, but it is going to be a little too late for them. I mean, from here on out, recovering the massive jump, the massive climb that they have ahead of them, it's going to be quite difficult to make it happen. But moving forward, we have Shaptar and Sensei from the Grounders, and then Tyrant sitting on the 5th position with 3 eliminations, but 474 damage dished out. Quite nice.
Quite nice indeed. And the Grounders, I mean, again, so when it comes down to the placement that this team has been sitting on, you know, it's not looking good. But this game, the way that zone shift made a curveball for the other teams, it actually worked out advantageously for the side of the Grounders, as they were able to capitalize on that position very, very beautifully. And the same can be said, of course, for the side of Freestyle, wherein Freestyle actually converted the positioning for themselves and utilized it with the aggressive stance that they pushed on from one team to the next. They got so many elimination points this time around, 11 to be precise right there on our screen.
Well, I mean, 11 eliminations right there for Freestyle, 9 for Train to Kill. But look at where the top performers of the lobby are. Stalwart Esports and JyanMaara. 5 points to Stalwart, 2 to JyanMaara. Not really having a good time in this matchup.
Definitely not. And looking on to the side of I8 as well, as they walked away on the 7th position this time around with no elimination points, only placement points working for their side. And of course, as we push through to 52x rage, the first team to get eliminated. I mean, Necro was talking about it. It's the curse that has been drawn from the producer's side, and that is just not good, mate. Because, you know, initially it started off with just like a laugh gag, but now it's actually turning into quite a curse, because earlier it was Seal that was selected from blank, and then it moved on to 52x rage, and both the teams not having decent outing on those particular games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's quite unfortunate, but hey, even the production is just getting started with their predictions. Even it took us a while to get ours correct, so
exactly.
Maybe down the line, maybe in the next PMPL, the production will also start getting it right. But for now, I guess it's time to enjoy the action once again with the Oppo F21 moments on our screens.
Absolutely, and right off the bat, in the first few minutes of the game itself, we saw quite a lot of elimination points taking place, where indeed a few of the players were mowed down, the others were being gunned down, as DRS did not have a good start. It was sniped by T coming in from JyanMaara, who was not only able to capitalize on that position once, but twice actually, because he was able to get, just a few minutes later, another elimination point for himself and his team. And now, this team, Freestyle, they have made it perfectly known in the lobby that even though they might be sitting on the 16th position, the morale is definitely not down. But this moment, this fight that Stalwart and High Voltage took, I mean, High Voltage just opened up the gates for the Stalwart side to be able to push against them.
Well, I mean,
sad.
Train to Kill, I mean, it is sad, but it can also be quite exciting depending on which perspective are you looking at from. So, yeah, it's all going to be about perspective. If you are rooting for Stalwart Esports, then it was definitely a little bit upsetting. But hey, if you're looking for chaos in the lobby, in the rankings, then all of this looks fun.
It was absolutely quite a lot of fun and quite a lot of chaotic plays being made right here on this map of Erangel. As we look through the damage graphs, we have T2K up on top. Along with that, the Grounders, 2082 damage is what they were part of, with that small little compound that they had control of. Every single direction they looked at, they had easy pickings for them.
Well, it was easy pickings for them, as you said, in every single direction. But in the early stages of the match, we also saw a little bit of action, a little bit of a scuffle from the teams that were eliminated earlier on. We saw Stalwart Esports try their level best to take a fight, JyanMaara as well. Stalwart Esports, that middle of the table exit, not really doing too many wonders for them. But now, here comes the play in action. Stalwart Esports trained to kill. Blotter, 1 game to go.
Exactly.
And the difference is
minuscule.
Well, 13
it's not even
points.
there. There's no difference. This is the, I mean, the amount of difference that we're looking at right now between the side of Train to Kill and, of course, Stalwart is something that they do in their dreams, and they're just, you know, sleeping around. And that is something that they've worked quite aggressively towards. And looking on, of course, through the way that they've been able to do this, you know, along with the chicken dinners that Train to Kill have been working towards, they've also got those placement points right there. 119, exactly same as the side of Stalwart.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite impressive, but now moving on to the second page of the rankings, while IHC were able to avoid staying here for long, 52 X-rates, the drop. I just spoke to Necros at the starting of the day and I was saying, like, yeah, the drop wasn't stagnant, like, it wasn't too drastic. Now it is. They are on the second page, sitting on the 9th spot.
Yep. It is. It is massive. It is a massive, massive tone and tone that the team has gone through, actually, because you look at the way they started day number 1 and now where they're at. A very clear distinction in terms of the way that approach has actually changed from the side of 52X Rage. But hey, I mean, it's not all shambles right there, because you've got the sides of other teams that have moved on up. We've got IHC, we've got Train to Kill moving all the way onto that second position. But now is the most important conversation to be had. What team are you going to be predicting, Johnny?
All right, so I want that switch to happen. I want someone else to take the first position away and put a little bit of pressure on Stalwart Esports. So Train to Kill, it's time to get the 4th of the day.
Oh, okay. 4th chicken
Let's
of the day. Let's go. Let's go. Definitely, that is going to be a difficult one to go work towards. But hey, again, I mean, it's your choice, of course. From my side, I'm going to be letting our producer choose. I want to say that this time around, production
are you
is
sure?
going to be... Yeah, this time around, I'm pretty confident that the production, whatever they're going to choose, this team is going to be delivering a really good performance today, because of all of the curses that have been combined together. I think the final game is where things are going to change for Blank.
Well, for Blank, for IHC, let's see. I mean, two totally different entities hoping that IHC performs. And I mean, of course, the fans are going to be rooting for IHC as well. They've managed to wiggle their way into the top 8, but now I think if they manage to win a chicken dinner in this match, 7th place, it's going to be there for them, but Deadeyes Guys are just right above them, so it depends how Deadeyes Guys are going to play this one. Challenging DRS in just one game, it's going to be tough, so there's not a lot of possibility of that happening in this matchup, but hey, let's see. The game can be something completely different from what we think is going to happen.
Absolutely, and that is the plus point of the battleground, because you just don't know. You just don't know which side the story is going to be turning and churning towards. And again, I mean, looking at the map itself, of course, there's going to be Miramar to close the day off, as the things have changed in terms of the schedule page, and that's really good. That's really good, because it kind of allows the teams to slowly get into the flow of things. And of course, Miramar allows you to do that because that is such a massive, massive map. But hey, what is not is the zone itself, because the zone is always the one throwing the curveball.
Yeah, I mean, the zone is always going to throw a curveball. Doesn't matter if you're a player or a spectator. But for now, I mean, this trajectory of the plane leans heavily towards the northern part of the map. Any team trying to head towards the southwestern side is going to be in a lot of trouble. But talking about trouble, we do see I-8 heading towards the city of Los Leones. Now, Stalwart Esports also like to play from the spot, so it's going to be quite interesting to see what is going through the heads of the players of I-8. I-8C, we do see them heading towards El Azhar, so if the circle is anywhere towards the eastern side, I think that is what I-8C are hoping happens now.
Hopefully that I will want to see happen for the side of IC. But hey, what do we have here right off the bat in the first few minutes of the game, or first few seconds of the game? They've got some shots being taken place, and that's going to be the side of Mad Max taking on shots against the players of High Voltage, and of course that's too far-fetched right now. But indeed, looking onto the mini-map, you can clearly see that High Voltage did get some damage. It was Vadu who was almost eliminated before he was even allowed to land his feet in the battleground.
Well, let's see though. Vexy, it looks like he was going for a push, but it's going to be quite risky, since the other players from the side of High Voltage have already regrouped and have control of the compounds on the other side. So if Vexy overcommits in the situation, this strategy, this position of Phantom Esports is going to end up backfiring, but let's see what is going to happen. For now, the Slipknot, it looks like even he has vision of Nocto. He has a weapon in his hands as well. So Nocto, he needs to be extremely careful with how he approaches this situation and how he gets away from this. Well, luckily for him, he has a vehicle right next to him, so Slipknot will also just allow him to slip away so that even he can stay safe. But Nocto just switches warehouses. I know, slowly and steadily, it looks like he's moving towards Slipknot. This is just going to be brutal. He's not aware of the threat that is close to him.
UMP versus UMP. Let's go and let's see who's going to be the better one amongst these two. And it seems like it is going to be Slipknot getting the better half of that perfect spray. But hey, with 30% HP remaining on side of Nocto, it is all out war from the side of Slipknot, because he is not taking a single bullet and will easily be able to pincer down and thus bring us the first blood situation going in favor of Phantom Esports. Well, again, the pedigree that this team is on today especially is working flawlessly for them, because they, for their fans, have proven it time and time again, at least today, that, that's not a team you want to be messing around with. And, of course, with that first blood situation done and sorted, we are going to turn ourselves into a little bit of a stalemate, it seems like. But, another thing to bring up, of course, Johnny, is what you were mentioning, right? As you look onto the zone, we've got the side of IHC at Al-Azhar, and they are pretty comfortable as of now. But let's see. Of course, this is just the first zone, so the most important thing is going to be where exactly will the shift. If it shifts towards the eastern side, then maybe there will be an opportunity for IHC to be able to capitalize. But as of now, it is looking like the real soldiers are sitting in the center, and of course are going to be looking pretty comfortable as well.
Well, I mean, for now they are looking quite comfortable, but in the later stage of the match, there's just going to be unadulterated chaos inside of this game. Although, I mean, as we talked about IHC being completely isolated towards that northeastern part of the map, look towards the west, and in fact the northwestern edge of the first circle, towards La Cobriera and towards Crater Fields. Skylightz Gaming going for a very widespread out approach, and they are completely isolated in that position. This happened in the Miramar yesterday as well. I think it was yesterday or the day before the last Miramar. It was a similar manner they were playing with, and it did not work out too great for them.
That is true. That is true indeed. But one thing that's for sure that's working for the side of Skylightz is that somehow, somewhere along the line, they are still able to walk away with decent points from one game to the next. I mean, yes, overall, when it comes down to the name Skylightz Gaming, what they have showcased earlier to how they are playing now is, of course, a big difference. But hey, that's not the only team, right? I mean, we've got IHC in the same exact turn of events. We've got the likes of Freestyle and so many others, so many big names who have had the ups and downs throughout when it comes to this season's PMPL, definitely.
Well, let's see. Phantom Esports, Yetta trying to push towards Regicide right now, and earlier on we talked about it. They have already picked off one of the players, and shotgun at this range is going to be quite deadly. And the impact was, he felt it knock him in the chest, and he's going to be knocked out and finished off. So 2 pickups for Phantom Esports in this matchup, and well, the third lad is already knocked out, so this is going to be a squad wipe.
Wow, this is a completely different team that we're looking at now. Phantom Esports, they are back. The way they started this entire saga on day number 1, they are bringing that exact same level of aggression back to the lobby for them. And of course, that is definitely going to be looked forward to from the side of their fans as well.
For sure. But now the question arises as to how far can they take this. as we were talking about this earlier on, I mean, Phantom Esports, they did not really have the start that they imagined. I mean, the first few days, games on day number 1 did not really go their way. Consistency came into play from day number 2 onwards, wherein they messed up the first 2 matches, but the third game onwards, they were doing a phenomenal job. And today as well, they have managed to secure 1 chicken dinner. If they manage to convert this match as well, then that is going to propel Phantom Esports within the top 9.
Indeed, but you know what? Another point along with that is that Phantom Esports, even if they've had rough start, they've stuck around that position of that 11th, 12th position, right? Even if they've had bad games, they've still stuck around and not fallen all the way down. I mean, you look at Freestyle, the way they started, day number 1, amazing control in terms of the way they were taking on fights. Right off the bat on the first day itself, the first game on Erangel itself, I clearly remember how Freestyle were part of every single fight pretty much in the first blood situations. But then from day 1, onwards, we look to day 3 right now, the final game. The team is sitting at that 16th position. So yeah, a lot of dynamic play that these teams have actually gone through. But in all of that, Phantom Esports has kind of stuck true to their mark. And now they've finally actually started utilizing all the information that they've gained in the past 2 days and the games they've played. And are now bringing it wonderfully for themselves. And for now, again, the same was the case for the Cyprus Rounders in the previous game. This time around, we shall see if that'll be allowed, as the spray is definitely on point, and DRS Rebel not looking good with 40% health remaining on him. Rules going to be out in the back.
Well, let's see. Rules in the backlines is there in the form of backup, but the Grounders, they do not care about this. They just want to close in on the distance. Sensi, well, he definitely needs to heal up before he decides on the push.
Absolutely. And he will. He'll be using that band-aid, and he will be able to get that in the cover of, course, the compound. But right now it is DRS Rebel who will be trying to take on the shots, but UMP, along with the utility of that Molotov, is going to be stopping the advancement from the side of DRS. But hey, I spoke too soon, because look at that. Shoptar not able to get that utility on point, is definitely going to be able to burn not only himself, but his teammate down as well. Not what was anticipated. And DRS, they would be like, wait, what just happened?
What just happened? What are they up to? Just wondering, like, yeah,
This
why would you do that?
Situation, come on.
Yeah, it was a mistake. It was a genuine
big
mistake.
mishap.
Yeah. And they are going to get punished for this. They will have to pay a pretty heavy price for this, but oh! Inside the window right in the nick of time. Otherwise, it would have been a world of hurt for the players of DRS as well.
Well, that's a good approach coming in from the
That's
Grounders.
one way of doing things.
I do not want to elaborate that advancement right now. Let's just move away from that situation altogether, because in total, that was a blunder of a mess coming in against the players of the Grounders, as they have been burnt to the crisp into the ground, with Zixoff the only player surviving. Some ouch moments coming in to the final game for this team.
Big ouch. And DRS, I don't think they're done with just delivering the hurt, but hey, Deadeyes Guys, they are here to stop them in their tracks, as Killer YT has been caught in a 1v4 situation, gets in the Mirado, trying to drive away, but will Deadeyes Guys let him leave so easily? I guess so. And there he goes.
Yep, he will be able to. I mean, I honestly thought that Shifu sir, along with, of course, his teammate, are going to be able to stop him, but apparently that's not the case, and that's alright. I mean, it's only the first 10 minutes of the game. Ooh, and a shot coming in from the third party altogether. That's going to be none other than TUF. Okay. Well, this is something, of course, that the guys did not anticipate, and seems like the herd of the world full of trouble for the side of the Grounders is still not yet done, as that final player has been caught, and his position has been given away to the players of Stalwart Esports.
So now the position that these teams are holding, there's absolutely no incentive for them to push on each other and take fight like these. That's all I want to say, because every one of these teams, and we've looked at Stalwart, we've looked at DRS, we've looked at the Grounders, who were two content on just going for that push on DRS and lost 3 of their players. There was no need to do that. They are inside the circle. You don't have any incentive to try and force a fight like that. So again, it's still the early stage of the match. Just take a breathing room, just take a breath and try and think how you are going to play the late game stages. But something intense is happening outside the circle right now, and that's Seal Esports' rotation colliding with Phantom Esports, and also it's not just them. Regicide's last player, Waltrux, is between the cluster of players from Seal Esports and the players from Phantom Esports, and he's going to be in a world of hurt as well. But for now, Freestyle Malik taking a few shots on Zero, damage dished out, but no knock secured.
Again, the distance being the most epitome thing to bring up and talk about, because even if they were able to get that knock confirmed right there, they will not be able to convert that into anything further because of, again, the distance being so very much. But on the other side, it seems like Freestyle will be able to get a shot on the players of JyanMaara. And looking at that YouTube audience's prediction, they've got 89% support going in favor, along with you, Johnny, for the side of T2K. 4th chicken dinner for the day.
Everyone wants to see it, I'm telling you. Everyone wants to see T2K walk away with the 4th chicken dinner in the day.
That's just absurd.
Also, I think, you know how if only one team keeps on performing, things get a little bit stale. I think that's also one of the reasons people want to see Stalwart Esports just being pushed to the limit and see exactly what their limit is. And right now, T2K is in the perfect position to do that. But talking about positioning, well, everyone's positioning has turned into an absolute nightmare right now, because the circle just goes extremely west, and now it is all on top of Hacienda del Patron.
Uh-oh. Mafia Ninja is in a lot of trouble. Mafia Ninja is running along with his vehicle, and as soon as he leaves that vehicle, he's going to be absolutely fine. No problem at all. JyanMaara sniped by T, I believe it was. That was taking on those shots from far, far away once again. But another thing that Mafia Ninja does not know is the compound that is running towards right behind that is also going to be, I believe, Stalwart. So he's not out of trouble yet, but thankfully he will still have his life spared. And that life that will not be spared will be the side of Freestyle, where No Fear was waiting with his UMP, and just like that, 2 of the players from the side of Freestyle were out on a Gala turn, but not allowed to walk more than 100 meters away from that compound.
Yeah, now Freestyle just suffering demise by the hands of the players from JyanMaara, one after the other. The players getting picked off. Gunner has been knocked out, but Tyrant and Vasi, do they have what it takes to recover from a situation like this? Plus, JyanMaara, their focus is also going to be split by the fact that in a few short moments they will be forced to move. But Vasi, getting caught off guard, runs behind the broken wall right in the nick of time and survives to fight another day.
Well, another day, let's just make it another hour or another minute, because the way JyanMaara has approached this position and compound, they're not giving any breath to the side of Freestyle for now. On the other side, Etsy trying to push on against the compound that is in contestation, and that's going to be Voltrix from the side of Regicide, who is all by his lonesome caught out in the place, and this is not looking good and easy for him, because he's just a one-man army for his team, and Etsy are on to him. Mega pack of wolves, and easily, just like that, they will be able to eliminate that team. So Regicide getting eliminated, the first team to get eliminated. But right now, as we look through to JyanMaara's approach on this compound, Freestyle did lose out on 2 players, but 2 players are still surviving. But for how long? We've got the blue zone catching up to both of these teams, and well, all right, that's a good approach. JyanMaara have decided to let that be and walk away, thus giving Freestyle another chance to be able to survive for just a little bit longer, try and maintain a few more placement points maybe, and high voltage, one dude walks right into the crosshair right there for No Fear.
Well, let's see No Fear. What? Oh man. I mean, see, you take fights like that as you come and you come out on top, you get a little bit confident. He tried to make a run for it, but at point blank range gets taken out. On the other side, the assassin, the zone is going to be enough to take him down after taking so much damage from Tyrant, and Tyrant just runs out, secures an easy point, and then just tries to survive. He has just 1 first aid to work with and 10 bandages, and this is the 4th blue zone, so the damage is definitely going to pack a punch. Plus, along with that, the players of high voltage have actually pushed quite closer to the edge of the circle, so it's going to be quite easy for them to just turn around and gatekeep Tyrant later on.
Well, another team that is in a lot of trouble is going to be the side of Phantom right now, as they have slowly but surely been brought down in terms of their numbers, and that's all thanks to Stalwart and their approach from that compound that they are in. As of now, JyanMaara, I mean, this team is looking very comfortable with 4 elimination points already set for their side. High Voltage Extreme pushing on against... Okay, never mind. That was quite an entry from High Voltage, and of course he has to thank DRS for that.
I don't think he would want to thank DRS for anything at this point, but let's see. True Love, Mini 14. Oh, Rebel, he's just very lucky. He just drives between the gaps. Quite nice.
A good try, definitely. A definitely good try coming in from the side, but just no conversion over there. On the other side, I did just see IHC are taking on a bit of a troublesome situation of their own, because their 2 players have been knocked down but have not yet been eliminated. So there is still a possibility, an opportunity maybe, that they will like to convert for their side. But we'll come back to that conversation, because right now it is a stalemate between I8 against the players of TUF, where TUF have also had a slow poke day.
Yeah, it has been quite slow for them, but oh no, Mafia Ninja just blowing up 52x rates to bits and smithereens, resulting in them losing out one of the key players. Their frontliner has been picked off. Now 3 men still remain, and they're trying to make a push for the zone. It's not going to be easy though. They are being shot at, but they do manage to find some safety for themselves. In the meanwhile, on the other side, the Freestyle being forced to take an exit from this matchup. 17 minutes in, almost the 18-minute marker. 12 teams remaining. 41 players still... What? I think Zol just fell out and got knocked out. Now, IHC, let's see if they do manage to give a revive to their teammate, because they are quite close to the players of Stalwart Esports, and with Zol being down, they're going to be down in numbers. IC and Alex been down quite close to the ridge, but they are applying a lot of pressure on Stalwart Esports at the same time.
They definitely are. I mean, the utilities that are being utilized from the side of IHC are definitely on point, but they have not yet seen the opening. On the other front, Stalwart Esports get an opening, as they will be able to give a lot more damage to the players of IHC, as Godless has been eliminated. The name is now reminiscent of what it used to be, because the gameplay is certainly not the same from the side of Godless. But hey, his teammates are still here. They're still trying to take on this fight, as Stalwart Esports' compound is in a lot of trouble, but Stalwart Esports is handling it very, very immaculately.
Yeah, they are being quite immaculate, quite classy about this, but let's see. They have seemed to figure out a way to deal with all of this pressure, keep all their players alive, even though one of the lads was knocked out a few moments early. Oh, quite close to the ridge, just revealing his head. Wally stepping back right in the nick of time. Zeol with the Molotov is going to try and push him further back, and he just goes straight into the house. Now Alex, he's trying to go for a push, but this is going to be extremely risky. Baron hitting a few shots, but Alex, he just drives around the house. The players from the side of Stalwart Esports, they are being baited. Alex just want to pull them away, but I see he's trying to avoid the shots from the distance that the players of DRS are trying to connect on these lads from IHC, and they've managed to survive for so long, but the zone moves away from them, and they will be in trouble in about 7 seconds.
Yeah, ouch moment being caught for the side of IHC, as well as in fact Stalwart Esports as well, because we did see DRS taking on shots against the players of IHC, but another point was the fact that Skylightz Gaming were actually taking on shots against the players of Steel as well. So a lot of problems for both of these teams, as finally the push has been made. IHC's Yol down to almost 10% HP is still not going to be stopping, but just as wrong moment to try and uncrouch, and that was right in the crosshairs, where indeed Stalwart Esports will be able to stop that advancement that was being made from IHC. In all of this, we do have third parties being taken on from the other side of the turf altogether, where I8 as well as TUF are in another fight.
Well, let's see. There's another fight breaking out on the other side of the map. IHC out of the game. DRS down to their last player surviving as well. So they won't be, well, it's going to be quite tough for them to make it to the late game stages, but T2K, they are still in this, and they're going to try and win it as well. One player lost, Legend getting taken out earlier on in the matchup. I8 right in front, and then another team closing in from the rear. This is not going to be easy for T2K, but let's see what the end result is going to be. Deadeyes Guys have made it quite close to them, and they're going to look to apply a lot of pressure. But Deadeyes Guys have forgotten about Stalwart Esports from the distance, and well, it's going to be quite tough to take a split fight like that. 2 players from the side of DE knocked out. TUF, they got one. One was taken down by the players of T2K, so that situation has been dealt with now. Again, back to I8.
Well, as that fight and advancement was taking place, we did have the side of Skylightz Gaming completely annihilating the players of Esports. 52X chimed in along as well, and all of that. We're left with 7 teams remaining. We've got Stalwart Esports looking very comfortable with 5 elimination points of their own. T2K, as you said, are in a bit of a tricky position, but again, for now, there will be third parties that could maybe be the limelight for the side of T2K, which we will come back to, because right now it is Stalwart taking on the final player, Slipknot, from the side of Phantom Esports, as Phantom get eliminated on the 7th. 6 teams remaining right here. TUF, 2-man army. They've got Virus and Joker, sir. Very close to the proximity of I8, where the Nate Parade from I8's Crypto is bringing in a world of trouble for T2K as well.
Well, let's see. Train to kill. They're trying to make it work. TUF in the backline. Seog, he's there. Revive to Sandesh, almost completed, but the players are too close, and well, it's not going to be completed. They go down before it even happens, and I8, they lose out on one of the players instantly. Right after securing those few extra points. Now Stalwart Esports, the floodgates have opened for the monsters, and Stalwart Esports, they're going to do their level best to secure as many points now, get an advantage today and apply the pressure tomorrow. 8 eliminations already secured inside the top 4. Blotter, if they end up winning this matchup, then that's just going to give them an extra edge when they begin their day today. The margin for error for Stalwart Esports, it's going to be immense. They could mess up 2 games and still be on top.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what they seem to be working towards, as well, as they have already accumulated 8 elimination points, and there's nothing stopping them. But hey, 52X Rage is another team to actually bring up and talk about, because they have actually been a lot of trouble to so many individual teams in the fights, that they were part of the process of eliminating Esports. They were part of the process of eliminating not only them, but other teams as well. But for now, getting away from that, we're left with just these 4 teams remaining. Esports, my apologies, Stalwart Esports have the numbers working for them with 8 eliminations and all 4 players surviving, but Skylight is also another team that has got the safety net of the compound. For now, the zone as well, as along with that, they've got the numbers working for them. But 52X Rage, can they utilize this position to stop the side of Skylight?
Well, let's see. Skylightz Gaming, 3 players remaining. I8, 3 players remaining as well. 52X Rage, 2 remaining, 1 knocked out. Last player, Faster, has been spotted out in the buggy. The shots whiffing, and Ghost just failing to hit that marker. Will just also fail to secure the exit, but Action with a nade is going to knock down AJ, and I believe that is just going to be a guaranteed finish for the players of Stalwart Esports. From one of the lads of Skylightz Gaming, Nima is going to be extremely low as well. One more shot, he's going to be taken out. Skylightz Gaming destroyed in seconds, and now we're down to the top 3. 9 players still surviving. Stalwart Esports, the entire team still present in the match. Looking quite strong, looking quite healthy, but they have to be extremely careful. The blue zone is closing in. They have I8 towards their left and 52X Rage towards their right. The teams might be at a disadvantage in terms of the numbers, but if they come together, they can take Stalwart Esports down. So they have to try and isolate these fights one by one and then go on to secure the chicken dinner. But hey, even I8 can pull off a 3v4 clutch. It's not that difficult. So let's see. STE in the meanwhile do look to finish off and are looking to deal with 52X Rage Esports first, and they head there. Instant finishes, more eliminations to Stalwart Esports. Now the top 2, I8 versus Stalwart Esports, 2 of the most aggressive teams in this PMPL South Asia Championship.
Absolutely, 2 of the most aggressive teams indeed, they definitely are, but the numbers are definitely shaken for the side of Stalwart as Crypto chimes in to stop the advancement that they were making. A 4v3 has now converted into a 3v3 fight, but we know for a fact when it comes to Stalwart, they try and always revive their teammates, and that is something that could maybe be the opening that I had been waiting for. Right now, the utility is definitely being capitalized from the side of I8, but Stalwart is not that far behind. Action so very close, right in front, and definitely going to be sticking his neck out, and as soon as he does, Uzum will not allow any of that sort of an approach in this fight, which has turned a 3v3 situation once again, as Action is down from the side of Stalwart. this is a bit of a stalemate for now.
Yeah.
But again, the utilities, they are dwindling, I'm sure, for both of these teams.
Well, the advantage that Stalwart Esports had, it has completely vanished. Top has been knocked out as well. It's a 2v3 situation in control of I8. Uzan pushing forward. Scry with a few shots. The trade is going to work out in the favor of Stalwart Esports. It's a 2v2 now. Scry and Pika. Pika is, well, he's just trying to deal with the pressure. Crypto, he's waiting for an opportunity, but Ghost is going to get the knock secured. Pika is knocked out. It's a 2v1. Scry, the last player surviving. I8, will they be able to pull this off? 3v4. Beating Stalwart Esports, the chicken dinner is theirs. I8, one more in the bag, an impressive win for the team all the way from PMPL Pakistan.
Let's go! I8 is in the house, making the earth shake right here as they have taken down Stalwart and stolen that chicken dinner away from them now in that fight. Stalwart again, nothing taken away from Stalwart's approach, but yeah, they were a bit too aggressive. They had the high advantage. They could have been a little bit more careful, but overall, again, it was a GG play from the side of I8, and they utilized it to perfection, getting that chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, what a game, what a finish. I8 Esports take a bow. That was impressive. 10 eliminations, 25 points in total, but they are just going to be on the verge of taking T2K down. But hey, let's see what the overall rankings are going to be.
Well, before we move on to that storyboard, we're going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, all the stats are going to be stated. But right now, like I said, we are going to be going on a short break. Stick around. Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, as we have completed day number 3. The final game just done, and we've got I8 taking that chicken dinner. Sadly, Johnny, T2K were not able to get that fourth.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to get the fourth chicken dinner in the day, but they had a pretty phenomenal run in this matchup as well. And I would like to see what the total tally is going to look like. But kudos to I8, they've made it all the way to the 4th position. And after this on out, I think if tomorrow they keep on playing like this, but just be a little bit more consistent, I think then it is going to be very interesting to see them break into the top 3 first and then try and contest the crown later on. But MVP on our screens, and again, it's going to be action from Stalwart Esports.
Absolutely, with those 5 knocks, 5 eliminations, along with the assists going on for the dude, the team, or rather the player for the side of Stalwart Esports action has always been the standout one, but that wouldn't really be too fair to his teammates as well, because they're all an aggressive bunch and they do not let any man go down. I mean, that's something that I've seen from the side of Stalwart Esports. Even if a man is down, they will pick them up on their backs to get them into the zone and get that revival, which is very, very important in terms of the way this team likes to approach those fights. And along with the side of Stalwart Esports, we do have I8's Crypto and Ghost chiming into the top players list, with the Crypto at 5 eliminations, 775 damage. And also, as soon as we got done with that chicken dinner, we did go to the webcams or the face cams of these players, and Crypto was so energetic, so energized. Let's go is what I could sense from what he was saying. But it's just the start for the side of this lad.
Yeah, it was just the start. But let's see what the end pointer is going to look like. But moving on to the match summary, we do have Crypto again with the highest elimination. Zul is going to be there with the highest healing done. Highest assist and highest damage going to top from Stalwart Esports. But again, this match was just way too intense. Did not really expect so many fights to break out all of a sudden in Miramar specifically. So the fights were quite nicely placed out.
They were. They definitely were. That is true. But as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, on the map of Miramar, this is something that me and Necro had discussed earlier as well, where indeed when it comes to the map of Miramar, interestingly enough, especially in this PMPL, what we're looking at is a lot of chaotic plays being made on Miramar, whereas Sanhok and Erangel are a little dormant, but moving away from that to this match rank and 16 eliminations to the name of Stalwart Esports. As soon as any team closes up the lead that Stalwart Esports has created, they jump into the next game with just one agenda, and that is to, well, again, increase that lead as much more as they possibly can.
Well, yeah, and again, I mean, the match rankings, the eliminations, 16 eliminations to Stalwart Esports. That is just impressive. And the way they got them as well, it wasn't like they were isolating fights from the teams. They were isolating fights within the team itself, but then taking multiple fights at the same time. And I know it sounds a bit confusing, but that is what they were doing. And we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments in front of us. And again, Phantom Esports, they had a pretty good start. Regicide was completely wiped out in the first few minutes of the match by Phantom Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, Phantom Esports, they have definitely had a good day, is what I would say. In fact, but I just hope that this kind of play style that they've found, they're able to just keep that up. And this was a big oopsie for the side of the Grounders, as they did push on to try and take on that compound, but sadly, one bad Molotov resulted in the entire clan getting demolished.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Stalwart Esports, I don't know what made them rush and push towards I8 like that, what made action move so aggressively.
Right.
I think they just did not expect I8 to be the team that they had to face over there. Because I've said this time and time again, I've been quite vocal about this, that while most of the people think that none of the other teams from South Asia will be able to match the Mongolian Giants in terms of their firepower, I mean, there are multiple teams that are as aggressive as them, I8 being the toughest competition in terms of just raw firepower to the Mongolian Giants, Stalwart Esports and IHC, of course, and you can't take them lightly. You can't take I8 lightly. If you try and underestimate them, they are just going to knock you down hard.
They're going to punish you, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is definitely true, and that is something that we've seen again and again from the side of I8. If at all there's anything, there's consistency from that team, and there is also resilience from that team, wherein they don't let those things get to their heads. I mean, they just fall back to try and be better, and then they come back and they are better. I mean, that's just the approach that we've seen from the side of I8 over the years. But right now, when it comes to the points were close. The points are not close. just with the entire storyline since day one for Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, but this is I don't know why they like to play like this. I think they just like to lure the opposition, lure the competition. Like, hey guys, you can get close, you can be first, you can take the first position away from us. And as soon as a team gets close, they are like, psych! We were just kidding.
That is so true indeed. That is exactly how Stalwart is doing, or what they're doing to the entirety of the lobby. But hey, again, I mean, that is what we do like in love as well, where we do have the opportunity to talk about teams that are making it grand in terms of their approach and trying to catch up to Stalwart. But it's just the next game, you know for a fact that Stalwart is going to be making that competition that much more tougher. But in all of that, look at IHC Esports. I mean, they finally started working towards those placement points. They have 73 elimination points, which is, again, quite a huge number, but only 55 placement points.
Oh man, that's going to be a kind of weird start to look at, but still, I mean, they are making the climb slowly and steadily. They are moving onward and upward, so we're going to be hopeful that tomorrow they get a few more placement points and we see them move up more quickly. But not a lot of changes on the second half of the ladder as well. It's just TUF leaving the 16th position for the 15th position, but they are quite far away from the rest of the competition.
Absolutely, for now, they definitely are. Phantom Esports are slowly but surely trying to climb up as well. The Grounders side, 32 X-Rays sticking to that 9th position decently. But again, I mean, there's only 6 games remaining that will be played out tomorrow, and that will be all when it comes down to all these 16 teams and the opportunity that's been given to them. So, hoping that tomorrow, all these teams that are sitting on the second page of the leaderboard are going to be bringing that A game for every single game.
Well, let's see. I mean, tomorrow, the final day, the last day, it's going to decide who will be the champion and who will just walk away with, well, a lot of money and just the dream of lifting the trophy being completely shattered. But hey, you still win a lot of money from that $150,000 prize pool that's there. But the team of the day, it is going to be Train to Kill, because getting 3 chicken dinners in a single day does not matter if it wasn't a hat trick. They still got 3 chicken dinners. It ain't easy.
It is not. It is definitely not. And the way the team has played today, they have climbed up such massive teams and giants. It is phenomenal, the approach that Train to Kill have taken. And I did talk about this on day number 2, I believe, where indeed when it comes down to the players of T2K as well, I mean, compared to how they've played earlier, this time around, their approach and their aggressive stance has actually increased quite a massive fold.
Well, yeah, I mean, that definitely has been quite interesting to look at, but I mean, Train to Kill, look at that Erangel run that they had today. 25 eliminations secured in the 3 Erangels that they played. 4,200 damage dished out. Miramar, they played Miramar twice, 10 eliminations. I mean, the Miramars did not really go their way, but even Necro was mentioning this. There are 3 Erangels in every single day. If you just focus on that one map, things are going to work out. And I think Train to Kill, they heard his thoughts, they heard his message, and they were like, all right, Erangel it is. And then just converting the maps beautifully out of nowhere. And it was quite impressive. They managed to be consistent on that particular map. But other than that, MVP rankings, and it's the 3 Stalwart players in the top 3 right now.
Exactly. There's no contestation from any other team for now, at least. I mean, we've got Sandesh from TTK sitting on that 5th position. We've got no Freya from JyanMaara sitting on the 4th. But the top 3 are all Stalwart bunch, and they are competing against each other as well. Because in the end, when the final plays are done tomorrow, the MVP will be walking away with $2,000 pocket heavy.
Yeah, $2,000 in their pocket, and it's going to be quite impressive to see exactly who at the end of the day is going to be walking away with that prize money in their pocket, and also which team will be walking away with the lion's share of that $150,000 prize pool, the $40,000 that are there. But along with that, I mean, these 2 lads, Stalwart Esports, Pika, Top and Action, have always been the cornerstones. We've always talked about Action and Top in particular. Since every single tournament they have showed up, they are the ones mostly performing. But I'm so happy that finally Pika also gets his moment in the limelight, and he has been absolutely phenomenal with every single play that Stalwart Esports have made, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what tomorrow is going to bring to the table for them.
Oh yeah, it's going to be crucial. It is definitely going to be the final games, the 6 games that are left, because after all the 3 days effort that has been put in from these teams, it has been for this final day. And that final day, of course, as was mentioned by Johnny as well, quite a lot of things on the line. I mean, you've got the trophy, you've got the money, you've got the name. I mean, lot of things that these players have been working towards, and it all goes down to how tomorrow's 6 games are going to play out.
Well, yeah, how the 6 games that are supposed to happen tomorrow, how are they going to play out? It's going to be quite interesting to see. Again, 3 chicken dinners for Train to Kill, 2 for I8, and then there was that 1 winner chicken dinner for Phantom Esports. Again, tomorrow, the last day, I'm expecting a lot. I mean, the teams at the top are going to be trying their level best to solidify their position. On the contrary, the teams at the extreme bottom have this wonderful opportunity of just letting loose, just playing for chaos, be the harbingers of chaos, and just not let anyone else have fun.
Absolutely, and that is something that we did see today so many times. Is that exactly? I mean, from the grounders, from freestyle, from high voltage, we saw them taking that sort of a stance against these big names, and that is exactly what we want them to do. Because if you're sitting on that bottom half of the leaderboard, it's okay, it's all right. You just need to bring in that AWOL approach to the game, and you just don't know. I mean, the game that we saw on Erangel, there. The side of freestyle walk away with more than 7 eliminations. The grounders had really good play as well. So, I mean, that is going to be the best stance that we can expect from their side. And of course, as you perfectly mentioned, Johnny, taking it a bit too personally perhaps would be to just go on for those drop clashes and just completely stop the advancement of these big teams maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely be a possibility. I mean, we've seen drop clashes happen, early fights again. There's a team at the top just trying to ruin their chances. But even going YOLO is a strat, right?
Exactly.
And just like scream Leroy Jenkins, run towards your opponents, gun blazing or nade in hand, do whatever you want tomorrow. But for the teams at the top, the first 3 games become very important, especially for Stalwart Esports and for Train to Kill and JyanMaara. If Train to Kill and JyanMaara manage to catch to Stalwart Esports within the first 3 games, then we're going to have a fight for the next 3.
Well, for that, we are going to have to wait till tomorrow, but today has come to an end. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. A big thanks to, of course, Oppo for making this all happen. And, of course, like I said, we'll be back again tomorrow, the final day, with the final set of matches. That is going to be in total 6 games. But today, we do reach the end. Thank you. Until tomorrow, bye-bye. Take care.